Who's ready for some Age of Empires 4? That's right, we've got a heavy dose coming your way. What is up, one and all, and a happy Sunday. Hope the weekend has been treating you well, and hopefully today's games are going to treat you even better. That's right, we've got some interesting ones here actually. Today we'll feature the likes of Vortix B, Valdemar coRe, some known names, but a lot of upcomers as well. You know, we've got these opening series ahead of us: Gully Deckle versus SAS, Ezra versus Starflight, me and Micah versus MSN, and Scatterbrain versus Myriad in this $3,000 2-weekend-long tournament, the Epohers World Cup, which of course was organized by the Epohers organization, CIS tournament organizer. They've been doing a lot of smaller tournaments that are mostly focused in CIS, but this is a little bit more wider reaching. I mean, seriously, guys, like I was impressed by the names they got, right? Marine Lord, Vortix, Louis, Anatand, you know, and then we got like people like Lucifer on B, the list goes on. And a great day number one, by the way. One that almost had probably the biggest upset imaginable, as Marine Lord almost was crippled by the Dane. That's right, Valdemar managed to take Marine Lord all the way to a game number 5. You can check the VODs on YouTube for that if you did not catch it. If you didn't, it's a cardinal sin. You missed out on something special, man. Valdemar got a lot to be proud of. I'm proud as punch that he's already just sitting in the lower bracket waiting for an opponent, so he'll be facing off against either SAS again, who is able to 3-1 annihilate, or it'll be Ezra for Gully Deckle for a new matchup. But today we're going to be starting off with Scatterbrained versus Myriad. In fact, we're going to do little predictions. I think this is just going to become a thing now. I don't know. Not sure about like all tournaments, but it's a nice way to begin the day. So predictions for these series. I think Gully Deckle versus SAS is going to be an interesting one. Gully, I think, though, should still be unfavored there. I mean, basically, if like, the best part about that series will be the in-game chat of just both of them saying big fan at each other. I mean, it could be interesting, though. I think Gully on a good day could actually make that like a 3-2 scoreline. But I think SAS has a little bit more flex right now. Starflight versus Ezra, I think, is one that could end up being close if Ezra is able to replicate what he's able to achieve in the qualifier. I still kind of lean Starflight there, so like I'm probably going to say 3-1 as well. Now, this is the interesting one. Some people might be shocked by what I'm about to put here. I think this is going to be the other way, 3-1. I think MSN either takes it 3-1 or it's 3-2. Me and Mike are a very talented lad, but I gotta say, like recently, at least in tournament rounds, you know, the strategies he's been employing haven't had the biggest success rate compared to what he used to do. So like I can't really back my boy to run away with it this time, unfortunately. But maybe he proves me wrong. And then finally, Myriad versus Scatterbrain. Myriad really impressed, actually, taking the series over, taking B all the way. It was a 5-game series. I think this is 3-0 or 3-1. But because I'm getting sick of writing 3-1 like some sort of diplomat, I'm sorry, Scatterbrain, you're going to be my 3-0 choice for the day. But depending on the map pool, right? That's the interesting thing here. Is Scatterbrain, he could get his hands on multiple water maps, and that is an area which he thrives. So always just keep an eye out for that. All right, but what's happening? Why is I should have a window bar at the bottom. 1 second. It's being a little bit weird. There we go. But yeah, those are our predictions. Coming in strong. Let me just pull this across. I don't know why the taskbar shows when you do that with Notepad. That's weird. But yeah, those are going to be my predictions on the opening. Predictions again, just tuned in. So predictions, I mean, we can keep them up for a minute or two, actually, as the boys are getting ready to draft. And I guess, like, KPU predictions are heavily one-sided. No, they're not. I think we had, like, a 3-2 prediction yesterday. That's totally wrong. And then that leads into what? So we've got Gully Deckle versus SAS, which will lead into Valdemar. I mean, I think that's probably going to be 3-1 again, actually. Valdemar is looking pretty hot. Then Ezra versus Starflight when it goes up against coRe. I think coRe's in form, man. He should be cozy there. Then this is where it gets interesting. Is me and Micah, because we say it's not going to be him, it won't be a rematch, so it's going to be Vortix versus MSN. I encourage him to prove me wrong, but we talked about this whole idea of like Lucifer might be the one unaware. I think Vortix is aware of the way, and also like it's kind of a case of if Lucifer was aware of what the shenanigans were that MSN done, then if Lucifer was aware, Vortix will be as well, right? Because those guys, they always talk. And then finally, there's B versus Myriad again. And this will probably be the series of the day. Do I think Myriad can pull one up? I didn't get a chance to look at their games, but you know what? For hot takes, how about that? No 1080p? Is it not in 1080p? Oh, what the hell? Oh, that's weird. It's got 1440p or 720. But wait, has everyone got 1440 though? So I tried something. I've turned off the enhanced broadcasting because the quality level just wasn't very good. Is it showing all right for everyone? Like, do you guys have... Wait. Dude, what janky-ass encoders give you not 720? Like, wait. Huh? No 1440. So you've just got 720. Is that correct? You can only watch in 720. All right, I might have to restart the stream then. I just didn't feel like the enhanced broadcasting setting was good. So some people only get 720 max. Okay, give me a sec. There should be a non-janky way for me to do this. Let's have a look. Because my worry now is when I stop the primary, it should stop the secondaries, which I don't want it to do. All right. Give me 1 sec. Refresh your browser in like 20 seconds. 25 seconds. All right, boom, there we go. So what I done is basically, we've been using a setting where we're doing the encoding locally on our PC. And I'm like, I don't know why I'm doing this because I was looking at the quality. I'm like, the quality does not look that good for what I'm doing. And the problem is, so the problem is I stream at 1440p default, which is why 1080 wouldn't have been showing. Unfortunately, the fact is doing it this way leads to a lower quality. We'd actually have a higher quality if I could just actually not multi-stream on my end. Because the stupid part is like Twitch limits you to like 8K bitrate, I think, with multi-stream like settings, right? Which means the level of quality is not going to be that good on each of them anyway. It's very silly. The biggest problem, all this comes from the fact that Twitch still has not enabled AV1 encoding, which is a much more bitrate efficient form of coding. You'll get a much better quality with that. I'm hoping that they'll pull a thumb out of arse and have it in there before the end of the year, but doubt it. No warning tourney? What's a warning tourney? Huh? What? Is YouTube still up and operational? I think it should be. Yeah, YouTube, everything, kick, everything else is good. Good, nice. All right, everything is live. All 3 platforms. Whoop, whoop, whoop. So, we should have the draft underway in a moment. I'm just keeping now. I noticed Ezra and Starfluck, they've started their draft. We're going to be focusing on Mio Micah versus MSN. Stream 8-bit. Wait, what? But yeah, today you won't be seeing Louis, Marine Lord, Lucifer, or Anatan. They are all qualified through to the playoffs for next weekend. Need to figure out what I'm doing next weekend. I don't know. I've been asked about casting EGC, so maybe we just hop on and do this. Yo, what is up? Is that Swahili Monster? Thank you very much for the Prime sub. Welcome to the Swarm. First time Primer. Let's make that a regular thing. Thank you very much. And also, I see you, Sira Booby, as well as Cucumber, who subbed a few hours ago when we went live. Appreciate that. Dude, you know you're growing, you know you're vibing, you know you're getting bigger and bigger when you've got like loads of people who keep subbing when you're not online. That's a good feeling. Like, goddamn. Passive revenue? Passive revenue? I'll take that. Thank you very much. All right, Myriad Scatterbrain drafts up. Sass Gully Deckles draft is up. We are just waiting on MSN and Mio Micah. If they could please stand up, that would be good. I will just open Sass Gully as a backup just in case. But like, there's no way, right? There's no way it's just going to be a default 4 or something, you know? That would just be weird. Imagine losing your streak because Twitch forgot 1080p. Well, it's not because they forgot it. It's because, like, so Twitch has prerogative is to push 360, 480, 720, and then whatever you use. And most will use 1080 because like there's no point with the default setups using more than 1080 because the bit rates on Twitch is so abysmally bad that the quality is not worth it. But that's why they created enhanced broadcasting. The problem is they created this enhanced broadcasting, but what they didn't do is enable the type of like encoding settings that would be good for enhanced broadcasting, right? So like, you know, the way that they've chosen to approach this, it's almost like they turned up to an F1 race using like, you know, a sedan, and because they put an F1 spoiler on like the back, on the rear, they're like, yeah, it's race ready. It's just silly. All right, Myriad Scatbrain draft just got posted, so let me load that in now. Where's the map pool? I think I jumped in there super early. Sorry, wait, did I just say, who did I say we were looking at? I think I posted the wrong, yeah, not mirrored, we're not mirrored. There we go. Map draft started, and then also Civ draft started. So, Boyos should start drafting momentarily. We got MSN on the left side, me and Micah on the right. What do you think, guys? When what people complain that my predictions were like one-sided. Are they balanced now because of the B at the end? I feel like they're pretty reasonable now. Like maybe Starflock is a 5-game series. I don't know. I just think MSN's got this in like 4. Do I want to upgrade this to free 2? I'm considering updating this to free 2. You think me and Micah wins? That's why I'm thinking like 3-2. I think it's like... It depends on what form these two are in. You know what I mean? Because like MSN's been having some good results recently. And me and Micah has been a bit of a mixed bag, at least from what we've seen in KPMM. Sometimes he hits, sometimes he misses, you know? But that's kind of like... That's me and Micah in a nutshell, you know what I mean? Like me and Micah is very... inconsistent because he's very polarizing, you know, like when a man has so many cheeses, some of them will go well with the wine you've selected for the evening, and other times it's just gonna suck. You say call this a 0-3? Oof. I mean, he already beat one of them 3-0. Like maybe like 0-3, maybe actually, you know, like maybe Starflock could get a game actually. Starflock's not a bad player. Starflock, I think, does the early mid game quite well. Like we've said this about Starflock. I think his weak point is maybe the late game. Is like when it gets a bit more off the beaten path, it gets a bit wacky. But he's I feel like he's quite an aggressive, orderly player. Like as in he plays the meta to kind of like the norm. But boys, where are we in the draft? All right, so first pick's coming through. Map selection, what are we working with here? So we've got Baldland as a starting map, Gorge, Cliffside, Dry Arabia, Lipany. It's nice to kind of have some flex around how you draft around the first map, even in best of fives. Best of threes is absolutely paramount to try and like dictate that flow, but best of fives you can be a little bit more lax because the first map, while advantageous, isn't the end of the world. And I said, what was the first map? Baldland. So you're definitely thinking about civs that could potentially pro scouts here. Byzantines has also been pretty popular. I am a little bit surprised though. Biz did not get banned on both sides. But MSN got China. I'm sorry, let me just update this. I'm gonna have to... Because China's just a default win, right? So I guess we're going back to 3-1. No, okay, leave it 3-2. Leave it 3-2 for the variety. No. Don't be tempted, KP. Don't be tempted. But yeah, this is a little bit funky now, man. Mio Micah did get his health to Lancaster. This guy is spooky with that civ. The Hobbler build, which we posted on YouTube. If you've not seen that video, absolutely should watch it. It's been doing quite well, I believe. I think it's like 2,500 views or something. Yeah, so if you haven't seen that one, go check it out after the video to know like how ridiculous Lancaster can be. I need to check in on my... I'm going to have to like... Actually, that reminds me, I need to talk to my editor because I think we had like 1 or 2 days where there was no upload. We need to fix that because that can't keep happening. MSM was cooking in King of the Rockies. I didn't really catch many of his games, though. And this is best of 5s. Remember Anatan's debut? Dude, it was so long ago. Ah, to think he's once just a fledgling. Amazing now he plays so much fun. Yeah, exactly, right? Like, he's really started to consolidate himself at the top of the leaderboards. It's good to see. Like, I think we need more fresh blood. We can't just keep relying on, like, the old guard that were here before. So, with the new guard, MSM would fit one of them. Me and Micah comes from a different cast, I guess you could say. You know, the StarCraft history. Look at the draft, though. I mean, the fact that he got China, HRE, and Byzantines, I don't know how I meant to bet against this. Me and Micah definitely has some good picks in there. I think Ottomans is, like, low-key ridiculous right now. Order of the Dragons can be very polarizing, but you still got the strength for the first 3 picks. But still, getting China, HRE, Byzantines, Mali, French... Even Nayu in there, I mean, I really don't care about the Rus. I think Rus is just a bit linear. They can be predictable. But the others have some decent variants of power. MSN and me and Mike aren't boring? No. I mean, it's kind of my preferable way. Like, you know, I was thinking about this when we were, like, when we had the first game of Marine Lord. And it's not, this isn't targeted at him. I did, like, I think game 1 between him and Valdemar, I was like, oh, this is a bit boring at the start. And the reason is because Marine Lord has been the meta for so long. Like, Marine Lord's way is the way, right? And because of that, the feeling, oh, this is a bit boring, is like, we've seen this 100 times. Like, he's very good at taking what's already known and enhancing it to new degrees, right? That's always been Marine Lord's, like, expertise. And, you know, it kind of fits, like, me. Also, like, Marine Lord's playstyle is a bit more defensive after getting slight advantage, right? But that's going to be the case where when you talk about the people that are the best players, I mean, it's incredible watching their rise, it's incredible watching them dominate, but there is an element of, like, the way they play is going to be technically boring quite a lot of the time because everyone else is probably mirroring that meta, right? You get what I mean? So it's like, you've seen this before. He's doing it the best way you've seen it, but then you open up a game of Mew Micah or MSN or Dragavan, right? Anatan B, and they're just doing something like Adlib you haven't seen before, right? It's a completely different style of approach to viewing. So, opening game, let's see what the boyos are going to be whipping out. Iabid Shushi for Boardland. Interesting Iabid pick. I know that MSM was a believer in the Pro Scouts advanced wing, but I think we saw a better version of it. Who was it that done it? Someone did Pro Scouts, but they didn't do advancement. I think they might have actually done growth. Or was it? No. It was wood, wasn't it? Yeah. There you go. Corners. Yeah. It was industry. He done industry and he built a stable straight away, and then he queued up Pro Scouts because he had the wood. So I'm wondering if MSN took inspiration from Anatan. We'll see that because, like, MSN was a very big believer in the Pro Scouts build for Ibids. Realize like Mercedes does everything in a high level tinker to top notch. Corpness is a 1980 BMW. You never know what will happen if it's going to explode if it goes faster. Yeah, like, you don't know if it's going to turn the corner correctly or if it's going to turn the corner by, like, turning the corner and then flipping down the mountain and landing at the finish line and then winning, right? Like, it could happen. I'm trying to think if there's anything else he tried to do his Ibids. Like, you could Desert Raider... Nah, dude. I don't really like Desert Raider opening against Shushi, just because the Chugnu threat, right? It can feel pretty funky. But this is pretty ballsy, right? If he is going to do the Pro Scouts build, he's doing it against one of the best Pro Scouting civs that exists in Age of Empires 4, right? The top two being China and Shushi. I do wonder if me and Micah thought he was going to get a Chinese Shushi matchup to begin with. It's Mio's not going Pro Scouts. True. Oh, wait, of course. I just mentioned Chugnu. We're just getting a million Chugnu, aren't we? Is the glasses comfortable? Yeah, these are comfortable. Hold out on buying, though. I've been trying to reach my gunner contact, and I don't know if they're on holiday or something. They're really slow to respond at the moment. Because if you hold out, we have got a discount code, which you can utilize if you want to try them yourself. But these ones are the Overwatch ones, and like they're very... Can you see that? Let me switch to... Okay. They bend. So they're made of like a rubbery material. So that means that like it's nice and flexy. It just basically molds your head. So like when you're wearing headsets all day, they're really cozy. Yeah, Tracer's glasses. They got the Overwatch logo and everything. Settings are cooked? Okay, thank you for the head start. I wonder what was taking so long. I was like, these two, they're boring me. We're going to go watch Gully. But yeah, I don't know. I think I might... So I'm weighing up just getting these again with my new prescription because like I do quite like them. I don't know if I'll go with the full orange tint. I might go for the Clear Pro. As this was... I think this is 60% blue light filtering, but you can get like 30%, you can get 20%. Or you can go even higher, I think 80%. Which are called ambers. Give me time to do the push-ups, bro. I think someone should just time out him, okay, you know? Like, every time he comes in, the first thing he says is in some way rude, you know? My arms are still rough from freaking yesterday. Where are we at? How's that rude? Are you gonna do it at home? Are you gonna do push-ups with me? No? It's rude. One, two, three. Oh, there we go. Dave. The problem with what y'all are doing is I 100% need my arms to rest for a day after the climbing. Hello, Freya. No, Mummy's not here. Mummy's in the house. Oh.
Dad is playing a game in the house.
Yeah? Mummy's playing her games, is she?
Dad, I'm so heavy.
You're very heavy, yeah.
Very heavy has a piggyback. Just whenever me. Just whenever I.
I think you're just as heavy as Jasmine, and she's like 3 years older.
Yeah,
You're a big girl, aren't you?
yeah, so now I'm not. I'm going to be a big boy soon.
No, you're a big girl. You'll be a big girl soon.
I'm going to be a big boy soon.
No, girl.
Why?
You silly goose. Oh. You have to say something.
Dream.
Okay, that's good thought. High five?
Bye.
Proper high five. Yeah!
Yeah.
Yeah, don't press that button there.
Bye, Dream.
Blow kisses.
Dream is not on.
Oh, stream is. It's on a different screen.
Oh.
There's stream. There's you. See? That's you.
I can't
Stream's right there.
see Dream.
Who's the best player?
Daddy.
Nice. Okay. Screw all y'all. I'm coming for the prize pool money.
World.
Say bye-bye, stream.
Bye.
And say, don't forget to main Japan. I think that translates to main Japan. All right, off you go. Hi, darling. I love you too. Off you go. You go play with mummy. I don't know what that is. Go play with mummy. Mummy's trying to get rid of you, so you need to go and make sure she can't get rid of you, okay? Yeah. Alright, guys. We are loading in now. Let's move our predictions out the way. Yeah, she doesn't want to leave, you know? She just wants to pester me. Like, not so much before we went live. The moment I go live, I'm starting to think she likes you guys more. It's a little bit depressing as a father, but I guess that's where I'm at in life now. Anyway. 2 minutes out. We got predictions up? We have not. Let me get that sorted. This does have the weird potential to be the quickest series of the day, by the way. Because of the wackiness and cheesiness. Do you want to have the same experience? You might want to exchange experience? Nah. It's different. We ain't exchanging the experiences. We're too many hours apart. Like, we already both are like, I just want to go to sleep. We wouldn't be able to communicate. It would be lame. I'm like, hey, how you doing today? Like, I just got them to sleep. Leave me alone. Yeah, pretty much. Your dad was painting. You never wanted to leave as well. It was a nice thing to see when your dad did something to you. Well, that's nice, yeah. Oh, no. What? Your flower's broken. Oh, no. Go ask Mummy for help with your flower. I wouldn't really call them flowers. They barely grew because she either doesn't water them enough or kills them with water. I hope my daughter doesn't grow up to be an alcoholic because moderation is not in her DNA. That's all I'll say. Alright, do I want a Red Bull now? Probably. Yeah. Wasn't fun for your dad, though? I could imagine. A little kid around pain is a nightmare, dude. There's plenty of functional alcoholics out there, so that's why you can't afford to subscribe to me. It all makes sense now. By the way, shout out to you guys. We cracked a new record. We're up to 457 sub points. So 451 subs. You guys are legends. Keep it rolling. I'm going to Greece. I'm going to one of the islands there, so it's not cheap. And as you saw from my daughter, she's a big girl. She needs a lot of gyros. Became an artist and now you're poor? Nice. Thanks, Dad. Okay, here we go. You guys ready for this? This has the potential to be the craziest matchup you'll see all month. 2Ms, MSN, and Mia Micah. The kiddo up against the cheese aficionado, and both of these two play wacky ways with Age of Empires 4. Welcome back to the channel, folks. We are here for the $3,000 tournament. Mia Micah and MSN both facing elimination. One will emerge to face off against the Spaniard Vortix. The other will just fall into obscurity. We kick off on board land. And it's an interesting matchup because Shuji's Legacy, an obvious pick for Pro Scouts, but maybe not an obvious player for Pro Scouts. On the other side, MSN, if he's been watching Anatan's games recently, might be inspired to revisit the Iabid's Pro Scouts idea. Yes, this was the player who really wholeheartedly believed in Pro Scouts for Iabid's. He had this advancement wing build that he theory crafted up. A lot of people were kind of intrigued by the time. I'm not going to say they thought it was incredible. It was more like, oh, this has some potential. But then that potential was never really truly tapped. It never developed, unfortunately. I say unfortunately because it would be cool to see Iabid with a little bit more variance of play, right? And yes, Winner's playing against Vortix, who finds himself in the lower bracket after Lucifron, his brother, 3-1'd him in under an hour in a best of 5. Ludicrously quick games. And that's the funny thing about these two. This has the potential to be a quick series or an absurdly wacky back and forth long one. Because these two are just very, I think polarizing their strategies is the way to describe it. You know, you've got MSN over here who's really thinking about these cheesy, almost cheeky, I want to say ignorant strats sometimes. Like, hey, if you don't scout me, this will definitely work. And then you got Mia Micah who just doubles down upon doubles down upon doubles down to the point that anything that may have started off not being cheesy becomes cheesy. It's like he's just anything, any strategy he's got in his cupboard, he's just maturing it until it's as sour and mature as cheddar cheese. And I haven't decided if we're going to cast the main event for this yet. We need to figure things out because there's a weird overlap. EGC didn't really look at where they were doing their qualifiers because this was planned out, I think, a decent amount in advance. So yeah, a little bit weird, actually, because you're going to have the qualifiers for EGC and the main event of this at the same time. I tell you what, that is going to be a good testament to growth of channel versus quality of tournament, right? Because the qualifiers should not be able to hold a torch to like you being able to field Marine Lord, Louis MT, and so on and so forth, right? But when the EGC ends up with 2-3 times the viewership, it'll kind of say everything it needs to. And that, my god, that Medigarden is a statement, isn't it? 48 food, 25 stone, 25 gold, and what, 30 wood? Cha-ching! That is the jackpot, guys. I cannot believe he got one that good. On the other side of this, MSN, has he got anything good about his spawn? Yeah, the berries are really nice for him, actually. He gets a southern berry as well as a backwards berry, but it does mean that his 8 stack is much further out. Overall, though, I think you take that. That's kind of a win, especially the tree line down here. Because of the placement of the trade post, it pushed them further in. So this is a very easily wallable area in which you can secure some deer. And you can even wall over to your gold. So yeah, MSN, a lot of things to be hopeful about with his spawn. He does go for the growth wing, by the way, so we're not going to be seeing industry. It doesn't look like it's going to be a pro scouts build for the Ibids. Mio. Well, we weren't really expecting pro scouts from him, right? But considering we got 7 on gold, I think it's guaranteed. And MSN had to be assuming this, right? I mean, this is the weird thing. When you're against Mio Micah, nothing can be assumed. The only thing you can assume is that he'll probably do something you didn't expect. Unless you just have the most clowny, cheesy idea in mind, in which case, it's probably on the menu. To me, 20 minutes to spread them out with overlaps, you think that's a nice problem to have? But I don't think that's what's happening here. It's not that there's too many tournaments. It's just somewhere there's just not been good communication. Or the communication has just been forgotten about, right? I don't know. I think in general in our scene, we need a little bit more back and forth communique between the different organizers, probably. Because there's definitely not that many tournaments of size going on. As much as I'd love it to be that case. Yeah, a lot of resources coming through from Mio off this. And MSN is going to just go for the Desert Raider beginning. So, looks like he wants to try and poke harass at the base. Also allows him to kind of interfere with the Pro Scout's timing. But also very easily shut down by Chug. So MSN, he should have opened, as you can see with stables. This is the organic way to play into an archer-based civ. You want to be opening stables, not archer range. Because if he went archer range, he can mirror Chug with archers. That's not great. This way, if his opponent does now go Chug, he gets to transition into Horseman, a counter unit, without spending an extra 150 resources on a production building to do so. This is the advantage Vibe, you know, it's ingrained into their being. If you think about this civ, like every single piece of it, at its essence, is about how do I get these spike timings around the start of an age up. Sometimes they are more subtle than others. Stable droppers there. Neo, just gonna get the Horseman beginning. Wait, but MSN, he's not adding in Horseman at all. Ooh, oh no. And guys, Horseman can actually counterplay Desert Raiders. Yeah, so I thought MSN would do something other than just mirror Mio Micah's cheese. Because, like, right now, if I told you Mio Micah and MSN win this game and you saw the Desert Raider spam, you'd think that this was Mio Micah. That wasn't a great trade, by the way. Actually, it was okay, because he got the... Wait, he got the kill up here. Okay, so yeah, it wasn't too bad. He got the worker kill. That makes it worth it. And he does force the archer range. Dude. Guys, I think MSN's cooking. If he gets a second kill, this is an incredible position to be in. Yeah, if it had just been the Desert Raider kill for a Horseman, it wouldn't have been worth, but the Villager made it so worth. And... Oh! 1 HP. Tempting fate there. Second Desert Raider arrives. But Mio, I mean, this is the thing. It's seen. It's known. You're going Chug. You're going to be a bit paranoid because it could be Horseman follow-up, but instead, MSN is so convinced it was worth. Look at what he's doing. He's just FC. Damn, he's playing this really well. I mean, Miyamika was forcing the predictable reaction because he tried to be different, right? Like, because he's going pro scouts, or was going to go pro scouts, he opened with a horseman, which should be fine to deal with desert raiders on their own, but when the numbers get this high, he kind of freaked out. And now you're in a position where you don't have pro scouts, you went stables for seemingly nothing, and you're going to feel like it's for nothing now that your opponent's going to get access to camel lancers. Logistics wing on the way for MSN. Dominant position to be in. Shaolin Monastery to mirror, but good news at least for Miyamika is although he's going to have to produce these monks, because he is Shushi, this tech up comes in really fast. Yeah, I think MSN probably would have benefited from hanging around with the Desert Raiders a bit longer instead of backing off. MSN doesn't spend villager time to age up. This is true, but you have to keep in mind what matters more here. This is now a race for relics. They both just declared. So actually, being later on leveling up, on aging up is bad. Because stockpiling these resources is worthless if you don't want to produce units until your castle. Right? It means the monks are going to get out. Not to mention the quality knights already on the way. Miyamika looking to pump heavy cav. Army's going to be marching forward. He knows what this is now. So MSN probably going to be double stables, right? Yeah, double stables. Also has got the blacksmith coming through. Tricky thing here, by the way. You'd think that camel lancers beat lancers. Makes sense. However, Shushi do have a tech. An interesting tech, actually. The Dudley horses gives 20% more attack speed. It's not a guaranteed replacement for the loss of damage, but it does kind of squeeze the difference, especially when you consider that Lancers have got an extra 30 HP over Camel Lancers. Why are you guys trying to get me drunk? It's a Sunday. I've got to work tomorrow. Desert Raiders. Oh, Mio. Oh, slow reaction there. Does end up losing one. Desert Raiders hanging around a little bit long, so we'll actually take some hits back. A little bit sloppy from both players, actually, but in fairness to MSN, you know, you don't really need the Desert Raiders anymore. It's full steam ahead with Camel Lancers. He's already queued them up. Villagers on the other side, though. Mio with the double tap. Gets himself 2 on the berries. Relic should be going the way of MSN, though. Yeah, because I'm looking at the map right now, and, you know, I look at the top bar. We've only got 2 Shallow Monks. It is a bit of a gamble. Wait, actually, no. Oh my god, no. What? Alright, I need to wake up. Let me slap myself in the face. Did he really do this already? It's definitely still going to be free, right? Yeah, MSN's getting the northern one. That was impressive, though. Mio's timing on retrieving these 2 back close to home. So he just optimized around getting back out on the map. But unfortunately, the gamble didn't pay off. Because the relics are going the way of MSN. Very hard to intercept now. Yeah, because this is the thing. If you try to intercept, it's going to be with Lancers. Lancers don't do a great job of chasing down Dervish. Because these guys move too fast, and they've got the debuff on your damage while healing as well. It is truly obnoxious. It's like 2 Lancers coming in now. He can just keep running. He might have to drop it and then come back, but it's like so close to home, it feels guaranteed, right? Yeah, the first Camel Lancer is going to come over here, so there we go. Easy blocker. Walks away. We'll just come back for it in a moment. Sacred Site getting blocked, so he won't... Wait, dude, you have a stick. Use the stick. Movement into the base. Another 2 workers go down. Mio. He's definitely getting some licks in here. So he's essentially offset the growth wing now. Yeah, but MSN, you know, he's got a lot more Lancers. The problem is there's already a switch into crossbows from Mio. Mio looking pretty solid right now. Despite the fact that it's a 3 versus 2 relic game, I mean, I say that, Mio needs to remember that they need to be garrisoned. You know, they don't give buffs by proximity. But for MSN, you know, what he needs to try and do is find his opponent exposed, and this might be a jackpot waiting to happen. MSN marches in, doesn't realize they're there on the berries, though. So ends up losing a Lancer. And only getting a Taxman kill for it. That was pretty ugly. Yeah, had he charged early, you're probably looking at a double kill on the workers, and might even get away before the crossbows respond. He has got another camel coming in, but it's already so many crossbowmen in waiting. He does at least pull it away before they die. That's important because remember, he can heal with the dervishes. And there we go. Mio is finally garrisoning relics. It did take a while. What's the next step, though? MSN. He's switching horsemen. Oh, yes. I mean, he's not got much sheep, but we talked about those berries being advantageous with their position. He's taking full advantage of them. Lancer wasted there. I don't know what... Wait, what was the obsession on the dervish? I guess because he captured the sacred site? That's pricey, though. So Miyamika ends up losing, what, 480 resources worth of units for nothing. And any damage done is going to be irrelevant. These guys heal after all. You know, this is the tricky thing when you play against Ibids with the dervish strat. You need to be very careful about how, where, and when you choose to fight. Because if you get it wrong, you just end up burning resources in a fight where any damage you've done is offset entirely. So Mio, decent amount of crossbows. Does he realize what's happening, though? Not entirely, but I think he's somewhat cognizant by the fact that he's still producing Lancers. You know, you technically could just go Palace Guard, it'd be even better. Because then it gives you that versatility of like feeling a bit more tanky. I'd say actually just Spears. The only reason he wouldn't is you already see a few Vet Archers coming out. But if you go Palace Guard, it does give you that bulk to defend the crossbow mass. The other players, Mio could just kind of skirt around these choke points and also things like veins and outcroppings where you can't be surrounded. Military Academy on the way. MSN. Is he going to end this with his signature move? This is pretty nutty to think about. Military Academy. He's got production speed increase coming into 4 buildings. He's massing Horsemen. Horsemen are 23 seconds by default. It goes down to, I think it's about 12 seconds with your production speed increase plus the Military Academy. It's a lot of Horseman pump, and he definitely has the food to achieve it. It's a ballsy maneuver, and it's one that we know that MSN gravitates towards naturally always. Mio, could he sniff it out quick enough here? Really needs to get this info soon. If this count gets to about 20-25 horsemen, I get really worried for Mio here. And MSN, to make sure he's safe against the Lancers, it's a full switch into Horseman crossbow. Yeah, so his comp is just more desirable, right? Because the way he's going to scale it is more efficient. You know, he's going to have 2 Horsemen for every 1 Lancer. And Lancers are jackable traders, which are also going to take big damage from crossbows, right? So I think Mio needs to kind of find some sort of hit soon. Lancers rotating. Timing's going to be wrong. They aren't going to hang around, so there's going to be a move to the berries now. Meanwhile, the Lancers of MSN creep deeper around the back of Mio's base. The weird part, though, is he will not find anything. No, Miyamika has just dove his whole economy forward, right? There's not much at the back of his base other than a gold. I mean, the berries down here as well, right? But you've got plenty of them closer to the center. It just makes more sense to play this area with the way that he's been leveraging this so far, right? Like, you don't want to spread wide when your opponent's spamming camel Lancers. I mean, just look at the uncomfortable nature of what MSN's doing, right? Brings most of his range mass out far north. If he got hit on the south side right now, there'd be nothing to defend him. I'll dive in. Takes the freebie. MSN looking ready for war. This is going to be decided by one big fight. You can tell. The problem you have here is you both go on cavalry crossbow. And the issue with that is it means whoever walks away from the fight dies. Because you will sack your crossbowman. And right now, that's about half of the firepower, if not more, for both players. MSN. Wait. Oh, no. He stepped up too quick. The Lancers aren't here. The Horsemen are on the way. The Crossbowmen need to be just thrown to the back of this. Leave the Archers just get sacked. Horsemen are going to arrive just in time before it gets dicey. Still loses a handful of crossbows. The Horsemen go in. They're looking to get around the back. The Camelots has arrived for the debuff as well. Target fire comes through under them. But the Horsemen are chowing down. And the crossbows in the back of this, they're not counted at all. This is working. MSN, he baits me and Micah out into what looked like a sexy fight. But it ends up being a full catfished experience. Army's going to get wiped and GG's going to get called. Mio Micah will fall to MSN's signature Horseman move. Dude, this guy loves his Horseman more than any player I know. Can't believe people still fall for this trap. I mean, but like, you probably play against MSN a lot more than me and Micah does, cool. I don't know how much experience me and Micah has against MSN. You never play MSN? Really? I would have thought same time zone. I guess instead you just both get queued into a diamond, you know? The classic AoE4 experience. So game 1 to MSN. That was a vicious beginner. All right, let's see what we've got in store for game 2. I think they're getting in lobby now. Ooh, Gento. Damn. I mean, in fairness, Gento gets the smack talk, right? Where are you at now, Gento? Oh, 74th. Core's higher. Wait, Core's not higher. Core's 500. Okay, what the hell? Dude, I don't get why AoE4 does this. Like, I searched your name while on someone else's profile. It showed 506th. Yeah, so Core's 13th in the world right now. Never heard what name? MSN or Gento? Gento is our Ukrainian gold turned conch. He's ranked 74th in the world. He's a Chad. He's a legend amongst the community. Alright? Don't forget it. Alright, what are the lads doing? Game 2, game 2. Let me get it up. We like to say that our community nights help Gento improve from gold to conch. It really was that simple. Okay, this is a bit of a funky one. Mongols into Rus. Recon has shown a way that this can work really well, but I don't know if that's the way me and Mike is going to try to play it. But anyway, let's see what we got. So let me put Rus, Mongols, Dry Arabia. And then need to pay predictions out to Gambaholics, don't I? What MMR would you say hardest AI is? Like the absurd one? I don't know, man. It's hard to put like an MMR on it because like it's very easy to loophole AI to beat it. It's like I don't know. It's really hard to put a number on it. 800-ish? What, for absurd, you think? Yeah, I think if you like break it early on, you know what I mean? Like just trick it, then yeah, I can see that. But like if you're playing a boomy game and you just kind of let it sit back and do what it wants, right? I think that's when it's like, oof, very different. Hardest should be around silver? Really? I mean, like, ideally, the way you set up the AIs, there should be an absurd one that is, like, ridiculously high, but the rest should be, like, gateways to the real game. But here we go, guys. Let's hop into this. It is time for... Wait a second. Is that the wrong way around? It is definitely the wrong way around. Whoops. All right, in we go. Game number 2. Rus versus Mongols. Why is there a Mongol pick on here? Because Mio Micah feels cozy and at home when he takes to the deep steppes. That's right. Welcome back, folks. A $3,000 tournament here. Game number 2 between Mio Micah and MSN. MSN with the Rus pick, already in the lead off the back of a sweet play from the Irobids. And that's a pretty sweet spawn. I like the cut of this jib. Yeah, nice little area, just double hunt cabin, wall afterwards. High trade house, also potentially possible. Mio on the Mongols. What's the plan here? Because when we talk about Rus versus Mongols, it's very tricky. Unless the Rus player is overly greedy, you can't do anything with a spear rush. It doesn't hit a target, right? So I think instead he needs to try and identify if there is going to be a loose hunting cabin, and if not, probably just play full greed. What kind of spawn did he get for that? Double gold out to the south side? Very open territory, though, but very nice to just kind of outpost this up as the game goes on. Last time I cast Mio Micah and Mongols on a map like Dry Arabia, it was a fast imp game. Dare I say we could see that again? I mean, it would make for quite the curious strategy. That much is for sure. I like seeing Dry Arabia in tourneys, so you just like tourneys then. Like, Dry Arabia is basically in every single tournament. Is there a tournament that doesn't have Dry Arabia? It's just the generic map. I don't think that Dry Arabia necessarily has anything, like, super sexy about it. It's just... the appeal is that every civ should be somewhat viable, but that's not true if you think about it. Right? Like, when do you ever see someone pick a Bastards on Dry Arabia? Other than MSN. Right? That man's a little bit different. Why is it called dry then? Because it gets a bit dry to watch on repeat. Ayo! Horseman opening from Mio. Wait, what? Okay. So what's the logic? Did he not? No, he didn't scout it, right? Does he think there's a second hunting cabin? I mean, technically your horseman can interfere with pro scouts, but you're sacking your own tech timing. He's moving villages now. So he's legitimately going for what? An outpost here? That's pretty bold. And if so, why not just spears to begin with? MSN gets eyeballs on early. Mio actually gets the free piece of information that he is seen here. MSN also gets eyeballs on those spears, on those horsemen, rather. The only reason I think you'd do this is to force a spear opening from MSN, but if you're building a building, would you not rather force your opponent to open archers so that he can't kill the building? The outpost even deeper. This greedy boy. Scouts are going to just poke at it. TC can protect them and bait the horsemen. Reminder, these horsemen are not that tanky. They normally have 125 HP. They're almost Hobbler levels of tankiness. So MSN, he has got the third scout out now. I mean, there is a world in which he burns this down. This is the other thing. If this was spears, the scouts can do this. Villagers also get involved. And reminder, the horsemen only have 8 damage per strike. It's not crazy. And this is just looking like a big fat L. It's just not going to work. No, I'm starting to think that Mio Micah was expecting a different civ. Because, correct me if I'm wrong, it's a Byzantine, right? I think he thought it was Byzantines. And that's why he picked Mongols. Because Byzantines has been picked a lot in Dry Arabia. Also, with their map pool, I guess it makes sense. Because this strat just doesn't make sense, right? Like, the other maps are Gorge, Cliffside, Lipany. I mean, there's a lot of maps where Byzantines can be picked. This is, like, quite the coin flip. Whatever it was, looking at this, it just feels like he wasn't expecting Rus. So, walks all the way back. Full walk of shame. And, wow, yeah, he just throws in the towel. He calls GG. All right. I warned you guys, this might be a quick series. It's turning out that way. A little bit faster than expected. Yeesh, yeesh. I'm feeling bad about my spicy, let's put it 3-2 MSN win. I should have stuck my 3-1. Because at this rate, it looks like it's going to be a 3-0. Good lord. That's what I mean, though. I've been talking about this with like me and Micah. Sometimes he turns up and his wacky strategy is just a jackpots, but other times it's just like it's a weird shrug and a question mark above your head, you know. So yeah, pretty rough start to the day for me and Micah. Might end up being a very quick day. Game 3 is going to be HRE versus Lancaster. Now, this is the giga-busted Civ in the hands of me and Micah right now. This is his de fromage. This is his creme de la creme. If there's any Civ that I would trust him to get a game with, this is the one. It would be nice for him to get one game. So, Alsa Lancaster up against HRE. Oh, man. Wait, you can't hobbler rush HRE, right? I don't know if that works. I don't think we've had a Lancaster HRE game where you tried to mass Lord Hobbler yet. Me and Micah's draft seems bad or not like meta, but this is something I've noticed with me and Micah. He doesn't really tend to draft meta. Like, he let China through. He let his opponent have HRE, China, and Byzantines. Which is crazy. Like, I think any player who gets that in a draft right now feels like they just won the jackpot. Right? Like, that's the Trinity. Oh. Like, Japan and Lancaster are nice for sure, but, you know, if you had the choice between that or HRE in China, you take HRE in China every single day. Yeah, I think me and Micah is maybe, like, deceptive in our weeklies as well. I feel like me and Micah looks really good in our weeklies when he has... best of threes, because I think best of threes are where you can do these kind of like wacky strategies, these like off the cuff, maybe cheesy at times strats. Otherwise, not so feasible. Wait, did I activate predictions? I did not. Here you go, guys. Game 3. A reminder, winner of this goes up against Vortix, which we'll be able to catch, because no other series will be finished this quick. This man goes from looking like a god to looking like a dog when you take it from a best of 5 to a best of 3. There's just something about the drafts that he hates so much. Me and Micah is wacky. Just look at that draft compared to MSN's. It's no surprise it's 2-0, but if there's any Civ you would trust him with to maybe turn it around, it has to be these. House of Lancaster coming in. But is it going to come in hot considering that MSN picked the Holy Roman Empire, a Civ that should be capable of counterplaying me and Micah's de fromage creme de la creme. I am, of course, referring to the Abbey of Kings Mass Lord Mass Hobbler dive. Imagine he's going to be going for it in this type of game. Great spawn, by the way. Double gold back and deer as well. Not great for a Lancaster Castle due to the stone placement, but if you don't want to play Lancaster Castle, this is fantastic. All resources back spawn. By comparison, MSN, not as crazy, right? Hagen Arken, the berries plus the tree line, or a small tree line, the gold. But you're not going to go this far out to get both golds, right? Like, that's just crazy. You don't tend to build Arkans out of TC range. Oh, wait, you can't start the next round until 17 GMT? Yeah, but it's about to be 17 GMT, right? Oh, wait, no, 17 GMT is in another hour, isn't it? I hate time zones so much. Like, I just see GMT, I'm like, oh, yeah, that's just like, I'm in the UK. It baited me yesterday. We should just all agree on a time zone. And that time zone is just the time zone. Now, I'm going to nominate the UK time zone because, you know, there's a reason why it says +00. Okay? So we just do that. Oh, MSN, by the way, went for a double scout opener. Now, that's very different. Yeah, I mean, has it yielded that big of a result, though? You know, we've got 15 sheep to 16. And of course, Lancaster does start with an extra 4, so it's a slight advantage, but not crazy. And there it is. It has begun. Are you guys ready for the craziest comeback? Like, seriously, though. The potential is there, isn't it? Neo Micah, we've seen him with this strat on this map. It looks so obnoxious. He even places the Abbey of Kings further forward so that he can pull back injured troops to heal if necessary. MSN, it is going to be an Archon at the back. Only on the tree line, yeah. So he might be aware of what's coming. Suspicious, and that's why he didn't want to place it on the front of his base. Because then he could get shut down more easily. But Scout's going to move out, and that is going to reveal the full tale. So why does Neo Micah place his landmark this far out, and why does he get away with it? The reason, guys, is although we're in a meta where Dark Age rushes are quite popular, you don't really think to Dark Age rush Lancaster, same as English. If you Dark Age rush these civs, they are just going to pull the short bows out and shoot you in the face. You know, it's kind of like they're just peppering you with arrows going, why are you doing this? You're making my win easier. Why? MSN just getting eyeballs on, so he knows that it's extras on gold. This is way too much gold gathering for just lords. You produce a lord every, what, 25 seconds, 60 gold. I mean, you can use it to get maximum, but wait a second. Yeah, now he's going to see it. So this is where I'm getting suspicious, right? Like, is this macro for Fast Castle? I feel like this is just more about him getting the lord spammed alongside hobbies. Because that's normally what Neo Micah does. Weirdly enough, he hasn't resorted to it yet. And there's no stone gathering, it's just normal houses. He's building this like an Age of Empires 2 player right now. The Lord is going to arrive. So MSN forced off of the gold. Rax drop coming through. Now, it's really key that MSN spots what the opener is, because you know he's going to go for Men-at-Arms now, but you need to know whether it's hobby or not. Because if it's not Hobbler, Men-at-Arms makes more sense. If it is Hobbler, the Spearmen are great at chasing. And also, guys, I'm just saying, GMT stands for Greenwich Mean Time. So, like, yeah, we kind of, like, yeah. In fairness, let's just accept our time zone. It'll be weird the first few decades of, like, being, hey, it's 1 a.m. and yet it's, like, it's bright out for certain countries. But you'll get used to it. And then when we're all booking calls, meetings throughout the weeks, there'll be no confusion. And oh my god, MS. Wait. He's just mass Men-at-Armsing, but Neo Micah is fast castling. What? I'm not a big fan of this right now for MSN. I don't know if you can hit the dive point quick enough. And a white tower won't be diveable. On top of that, Earl's Guard are just as quick as H3 Men-at-Arms. Only, unlike H3 Men-at-Arms, they know how to throw things. Not the game, the daggers. Largest markets in the world open in the US East time? I mean, that's a moot point. We already established that it's +0 and you're just adding them from. It's like, doesn't that seem a little bit crazy that we could just all accept that we're already registering that, like, oh yeah, this is the start point. So why don't we just accept the start point? You're now trying to nominate a time zone that's behind the start point. That's even crazier. You want us all to start on a negative? That's not very positive. So many Men-at-Arms to try and stop the Lords, man. I don't know if MSN realizes. He must by now. The Scouts, like this much gold, he hasn't seen a single Hobbler. This is obvious. So when does MSN tech up as well? Because Micah is on the move. Should be a white tower drop. Further forward? Nah, I mean, he can't with the Men-at-Arms, right? But the problem is, he needs to be fast about this. Yeah, because MSN's on the way. And he realizes the error. He pulls it further back. Into TC range here. That white tower doesn't look very dominant. Also, it doesn't look like it really secures anything, if I'm being totally honest. Men-at-Arms are going to be able to start poking in, potentially. But they'll have to address the Lords first. right? No, dude, just full on sends it in. Start torching. I mean, I guess you have to kill the lords before you torch, right? Oh. He's going to split it. Villagers chased away again. Torches start to come out. The pressure will begin to mount. MSN behind this is saving up for Castle himself. Lords start to stand their ground. The problem is they keep fighting. They cannot heal. What MSN's trying to do here is difficult, though. Diving the TC, an English TC, it has a lot of firepower. He's going to poke at the villagers again. There is no additional men-at-arms coming, by the way. This is all that MSN has for this play. Healing's starting to kick in. This is the frustration. Keeping that constant pressure, trying to stop that, doesn't really work out the way intended because the Abbey King's placement. So, Mia will make it into castle, but MSN did gap close it. Yeah, he's not too far off himself. But even just slowing this down, I mean, you just see the pain of like what you had to dive with. You have to minus 1,800 resources from this. This destroyed value is a lie. MSN did not trade that well. It's just that Mia cancelled and then placed the white tower again. Yeah, if I'm casting your games, please don't keep placing and cancelling things. It really screws with the spectator experience. Thanks. Regnant's now coming through. Wait a second. Switches to a Burgrave on the edge of the map. What? In what? Well, please tell me that was a miss. Okay, thank God it was a misclick. It is a Regnant's. I was about to say, there's no logical world in which you build a Burgrave further away from the opponent's base. So yeah, Regnant's is being hidden. That's pretty crafty, actually. These Earlsguard are really frustrating if they find you. Same with the Lords. Remember, Lords get auto-upgraded now. They have more armor when they hit castle than they used to. They're so much more tanky. But Mio now knows, right? He sees the ruins of the landmark, but he doesn't know where it is. Oh, no! He's going the other way! Oh my god. Even if this one Lord finds him, surely it won't be enough. This is ridiculous. This is insane. Because he doesn't have a scout. Like, this is... this is the thing. Scouts win games, and this is a pristine example of it. Oh my god. Just looks like he's given up looking. We'll just continue to constrict the base, but... like it or lump it, MSN's done it. Castle Age will be attained. He's also got food gathering over here, which means he does have the ability to now pump out new units. Gold will be his biggest problem. Bit of an interesting choice. I mean, it's only 125 gold, but I thought he might value getting the crossbowman instead, considering he doesn't really have much gold at the moment. Did he just trade? Oh, wait, no. Oh, whoa. I feel blind right now. MSN has stretched his economy at 10 minutes across the entire map. This is ridiculous. And he's done it against someone that's rushed Castle Age with Earlsguard. That's so dangerous. And it gets even more dangerous, right? Knights are now coming. Mio knows there's only one way that MSN can still be functional in this game. It's a big old game of whack-a-mole waiting to be played. And Mio, well, he brought the Mario hammer. You know the one that goes... din, 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 din. He knows. He knows. The wall from MSN. It's not going to be quick enough. He'll be able to get through the other side. But the Earlsguard are now coming. MSN, it was a valiant effort, but this is going to be the thing that seals his fate. No wheelbarrow, nowhere to run, and nowhere to hide. The Vietnamese player is able to strike back. An extensive lead now starting to build. Up by 5 workers. MSN with no relics to his name. And more still falling. But the pattern continues, folks. regardless of the fact that it is going to be a longer series, the game length has not increased. We have yet to have a game that will breach 15 minutes. That makes sense. Crossbows could maybe carry him through, but there's already an Olsguard chasing there. You don't need scouts, guys. You just need to sense the enemy. What the fuck? What is this series? Like, seriously, what is this series? Oh, absolutely brilliant. Oh, man. I did tell you guys that the memeathon could be real. And what is up, Mr. Magoo? Thank you very much. Appreciate the sub. Welcome back to the Swarm. Wait, did you just resub for 9 months in a row? If so, whoa, legend. Hello. Thank you very much. I always get confused with whether it means you subbed for 9 months in a row or you just dropped 9 months worth of subs straight away. I mean, either way, it's a smart choice. You know, because we have got KPMMs week after week after week, which, by the way, KPMMs will return tomorrow. Whoop, whoop. Oh, man. All right, so the boys should have our next game ready in a second. Where is it? Ah, there it is. All right, guys. It's time for the broken pick. Here comes China. Choo-choo. But he's got his Japanese. He's got China. I'm not a China fanboy. I'm just being realistic. The Civ is kind of busted. All right, so Mio gets on the board. I'd be bloody impressed if he gets the win over China. But, like, once again, the thing you have to always remember, it's not just about picking a Civ, it's also about executing that Civ. Are there tournaments for lower elo? Yeah, it's called Q and the ladder, bro. There's some tournaments that happen, but, like, the thing is that the idea of tournaments, right, is, like, you can just, I'd say just go organize a community tournament of, like, low-ranking games, right? You can't really put money into low-ranked games because the problem is people start smurfing. Doesn't matter if it's just $20 prize pool, people will smurf. We don't need Slogfest. I mean, it'd be nice to maybe see the 20-minute mark, though, you know? I don't feel like 20-minute mark is hitting Slogfest. That's just hitting mid-game. We have yet to hit mid-game ever in this series. And I'm starting to doubt we ever will. But it means we get to that Vortix series quicker, right? Actually, no, because we got to wait, apparently, 50 more minutes from this point for that one to start. Oh, dear. You don't see Smurfs in Rising Empires? Do they actually have... Is there money on the line? Or I thought that was just for bragging rights. But also, here's the thing, like, you know, but there's also ways where you could not know. Like, if someone wanted to be subtle about them smurfing, they could convincingly, like, not look like they're smurfing. Within reason. Alright, here we go. If this man can beat the most broken Civ in Age of Empires 4, he is a god, and he deserves to go through for a rematch against Vortix. Welcome back to the channel, folks. MSN has got the Chinese pick. Mio Maika goes to his comfort pick of the Japanese. A powerful, good pick right now. But I'm not sure if it can hold a candle against China. We're going to have to see if he's able to here because that score is not correct. Mio Maika is at risk of elimination here in this $3,000 tournament. If he loses this game, he is out. And MSN will proceed through. And I mean, in some ways, you kind of expect him to. When you look at this draft, this is a crazy draft to be handed in a best-of-5 tournament series. MSN would be kicking himself if he couldn't deliver this. Gorge is going to be our map number 4. And so far, we have yet to see a game crack past 15 minutes between these two. Could this finally be the one? Mio looking at his spawn. Deer and berries really close together. In some ways, not bad. Gold, opposite side to the food sources. So you've basically got a food pull one way and a gold pull the other, but you've got some deer overlap. On the other side of the map, MSN, I think you'll like the fact that this is deer split left and right on both players' bases. Just because if you want to go pro scouts, it sets you up very nicely. I do wonder if instead, though, we could maybe see something like an archer opening here. I think it's slept on quite a bit with China, but actually quite powerful. Because of their production point, they're able to push out the first few archers so quickly, and it just forces your opponent to make frustrating reactions. Spreading anti-China propaganda? What are you on about? I'm trying to get them nerfed. That's the opposite. Neo. Should just be a coRe, right? There's no way he's thinking of coReing this, right? Wait, oh no, did he? Oh no. He pulled too early. He thought he had more. Oh my god, we're getting coRe. Of course, if there was anyone who was going to try this, it would be me or Micah. This build has been dead for a long time, right? Like, people stopped doing coRe when the Dark Age Rax Rush meta began, because you just never want to build Spearmen into Shinobi. You're just basically begging your opponent to build into Archers at that stage. More than you need to usually beg. But man, our boy's going spicy here. Mio Micah, he wants to taste that game number 5. And coRe is a hard and aggressive type formatting here, right? You play very quick out the gates and you don't slow down. Which could, in theory, work against China, but my concern here is, like, this is not going to stay hidden. Especially when you build it like this. Oh, no. It's been seen already. So why is this so important? MSN might have been considering pro scouts, especially the amount of gold he's been gathering. He may still go towards it, but this now lets him know that it's important to open up with some archers to counterplay the Shinobi. And what else could you do here? You don't really want to do Horseman as Shinobi. Spearman's terrible in Shinobi. It just feels awkward because, like, he just pulled more people into gold after seeing this. I don't think he could fast castle. He's only got 8 sheep. That's impossible. Pro Scouts is attack. So remember, guys, Pro Scouts is professional scouts. It allows you to pick up deer and bring them back to your base. It's a bloody powerful deck. We just came off the back of metas that were dominated by it. Yeah, first Shinobi on the way. These lads are cheeky and dangerous. MSN is still gathering gold, so he's going pro scouts. Yo, pull back now. Queues it up. But he saw, like, he definitely saw it. He's definitely seen it this time. But just doesn't care. Which is odd, because, guys, like, you research pro scouts very quick as China. It only takes you about half a minute. So why would you rush it here instead of just securing yourself, is what I'm wondering. Does he not think that Shinobi can stop scouts? That's quite the bold thing to think, no? He's going to start with the stables. What's MSN up to? Because I don't see how you get past the Shinobi unnoticed. Especially considering that Shinobi guys have incredible line of sight. Look at this. You know when you watch like the anime and the Shinobi gets ready to fight you and he kind of like, he squints his eyes a little bit like, I will kill you sort of thing. Like he's giving you evils. That's why. Because they're always giving you evils, they just have that extra vision. They're always in focus mode. That's the only reason I can come up with as to why they have this much vision. Maybe it's because they've got this tiny piece of gap on their face they can see out of. So they're fully fixated when they look out of it. But either way, Shinobi have an insane line of sight. I mean, I guess you have to have great vision. In your training, you're probably going to have to catch a bunch of kunai being thrown at you. And we do not have the archers. Okay, so MSN, it's a bit weird, actually. He built the stables, did not use the stables at all, and then built the archers. They can teleport and I'm worried about the eyesight? I mean, sure, like, I can explain the teleportation. That's just heresy. That's witchcraft. We burn people for that. What do we do about this? Like, because I'm a forward-thinking guy, okay? I can respect and understand the mistakes people made around Galileo. Like, this could just be that he's got a telescope. That's not witchcraft. We shouldn't burn a man for that. We shouldn't bankrupt him. The teleporting, they're going to stick to that. Let's not burn the house. Me and Mike are just harassing, and he does have a tech coming. Oh my god. Are we getting game 5? It smells like game 5. This is really good for Mio. This was the piece that really kept the Shinobi build quite popular, is the bait and switch. However, it does come with a negative, and that's usually food. But you can see that Mio's done a great job there. He has got 18 sheep in this game. He's Kushki, mate. How has he still got 18 sheep? He exhausted the berries first, right? He went Tawara into Takazaiku to make it a better gathering rate. Damn, this is impressive. And now MSN, he went too deep. 8 archers is a lot. So at least getting him his pro scouts play. But he's losing scouts still. Yeah, like that, Mio. It's probably worth sacking the Shinobi just to get one more kill. A little bit of a weird indecision there. Tries to come back in. MSN still getting delayed on retrieving the deer here. Has at least snuck some back from the west side as well, though. The tech up now complete. Archers came in just a little bit too late. Mio. He loses one worker. He's lucky it's not more, but no, the Yorishiro is a waste. Oh my god. Mio Maika, what is this man's obsession with building landmarks out of town center range? It's insane. I can't believe this, man. I mean, we've seen it look good from in games like the Lancaster game, but here it could have cost him dearly. MSN, I mean, this is my scary thought, is you just wasted the Yorishiro on the worst thing to start off with here. Remember, he skipped on the extra production rate that would have been invaluable. You need that production rate because now MSN's going to catch up. And reminder, he can supervise to pump out more heavy cav. Bonkers. I can't believe it. It's like Mio Maika was... It's like watching someone play a board game where they're like, I am almost at the end. And then they, for some reason, just like go past 100 and go back to 0. Like, we don't have a start overall. You're just at 0 again. Right? Because like he done so well to get an edge here. Now may be quite hard to leverage. We'll at least get the dive in. The correct micro. It should be a double kill, but there you go. Gets the final touch. Okay, so not too bad. But now things are likely to get bad, right? Like your second Yorishiro is going to be coming out soon. But by the time you've got it in, MSN should have more heavy cav. Or mirrored at least. Yeah, it comes down to whether he supervises. You can see his 14-second production rate. And the other problem here is like Mio Maika, it's not just a case of, oh my god, he has more lancers than me. The other problem here for Mio Maika is because his lancers were so delayed, there's nothing as a follow-up to block the pro scouts. So at this point where you could have started to starve MSN out of food, he's getting extra home. And yeah, just to run through Yorishiro drops. If you drop it in a production building, it increases the production rate 1.5. If you drop it in a house, it gives food. If you drop it in a TC, it increases production rate down to 15 seconds for villages. And then if you drop it in a lumber camp, 75 wood. And then finally, if you drop it, well, if you drop it in marketplace or a forge, it gives you gold. And then finally, if you drop it in a wonder, you get an extra 4,000 HP on a wonder. Wait, what? Was this intentional? I still wonder if the first one was a mistake. Because the first one, remember, he had to run just to drop off before he'd lose it. I'm not convinced the first one was entirely planned. But now it is the plan, which is kind of wacky, but does make sense when you remember that Miyamika does not have coRe Storehouse. He will eventually run out of food and have no farms. Lance is already arriving, though. Well, LOL's going to buy a little bit of time, but this Yumi made of plastic. Yeah, MS is like, oh, okay. I mean, if you're just going to stand there, don't mind me. Veterancy kicking in a few seconds, though. MSN, quite the robust formation of troopers behind this, right? Crossbows, spears, archers. Bit of everything. What a wacky game. And Mio is going full archer mass. Yeah, so I think this Mad Samurai opening, he's hoping it's baited MSN to react too hard into spears. My only concern is, like, does this really mirror the idea of mass samuraiing like you normally would around 20 minutes, right? Like, yeah, these farmhouses are nice, but without farms, I do feel like you're just going to lose the race on heavy cav eventually. Especially if you don't start moving out soon to eat the deer. As a reminder, if the deer are never taken by Miyamika, then MSN will eventually get round to them with pro scouts. Yes, Freya. Thank you, Freya. Apparently I have a point. I don't know what I have a point for. Lancers are just going to move away. They're shying away from it because right now a lot of them are actually looking to raid. Yeah, he was expecting Miyamika to jump out of the food. This army's not really as threatening as it really should be. You know, the Yumi mass on the front line not big, only 11 of them. And now it's going to turn into a sandwich. MSN knows something that Mio does not. This was an overextension, as he's about to find out. Lancers show up. It's going to be a body block on the retreat. Samurai are going to try to turn around, but the Spearmen are just so close to the fight. They actually get path back towards them. Disastrous moment there. Reinforcements from Mio now arriving. The night lead maintained by MSN. Second relic. Already home for Mio. Actually, make it the third. Oof.
Hi, Stream.
Yeah, hi, stream. No, you can't sit on my lap, darling, later.
Bye, Stream.
Yeah, bye, stream. See you, Frey. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye, see you soon.
It's not quite time to say bye to Mio, though. No, he's holding on. This is impressive. Him getting this many relics back, I wasn't quite expecting. MSN should secure the other two, though. This is going to come down to micro. And Miyamika is no slouch in that department. We've seen it plenty of times in the past. Clash going to come through. Okay, I say he's no slouch in the micro, but a lot of these Yumi are attacking lances. Now Samurai trying to stab him from the back. There's a few crossbowmen targeting them down, though. MSN starts to back away. Means he's going to forfeit the crossbowman. A re-engage comes through from the Lancers, but the Yumi target fire is going to be there. All but one crossbowman down, but the Lancer numbers still favor MSN. And the military numbers are a little bit deceptive, aren't they? You know, that's the thing. Yumi are cheaper. There would be more of them, but Mio looks to try and maintain advantage on range mass. It's going to be an Onimusha switch, so he'll have his own crossbows to try and answer what MSN is dishing out. Will it be enough now as my thought here? Because MSN, if he had been reacting with the same comp, Onimusha would be the thing to crack it open. But look at what MSN's doing. It's actually a switch into Horseman. This is smart. On Pro Scouts, definitely affordable. Yeah, he's maybe running a little bit thin on that food source. We are seeing him move out for the boar now. Ninja was a good idea until he missed the timing. Yeah, I mean, it's the floating gate placement, right? Like, imagine how different this game looks with his strategy if he doesn't place a floating gate at the front of his base like this. It was a great read by MSN, by the way. Like, he read for it straight away. He's like, oh, there's no more shinobi? There's no horsemen? Oh, you're attacking. I'll just run across with archers. Great intercept. MSN. Could he end this series with his signature move? The one that he opened with, right? The mass horseman strat. We know he's a big fan of it. This is the way he likes to play it. Barbican. Where's he dropping this? Might be good to drop it on the gold. No, he connects the base. Okay, so he secures the food. So now he's going to have the song, because the thing is, like, normally you eventually have to go for this with China against Japan, because most Japanese players now are dropping, like, the third Yorishiro into a TC. We can see that Yorishiro never got dropped in the town center. It's just more farmhouses. Is this 4 farmhouse Yorishiro? Am I missing one? Yeah. Yeah, it's 4 Yorishiros and farmhouses. I'm just blind. I don't think I've seen anyone do this. Does Coca give any passive benefits? No. So if you're not building a Shinobi, it's worthless. Which is kind of unfortunate. So right now, the Yorishiro is getting an extra, what, 7, is it 300 or 280 food? Pretty sure it's meant to be 300, but the UI was bugged. Maybe it's 70. I think it's 70 these days, so it's 280 food a minute, which isn't bad. That's like almost a quarter of his food income. But MSN is still competing, man, and I'm worried. Mio, he may have gone a bit too hard into range units. A guy who plays Zerg relying on range this much, it's almost like watching a Terran. Yeah, and I don't think he's aware. MSN, this is his secret strategy. Well, it doesn't feel very secret when everyone should expect it these days. He masked the horsemen, he hides them in the back, and he's waiting for that moment. Me and Micah fell victim to this exact strategy once this series already. Is it short-term memory loss or adaptation and an overcome? MSN with the ride by. We'll just force the reaction. Gold gathering on the east side. So me and Micah's got plenty of gold to work with now. Food will eventually still become a problem for him. You know, normally Japan's advantage here is they have coRe storehouse, so they're padded for food better than China. That's not the case in this game. I love that MSN just resisted the temptation to go for siege, even though he went for the clock tower. And the reason that's a good thing here to not do that is your opponent's got speed. It's all about speed, and you're playing wide on the map, right? You're playing to the center of the base and then the far east. So Nesta Bees would struggle a little to rotate. Horseman just gives you that kill power. And if you start winning a fight, you can just chase it down for the win in a way that Nesta Bees can't quite do. It's almost the moment of truth. MSN has been sitting on this like it's a nuclear weapon. Mio steps up. Deja vu about to strike. He's been here before. It feels uncomfortable. The horsemen are in! He didn't see it coming! Mad Samurai tried to block, but it's not gonna work! MSN twice in this series with the mass horseman to get the massive win! Few Mad Samurai left, but quickly falling. What an amazing play by MSN. Fool me once, shame on you. Fool me twice. What do you mean you fooled me twice? I don't remember the first time. Me and Micah are now heavily outnumbered and outclassed in quality and quantity. And this is the difference between Nesta Bees and Horsemen. Horsemen get the chase like this in a way that Nesta Bees never can. Just to run down what little remains of Mio Micah's Grand Army. Neo. Full retreat, just trying to buy some time as he sets up the farm. Says this isn't over yet, but reminder, MSN is getting through the most uncomfortable phase of his game. Farms continue to expand. Would love to see him just play out onto Sacred Sites now. Control the map. Milk it for all it's worth. While keeping this pressure going. Where are you going? Oh, what? That's a gift. Okay, Mio does react in the end. MSN's just going to keep going deeper. A lot of auto time being achieved here, though. It's going to circle towards the workers, but Mount Samurai there, so we'll just have to keep running. Still, this is great, right? You're just idling your opponent's army, what remains of it in the base, while more and more granaries get added in. And the slow boy army is catching up now. So much your army is chasing after. But the 1-2 strike could actually happen, but MSN decides against it. Thinks it's too risky. MSN's had Song for quite a while. He had Song before that fight. He built it when the berries still existed. That's why he's got a villager lead. Because your warriors, your opponent's going to do a Yorishiro drop. You have to go for Song at a reasonable time. Otherwise, you assume that Japan is building more villages than you are. Because, once again, most players will go Yorishiro TC. Most. Because, you know, also most don't put 4 Yorishiros in farmhouses. So the argument about like extra movement speed, there's some credibility behind it. The logic being is that the crossbows won't be able to catch up. I still think it's a hard fight for Mio to win, but like, yeah, he could have taken less casualties, returned more damage if he was kiting a bit. Like, his problem was on the initial approach, he didn't really retreat, he just kind of stood there. So that once the horsemen started reaching him, they were able to fully envelop. The idea is that that shouldn't happen with Yumi. Flash coming in. Things that shouldn't happen is a miraculous defense, but Miyamika might be making it work here. The crossbowmen are not able to carry through. The Mount Samurai not dying quite quick enough. Horsemen will pull back and now look for the resurge. Second part of this fight looks a lot better for MSN. He's clearing the wave. The Yumi, they're not quite as powerful as you'd like to see in this fight, but it's going to be enough to scare MSN back. Still, crossbow, same count versus Yumi. Crossbow will win that. It's just the horseman that really matters here. And this is the annoying thing about being Yumi horseman. You can't now just switch into spears. You could, however, switch into Palace Guard. Wouldn't be a bad idea here to add in just a few PG alongside the horseman. Just to kind of muddy things. In fairness, though, because your opponent doesn't really have vast amounts of melee power, I guess you just feel like Palace Guard is kind of wasted. By some miracle, guys, not only do we have a game that has gone beyond 15 minutes, it's starting to feel like this game could go for another 20. Maybe not 20, with Sacred Sites ticking anyway. Horsemen are going to be sneaking out to try and decap. Reminder, MSN does have cavalry to respond to this, though. He also has a lot of gold from these Sacred Sites, which is why you're seeing him pivot back into Lancers. So that's going to be his answer to the Yumi Horseman mass. Respectable answer when you've got this much food income, actually. Decap is definitely not going to work. Yeah, Neo, quick on the fingers, will pull away before it gets messy. Never a fight you'd be able to win. I don't know what happened. Sometimes these walls. Nice tower from MSN. Would love to see him just get a little bit of stone here. Sprune on placements are incredible in these type of situations. Especially when you got that ticking time bomb. Like, actually slapping an outpost fortified on each of these Sacred Sites is quite valuable. It means that Miyamika can't just send one unit over for a free decap. He'd have to hard commit a full army. So we dive into the center with that full army. MSN. It's quite the turnabout here because Mio wasn't expecting this. The Lancers reveal themselves. The Horsemen cannot equalize the trade. Mio, if it was just pony on pony, he's a better with the Bannerman. But now they're outclassed. This is the fight that MSN was fishing for. He allowed Mio to just walk up again, just like before, once again, only this time with a different form of pony. Shut him down upon arrival. I mean, you could try to switch Onimusha. It's your only real move here against Lancer. You can't go Mount Samurai yourself against this many crossbows. Spears could actually be an option for Mio, but instead he just queues up more Yumi. This looks over. He's stuck. It's crazy as well. He's got enough gold for a transition technically. He just hasn't got enough time. The kiddo will strike for the third time in this best of 5. And twice Mio Micah fell victim to the mass horseman strat. Unbelievable. Like, I mean, that one's probably uploadable just with the title. He can't keep winning games like this. Secret mass horseman. Lost the third one on purpose, so my prediction was correct. I think we actually in the end changed ours and said we're going to be spicy, and we said it would be free too, just to make it like, because we had too many free ones. Oh, god damn. Now, that was before we saw the draft. The draft is like, the draft made it free 100%. GG's MSN. Okay, so he's got half an hour until his next game. Right, MSN? I think you can't start early with the Vortix series, correct? So we can probably hop in and check in on what's happening on the other series. If that's the case, which I believe it is. Because there's Valdemar... sorry, not Valdemar. There's Sass versus Gully going on. What were the other ones? Let me check our predictions. Sass versus Gully, Ezra versus Starflark, and Scatterbrain versus Myriad. Wait, are you legit having to FF? Oh my god. Guys, it's happening. Denmark, after many years of bitterness and not being Vikings anymore, are going to try to invade Britain again. It's happening. Jesus Christ, I'm in danger. Well, actually, no, we're not in that much danger. We got an aircraft carrier, we're fine. Really? Nah, dude. Well, that's an underwhelming outcome. Damn. Mio versus Vortix? No, I think it's just Vortix default through then. Which is just a really sucky look for a tournament, to be honest. To have that happen. It's nightmare fuel, man. Unfortunate. Alright. See you, MSN. Congrats. But not. Wait, guys, that means my Frio prediction was right. I was so on point. Look at this. 100%. We said 0 free Vortix. If default is a 0 free. Damn, we're good. All right, but guys, what we can do now is we can hop into one of the other series. So because we're changing track and not watching the Vortix one, that leaves us with... We can either follow Group D, which is Scatterbrain Myriad, and then winner against B. Group B is winner against coRe, or Group A is winner against Valdemar. I think we do Scatterbrained Myriad, which right now is 2-1 to Myriad. He won Gorge, he won Holy Island, he lost Kawasan. They're now into a 4th game. It's cast by Anatan, just FYI. Okay. Oh, really? He's not casting in Russian, though? He's casting in Russian, right? Got you. Wait, is Stropper... Dude, like... I mean, you say that. There's literally two Russian broadcasts doing the Anatan... doing not the Anatan one, doing the same. Yo, what's up, Frodo Bolson? Thank you very much for the raid, my friend. I hope you had a good stream. I mean, guys, do you want to see Myriad versus Skybrain game 4? Or Sass versus Gully? Is that still going on? How have they only played one game? Bro, how long must this second game that they're in be? The first game was 34 minutes long. Second's Dry Arabia, Otto versus Mali. Oh my god, is this going to be like an hour-long game? Jesus Christ. What am I in for? What have I just clicked on? Like, everyone else is, like, done or in fourth game. And this is the second one. Alright, so Sass. Gully. If someone can find and send over the draft towards the end of this game, I'll appreciate it. Because I ain't got time to find it. Alright. Let's get ready to go. Alright. Apparently, these two are big fans of each other. Seriously, whenever you see these two in chats, they're just like, oh yeah, big fan, insert name. Welcome back to the channel, folks. It's the good old classic Malian versus Ottomans. And we've got Sass, rightfully the Turk on the Turkish, up against Gully Dekul on what might be considered his signature civ. Yes, I mean, HRE might have been the civ that was able to get him to top 10. But really, Gully loves Malians like no other. This is his go-to. And we're here in this $3,000 tournament right now. Winner of this goes up against Valdemar. Gully Dekul would be a different opponent. Sass would be a rematch after Valdemar put Sass in this lower bracket 3-1. Gully, a bit more expected, got 3-0'd by Marine Lord. But, I mean, there's no shame in the loss for Sass against Valdemar, considering that Valdemar, yesterday, almost beat Marine Lord in a best of 5. It was wild to witness. So we're just doing a little bit 2xp because we want to get into the feudal age. We want to be close to the live because this series is already underway. Our plans got abruptly changed when one of the players dropped out. So Mansa versus the military school. Looking at the spawn, I like the deer placement. Berries as well. Actually, like, Sass has a pretty wallable spawn for mid-game. A little bit tricky if Malians play pro scouts because that's going to come in early, but I feel like Malian players have been moving away from that. And what the hell am I seeing there? A Sultani trade network. Not really your norm these days, folks. Yeah, like, Sultani trade network completely fell off ever since people start playing feudal all-ins with Ottomans. So what is Sass up to? Is there a world in which this is delayed pro scouts? Is this just a blunt, fast castle? Because he's playing out onto deer. I mean, it could just be FC. Problem is, if Gully sees this, he can react quite easily. You know, even just the warrior scouts are quite annoying, quite good harassers. I mean, the military school is producing spears for free, for sure. And it is going to be a Rax opening from Gully. Okay, so he's going to play Donzos because he's assuming there's going to be Sipahi. Because in fairness to him, like, any sane person against Ottomans right now assumes Sipahi. Because Sipahi, if you were to look up the stats for Ottomans and most built units at high level, I would easily just drop hundreds upon hundreds of bucks on it being Sipahi. It is the unit that makes the world go round for this civ. In the early game, in the late game, even in the mid game. But weirdly enough, not in Sass's game. No, we've got the meta now on the way. A little bit of stone gathering, so extra military school's coming. So he's going for the delayed surge, where he's not looking for the value of that first 1, 2, 3 units. What Sass is more interested in is the efficiency of bulking around 10, 15, courtesy of just getting the passive production in so early. So for that reason, we should just be seeing a blacksmith as the first priority once he has the wood. Wolves from Gully. This is a very defensive game from both of them, opening-wise, right? Like, even if the plan here is for SAS to attack around 15 minutes, let's say, the beginning is very much a lax one, right? If one player attacked the other, it would have been problematic. You know, for Gully, it would have meant no secondary gold, and for SAS, it would have meant no deer. Gully. He actually has a really crap spawn for the way he's playing this, right? He's got no accessible deer in a game where he's only got 5 sheep. Reminder, SAS has still got 12 sheep before he even goes for the Anatolian Hills point. SAS now adding in the stables. Gully, it's just raw Donzo right now. What an unusual game. At least opening-wise, not really your normal. And while we have this little bit of a calming point, I'm going to try and find the draft. Because I am curious to see if someone got a clear edge there. We've got the Imam point, so it's definitely SAS looking for an attack point here. For sure. So let's have a look. SAS versus Gully. Okay, so I've got their draft. SAS got Knights, Templar, Rus, Japan, Mongols, Lancaster, French, and Ottomans. But Gully, damn, he got Shushi, HRE, Byzantines, Delhi, Ayum, and Malians, and then finished with English. That's a pretty powerful draft. And water variants, there's only Kawasan. Like, actually, like Gully, I'd say, won the draft. Yeah, so SAS picked Knights Templar for the backup plan on Kawasan. But, like, Shushi's a decent answer to that anyway. I'd say that matchup is, like, back and forth as teeter-tot. There's no, like, we haven't had a clear, this is just a default win, if that does happen. But we'll see if we get to that. In fact, yeah, let me just load the draft. Here you go, guys. So this is the draft that I was talking about. So, yeah, you see that? That's a pretty wacky draft. I'm a little bit surprised by that. Yeah, let's hop back in anyway. Alright, we're going to 2x a little bit. While we get to the build-up. Donzo Mass discovered. I don't think SAS was expecting quite that many spears. And also, I've flipped their names around by accident. Whoops. Why is there a Freeville gap? Did he go textiles? He did not go textiles. What? And it's, I mean, it's obviously not Paxos Amana this early. So Gully just skipped on villager production. That's a big whoops. He has at least got the 2 pit mines to make up for it, sure. But your opponent's also playing passive production with military schools. It looks like SAS may have, like, missed slightly village production as well, but nowhere near as much as Gully, right? We have got the ranchers coming in, however. This is going to make Gully feel a lot better. Oh, wait, you're right. My brain. Oh, my God. I got baited too. Yeah. Oh, dude. Trade network. I'm so used to not seeing it. So, wait. SAS? Wait. So, SAS missed out on villages? Slightly, right? Because he should be 3 ahead. And it's more like he's 1.3 ahead. So he skipped on villager production because there's no textiles. So Gully didn't miss on worker production. Wait, why did it just go up to... Oh, he's adding in traders now. He's actually adding in extras. Huh. Because remember, you start with 3 by default. Okay, so SAS just looking for poke pressure. I think he knows that Gully's just trying to tech now. And what does SAS really have to show for us? He's massing up archers to the Donzos, but they're not in position to do anything, is the weird part. Yeah, the archers are very defensive from SAS. Maybe he doesn't think that it's Fulani rushed. But he's in for a rude awakening. 12 cows and into castle. Now kind of an uncomfortable position, right? Like sending your archers forward without the Sipahi entirely does reek of an oddity, shall we say. A little bit abnormal. Sipahi. Archers are going to charge in. Gully gets found out on the deer. So that's not too far from an A-job. We should be seeing Mehmed Imperial Armory coming through. I'd be shocked if we got the other one. Yeah, people don't tend to do the Istanbul Imperial Palace. I think we've yet to see it actually win. Win because it was picked. Right? It's almost like it's just a meme or a little cherry on top of an already won game. Gully. I assume he's going to stay on infantry here. The tricky part about going Sofa is, especially if you're both walling in, the Janissaries answer you really well. Looks like he's yet to make a choice, actually. Gully, a lot of wood gathering, and it is going to be stables. Okay, so he values the Sofa beginning, but reminder, guys, if the map starts to get cut up and you see walls everywhere, Sofa starts to lose value, Janissaries start to gain value. Right? Janissaries actually counter Sofa very hard. The problem is quite often Janissaries can't get the fight they're looking for. I think you'll be able to secure relics. I think because you've gone Donzos and your opponent already bulked longer and feudal, you kind of accept you can't rush relics here. Like, you can sneak one or two, like these ones. But I'd be surprised if he ends up with the majority of relics. Sass, with the Imam point in particular, he's already going to be in position to pick up two. That shouldn't be happening, though. What? Gully left wide open. Sass able to go in and start harvesting the cows. Gully needs more Donzo stacked up at home. Instead, it's just additional stables. So he is going full Sofa flood with 9 cow. Yeah, and no food access. That's the weirder thing about this, right? It's like not just that the Fulani isn't full, it's that he doesn't have any alternate food. All of his food options are ahead of where his defenses are set up. This is a very hard spawn that Gully's trying to play here. Gully. I like that he's just going to try and take a poke at it. Does get himself a worker kill. Nicely done there. Because, like, you've come so far. If you just walk home now with nothing, it feels horrible. He does need to be a little bit careful of getting surrounded, though. Sass, he's rotating, looking to intercept reinforcements. Is going to see the first of the Sofa and look to engage. No imported armors. They're actually not that tanky. Nice little find. Catches where the Donzos are not. Even has the melee armor to make it an even easier trade. And activates the Fortitude just to get through those Donzos. A little bit risky there. It works out. And off into the fog he goes. Alright, 1's if you think Sass is going to win this game. 2's if you think Gully is. I'm liking Sass's position a lot more. The thing that's problematic here for Gully, he may end up relying too much on Sofa play. And it's like, it's a weird dynamic. It's definitely micro-oriented, but the way this works, usually, as you get late into the game, you build Sofa, which get countered by Janissary, but Janissary get countered by Poison Archers. But Archers get countered by Sipahi. So, like, we pretty much have each other in a bind, but then what you highlight is the meta, and also Fortitude Sipahi. Not always going to be able to use that Fortitude, but it means if your opponent makes a slight mistake on positioning, you can just wipe him. Yeah, so like, this point in the game, later in the game, you know, like, especially if you get into Imperial Age, Ottoman Sipahi just look gross. They don't look so gross when used like this, though. Yeah, I mean, they're a strong unit, but ego-chowing mass spears is ambitious from Sass. He has got more military school set up, though, so we're up to 4. And he did go for the Advanced Academy, so they're producing quicker. It's also using them to get into knights. Port armor's now on the way for Gully. Gully is doing a good job of just kind of mirroring Sass's moves in the mid-map, which is important because right now Gully's problem has been food. But as he starts to push up into the mid area and forces Sass to react back and forth to him, you start to see him moving out for the food and the gold, right? Food, the key thing that he needs to keep finding here. He's got berries to the north that should be easy to obtain. The deer to the far south a little bit weird. Gully also, by the way, has not gone for the relic down there, so missing out on extra gold. You see what I mean about the Sipahi versus Sofa, though, right? You know, on paper, you just say, oh yeah, Sofa win that fight. But in actuality, when you consider the cost difference, when you consider the way that they scale, Sipahi are surprisingly impactful. A, because the meta to melee armor makes them fairly chunky, but it's also because of how many Sipahi can attack a Sofa. A reminder, they move at the same speed, so like there's no, yeah, but you can always choose where the fight is sort of thing. I was just thinking, Marlians and purple, is that like the most Wakanda color scheme we can get? I don't know if it's because of my glasses, the glass way I get my glasses, they've got like a purple edition Black Panther. I'm trying to remember for the movies. It was Black Panther. Black Panther had like purple trims, right? He did, yeah. So this is Wakanda skin. There you go. Yeah, for those wondering, I always refer to the Malians as Wakandans because of their warrior scouts and their healing abilities. It's superhuman. They have sipped the flowers. This is a very slow mid game. It just feels like we're building for one big fight. The alternative is, that quite often can happen in these situations, is you both just scale to mass pop, and then instead of fighting, you just tech. It does happen quite a lot with these type of army styles anyway. Like Gully, it feels like he's itching for the fight. The weird thing, though, is if you both get popped, it's actually more beneficial for Gully to tech than like, Sass. And what I mean by that is, like, obviously Ottomans have a lot of upsides, but if you're stuck at 200 pop, it means military schools get no value. You have to start losing units for it to be valuable, right? Because if it can't spawn units, you're not getting any extra resource per minute in terms of units. Meanwhile, Gully, if he's at 200 pop, he's still got the cows gathering more food. That's just going to go into the coffers. That'll keep building and building. Breakthrough on the walls for Gully. Sass has backed off behind the walls. He's on the berries and the deer over here, so it'd be problematic if he got dove there right now. Looks like the backstab coming in is enough to make Gully think twice, though. He's at least going to stand in a group of Sofa. I like that. Yeah, Sofa, if it looks dodgy, can get away. The army, the static army, the infantry is the problem. Force reveals himself. The Janissary stuck fighting the unit that they don't counter. Archers able to dodge the mangonel shots, though. Skrill not being target fired down, mind you. The Janissary count, there's only 8 of them. Yeah, and they're left against archers. This is ugly. The Sofa at the back have at least been blocked out, so they won't be able to raid efficiently. They're being cut off by all cavalry. The archers are going to end up forced back. So Sass had a few supply left over. Plus defender's advantage is going to be good enough. And Gully's going to be asking himself questions about where the worth was in that engagement. Yeah, I think for Gully, what he was hoping is that he would be able to just dive in the back and raid. Not the case at all. Good defensive prowess by Sass. Might want to consider just adding in some wolves to the north side soon. Has he got enough gold to go Imperial? He's got the 4k in the corner. 4k in front of his base. It might be worth castle dropping towards an 8k, like over here. In fact, he's already laying the foundation. You can see an outpost drop that would set him up nicely. The more he waits, the more Ottoman becomes strong. To a point. They've got one Vizier point left, and that's it. But the problem for Malians is they thrive when they have mass advantage. But the issue is you start to lose mass advantage as you peak out on villager count, right? Like, that's the weird trade-off here. And wait, he did. He went trade bags. I didn't even think about it at the moment. Oh, damn. We never get to see this, but it makes sense now. He has the Sultani trade network fully capped with traders. Hot damn. And he has the right map for it. Look at this trade post location. So yeah, folks, I talked about wall on the north side. Expect it all the way up. Now, you can tell whoever made the DLC or the expansion that added Malians and Ottomans to the game was secretly a psychopath, because these two civs are actually both phenomenal trading civs. Malians can do it too. Right now, he doesn't have any reason to. Like, Malians tend to go towards trade later than I'd say Ottomans would need to. Just because Ottos, they have a lot of use for gold with things like Janissary and Siege, but they don't have infinite gold. Whereas Malians, even without trade at this point in the game, you can see with the triple pit mine plus the Mansa, he almost has 400 passive gold income off of that alone. And then you talk about, obviously, the relic sacred sites on top. 2 TC play, by the way, so Gully is going to start building a worker lead now. Why? Whose food income is low? Sass's? Because he's on limited food with limited farms. Ottomans aren't a fast farming civ. Takes time. Golly, he's a big boy. Last time splitting up actually hurt him. Will they look for the direct engagement this time? Sass spreading himself thin. He's a small butter boy and he's got a big loaf of bread. Concave emerging. A difficult defense, but the spring shots could be big. Gully, he's not targeting them. Needs to flip target right now. These spring are actually clearing out a decent amount of the Donzos. Spy lasting just long enough, but Sass, he's starting to get brute force down. The siege does get sniped out. Mango's dead. Spring sniped. All siege removed. And win condition achieved. Gully now able to push on through. Sass, it will have to be a full staggered retreat. He has got mass cavalry coming behind this. The Donzo count isn't that crazy for Gully. But a good start. Gully is going to be slowed down by these outposts. Doesn't want to be diving past the sprinter placements. We'll just send in a few to raid. Reminder, Sass, of course, he's still only 1 TC. He went trade bags. Now, the trade bags, by the way, does work on the Sultani trade network, reminder. So normally you get 24 gold, so you get 240. It increases to 336. So although he hasn't actively started trading, he is getting almost 100 extra gold because he pressed this one button. It's not bad, especially when you remember what we said about gold limitations and him needing to find more veins. Looks like he is going to get found on stone and gold, though. Just a few raiders in. Textiles will at least minimize the losses. Gully kind of just wasting even a lot of time over here on this outpost. Yeah, the archers don't kill this fast, remember. Second TC now from Sass. I think Gully, maybe because he built second TC, feels a bit too safe. He's adding in more farms, so he's setting himself up for the late game. I think that's the problem, is he's maybe feeling fragile at 20 farms. But, like, you're a Fulani boy. You've got plenty of extra food, even when you don't have many farms. Yeah, a little bit of an odd slowdown. Dangerous to do against Ottomans just because of their inherent ability to rebloat an army with military schools. I guess I'm not surprised we got to this stage of the game. Like, you know, these are probably the two players' most favorite civs. You know, Sass is all the national pride type things. Like, oh yeah, I'm Turkish. I love playing Turkish. For Gully, I don't know what attracted him to Malians, but it does feel like it's his most played civ at this point. Yeah, both of them flexing strong. I mean, I don't think Ottomans is Sass's most played. I'd put that as like French or Rus. But he's definitely said before it's his favorite civ. Gully. He's fully blobbed on archers. Sass doesn't actually have that many Sipahi. Kind of shocks me here. Then again, his food income is pretty rough. Down to under 1,000 now that the limited food supplies are running out. He's only got a handful of berries left down here. 26 farms deep. He also only has farming tech 1, no secondary. The keep drop now coming in. Sass trying to aggro up here, but realizes quickly his army's far too small as the archer reinforcements arrive. Gully now with the castle drop just to try and secure the 8Ks. You know, he said he doesn't need it that much, and honestly, it's true. He's sitting at 3,000 gold. His comp doesn't use that much gold, folks. It's only the sofa at 60 a pop. But it's not about what he needs. It's about what Sass needs and what he's not going to get. Yeah, it's turning into a starvation-focused game. And looks like we are going Imperial, but Sass is a mile behind. For the Huntress now on the way is going to be dropped on the Southern Sacred Site. To the south anyway, so another focus point around the gold. It's just all about the 8K control. Another thing that's nice at Gully, he still has this fat woodline all the way over here. Yeah, also, if he keep drops one more to the south, he just locks this all in. And what is up, Macabre? I see you with that prime sub. Thank you, mate. Appreciate it. Yo, has Macabre started a chain reaction? Because you guys tend to be like, one does it, everyone does it. Like earlier, one hydrate, we got like 10 hydrates. So now everyone has to just use those prime subs because it is the start of the month, right? That's how that works. Gully almost primed him ready for a win. Sass is at least bulking himself up a bit now with the Janissary Mass. Should be hard just to immediately dive him. I don't think Gully really wants to just rush dive him. Before the Huntress, Sass does dive in. It's just going to be a commitment though. With Textiles, it's impossible to stop him. Even with the Fortitude. Close, but no cigar. 9 workers survive. Age up complete. He did lose some economy, sure, but that's not a bad thing. Remember, Marlians typically need more army than their opponents because they're more about quantity than quality anyway. In some ways, that actually might be a beneficial thing that he went down 10. Sass. He has at least got some defenses to stop him just being now dove. Stonewalls are coming in, so he's prepping for trade. Yeah, also just a way of stopping Sofa raids in the late game. And wait, hold on a sec. I just got like a weird collaborate request from Ben Wolf, who's doing Stormgate. Why am I getting Stormgate collaborate request? I'm checking him now. Like, was that a misclick? Why are we collabing, bro? We're on very different RTSs right now. You guys remember Morph, right? He does a lot of Stormgate content. Props to him. I got it. Like, I gotta give him credit for like the ride or die commitment he's had to that game. It's unfortunate the way it's playing out for him, but I do respect the fact that he tried to pull it through. Like, he didn't just like. He wasn't one of those people who's like, oh, it's going to be the best game ever. And then the next week, he just stopped playing it. I do feel bad for him that it didn't work out. He's a good lad. A little bit of poke raid here. And it has bought the time. Istanbul Observatory is now on the way. And there isn't any direct dive I'm expecting out of Gully. Like, the problem is he's gone mass archers. Mass archers aren't good at going through these defenses to end the game, right? They're very squishy. They won't be able to burn them down. So instead, we're probably going to be seeing a bit of a slower approach. He's already losing the castle drop on the gold. I think Gully just needs to get some siege. Probably just Trebs. You need to be a bit careful now because with Ottomans teching up, they're going to get access to the Great Bombards. He'll start poking in now he's heard the age up. Archer Mass advantaged. Remember, you don't get incendiary arrows with the Marlians, but he has got the precision training, which is giving him bonus damage. Not to mention bowstrings is on the way. Spiral defense is a strong one. Yep, and good read there by Gully. If you dive that choke point, your army will disappear quicker than my bank balance when I go to a authentic Middle Eastern restaurant that has quality hummus. Seriously, I'm ordering like 10 of those to the table. All right. And what is up, Jade Honor? Thank you very much for the sub. Welcome to Swarm. Swarm's getting big. Can we get as big as a Malian army today? You guys are definitely impressing me. Appreciate everyone's been tuning in for the support. Reminder, guys, we are usually streaming Mondays, Tuesdays, Thursdays, and Fridays, so always check in there as well, as KPMM does return tomorrow. But this has been a nice, refreshing change of scenery. Weekend streams. And Bombard's now coming in, so Gully is ticking the box we required here. I think Stormgate actually does look pretty good with all the improvements they made, but they are all burnt. Yeah, like the Goodwill's burnt, it's way too late. Remember what I said, guys. Like, imagine if Age of Empires 4... Like, think of the size Age of Empires 4 is now. Imagine if it released like this now. If AoE 4 released like this now, it would be 10 times bigger than what it is. Right? That's just the nature of launches. Like, you can't take it back. Why do you think Overwatch decided to just basically make a fake Overwatch 2? Same logic, right? Just, like, relaunching the product can be a good thing. Unfortunately for them, because they took away the few things that would have justified a relaunch, they failed there. And what is up, Kent and Brad? I appreciate it as well, mate. Thank you for the sub. Welcome to Swarm. Okay, so Great Bombard queued up, but Sass doesn't have it yet. He does, however, have the emplacement, but remember, the shots from that are ranged. That means 85% of that damage doesn't impact. So instead he starts targeting others. We're playing 10 PM Marley right now. Janissary defense is going to scare him away for the moment. He's got a few lances mixed in, but the poison archers are pretty threatening here to everything coming their way. Yeah, it's difficult to maintain a pushback with Janissaries here. Villagers are going to keep repairing. Mangonels have almost arrived. Now, this is good. The mangoes, there's not enough bombards to insta-kill a mango yet. No, you can see it's awkward. He gets it left on 20 HP. Archers are being finned. Yeah, Gully with the switch. He's going to be going into Musafadi Gunners. Okay. This is pretty cool to see as a pivot. You don't often get to that stage because Gunners just feel so pricey, weirdly enough, for a civ that has so much gold. It just always seems out of reach. Mainly because I feel like Marlins just aim for an endpoint around 30 minutes, but no, this is going deep enough. So he's discarding all archers, replacing them with all Gunners. Not just that. That's unfortunate. I was about to say, for the Huntress, if it wasn't all the way to the south, that would be very useful for the first strike ambush as well. Stormgate got to a reasonable place to replace SC2, but burned out most of the support. Yeah, and I think, like, I just don't agree with the influencer marketing campaign, like, effort there. I think the game wasn't ready to be soft launched the way it was with that much money. Like, they spent a lot of money getting big streamers, etc., to play the game for a few hours when the product wasn't there yet. Like, if they at least had that reserve and they put that into a crazy last-ditch effort, you know, we're going to spend $1 million or $2 million on marketing now, they might have had a shot at making a recovery. It's still difficult, though. I think it's, part of it is the nature of, like, financial misscope, overscope, because they did want to do a lot of the game. And then finally, they were in the unfortunate situation if they got caught with their hand in the cookie jar in the middle of a downslope when it came to investments and well, the IT sector as a whole. Anyway, looks like it's a downslope moment for the Ottomans. Sass is just struggling to compete on military size here. And with the Gunner's arrival, things are going to get ugly fast. Janissaries are no longer the biggest and scariest gunner in these fights. Great Bombard is at least the biggest gunpowder unit in these fights. Yeah, Gully doesn't have an answer to that still, so he has to retreat. I think Gully just needs to get to the free bombard count and hold steady. Like, free bombard starts to get a bit scary for great bombards. Right? Because bombards, normal bombards, they hit for 55 damage. So you need 5 hits to kill a great bombard. If you have 3, that's 2 rounds and it's dead. How the hell has Sass got so much gold, by the way? I'm actually impressed that he hasn't ran out yet. Almost 2,000 gold income a minute is actually wild from his type of position. He has limited access on the front side, although you've been seeing it hurts him. He has snuck out for this gold, so that's 3k extra. Trade seems like it's still going to elude him, though. The trade is very scary to try and play for right now. But I think he's going to have to think about it sooner rather than later. Yeah, because the 8Ks won't be an option at this rate. I mean, both of them already been harvested from 8k down to 5k. And the effort required to get your hands on them is crazy. And one thing I'll at least say in Stormgate's defense, by the way, is I remember talking to some people behind the scenes in the early day that they were actually... They said that they talked to devs, and the devs were kind of scared because everyone had, in their mind, ranked up what was essentially like a AA game into a AAA game off of hype. Yeah, it's one of the kind of things that I think gets overlooked a lot in game development in the market nowadays, is like overhype is real. Think about how many games have been ruined because there was too much expected of them. I don't think that, like, I think Stormgate, like, expected too much of itself, to be honest. Like, that's different. But there's other games that have been unfortunate victims to that. Like, remember No Man's Sky? Holy crap. I need to get back to that game, actually. No Man's Sky is in a really good place now. Flash coming in. Just enough Donzo to keep the Sipahi at bay. And he actually has gone back to archers. I like that, though. That's smart. So I think the problem here with the gunners is, like, they just weren't finding impact against Sipahi. I thought they might be able to. Like, Gully convinced me as well. But, like, the problem here is, why are you going gunners to beat Janissary when archers do it much better? Archers attack quicker. They have more movement speed. They have more range. And they do double damage specifically against Janissaries. It's just a natural choice. Yeah, especially when you can see the guns are, what, 42 damage? And these archers are hitting for half that. They're hitting quicker. Great Bombard counting up to 3. I'm starting to get a bit worried for Gully here, actually. He's still only got 2 Bombards. It's not enough. He does at least have Sacred Site control, so in a way, he could just kind of meat grind this out. But the military gap has shrunk immensely, guys. This is wild. He also doesn't have enough wood for the mass archer strat, so he goes back to gunners out of a necessity of not having wood. Oh boy, and he's on the wrong side of the map. Guys, there's a small tree line here, but then it's a long run all the way to the south. Is he going to lose this because of the stupidity of Great Bombards? I'm starting to think so. Which is freaking crazy, considering how this game was going. Gully. He's going to step up again, but last time when it looked good for him, he had about double the military count. Now, he's behind on it. Great Bombards, able to scare away the baby Bombards. They know who the daddy is. And we know who the true daddy of the late game is. The paternity test has come back. And Ottomans are the father. Great Bombards hitting in. Castle soon to drop. Villagers need to move away. It's happening. Sass, this game looked untenable. His position looked like it should have been up Craps Creek without a paddle. But this man brought a speedboat to a rowing competition. He just needed to find a mechanic to get it all fixed up. And well, the mechanics have arrived, right? The Janissaries able to enable the siege. And the Sipahi finally able to go raiding for the first time in what feels like a century. Starts to change the script a little bit. Gully Deckle now with 8, almost 9,000 food. Just still nothing to do with it. I mean, what do you do now? He doesn't even have that much gold. Because he just got pushed off the gold vein, guys. Like, this is the big problem. He hasn't been gathering down here. So mass gunners isn't really that feasible. He chooses warrior scouts into mass janissary. And Sipahi. This is not a winning solution, guys. Sipahi will laugh in the face of Warrior Scouts. Yeah, there's not enough Wakanda nanotech in the world to convince me that that will beat Sipahi. Great bombards, the Roboticon as well. I can't believe you've got a Roboticon when his opponent's still spamming archers. But whatever, we'll just say misclick, move on. 5 great bombards knocking at the door. 4 the Huntress goes down. Villagers get pinched there as well. There's going to be a dive attempt. Janissaries able to hold steady for the moment. Sipahi coming back around, cutting the reinforcements. The great bombards are able to stand still. It's just a trickle of troopers into a field of death here. Yeah, I mean, the Warrior Scouts, they're just not getting around quick enough. Bombards are moving upfield, but they've got no protection either. An opening and Fortitude activated. The anti-siege solution is gone. And the great bombard count just keeps going up. Gully's chances of winning this game continue downward. I have an archer switch on the way, by the way. Sass. He's already got elite tech. He's prepping Incendiary. Yeah, he's seeing a lot of Donzos and not much else. The great bombard smoke with the Jannies inside looks scary. I mean, isn't this just a... It's just a smoke bomb, right? We're playing Counter-Strike now. Smoke and rush B. Sorry, smoke and rush G for Gully. Oh my god. You know, I've enjoyed watching Ottomans for their feudal presence, and it's bloody impressive. But now that we're getting another game where we're this late, I freaking hate this Civ. It's just... Everyone tries to think they know what the most annoying thing in the game is. Right? And usually it's like, oh, elephants or Chug or nested bees. But come on. There's one thing that you may usually forget about because it doesn't come out often these days. But when it does, you remember. It's like a deeply rooted PTSD that your brain had to forget just for you to not be traumatized. It's the greatest bombard warriors. That was a little bit overkill for one scout. You all forgot, but Pepper Ridge Farm remembered. Great bombards are the most disgustingly vile piece of crap in this game. There's more smoke on my screen right now than you'd get in a Snoop Dogg house party. How do you even see what's happening right now? There's more bass than I get at a Swedish House Mafia concert. How can you hear anything right now? It's just hopeless. We're just stuck in a never-ending meat grinder. But you know what? Passive production versus eventually you're going to run out of trees, Lamau. I'm surprised these scouts can even see what they're hitting amongst all the smoke. There's enough smoke on your screen to actually invoke a cough in real life. You're like, why am I coughing right now? I think I had an experience like this once at an esports event. They wanted smoke for the entry, and we're doing rehearsals on the day, right? And like, all right, cue smoke for walk-in. And I like walk through the smoke. I'm like, too much smoke. Too much smoke. Oh my god, he's added in Roboticon. Just get him out. Just give him the win. It's not worth it anymore. The Roboticons are so tiny by comparison, you can't even see them. TG comes in. Ottomans are vile. Oh my god. I think I'm just going to title one. It's like being at a Snoop Dogg party. Oh, no. We call it Snoop Dogg's favorite Age of Empires 4 unit. God damn. All right. So, do we go across to the other series now? Because I think, if I'm not mistaken, is the other one ready? Because we were doing this to prep for B versus Myriad. Do you guys want B versus Myriad now? Because we did say that was the one we were going for. Yeah, they just started, actually. Perfect time. All right, guys, we're going to hop across to B versus Myriad. We might hop back to this one afterwards. Oh, man. So let's have a look. Let me get the draft. Yeah, we're going to switch this series because it was the one that we were going for. It's just we had to, like, find someone to fill the time. We might come back in time for the Valdemar follow-up one for this one. We'll see. We'll see how the day goes. That game is ridiculous. That unit is ridiculous. All right. Live series. B versus Myriad. We can do predictions as well. Age of Empires 4's competitive scene continues to get tighter and tighter between the top echelons. It's not long ago you would have said B would just take down anyone, but this is the second time in this tournament these two are facing off, and last time, Myriad was almost able to beat B. 3-2 scoreline when they previously met. Let's see if we could get something similar here. Game number 1, B into Japanese, while Myriad takes the Ibids for Gorge. Welcome back to the channel, folks. This, of course, is a $3,000 tournament called Epohers Cup. Oh, sorry, Epohers World Cup here. Yeah, they snatched the EWC acronym. Smart little play there. Not the first time I've seen that done in A before, just yoinking. But this has been a fun one, man. We didn't get a chance to catch this the first time around, but I remember I was following the scoreline at the side, and I was impressed by the fact that Myriad was keeping up so tightly with B. But, you know, Myriad has really been coming into his own over time as a player. I think he hasn't had this giant surge in performance that maybe some other players have seen all of a sudden. It's just been a gradual climb for him. I think Myriad really is the definition of a grinder type. And B, on the other hand, B has been like watching a heartbeat monitor. Up, down, up, down, up, down, up, down. That's a good sign, right? Your problem is when it actually just flatlines. You know, like Marino is technically like on a heartbeat monitor. He's a flatline because he's always at top. But the thing with B is he tends to thrive when new metas arrive and then tends to peter off a little when people figure it out and it becomes about perfecting the meta, right? B's biggest advantage is his imagination. Once you get deep into a meta, you start to lose that. And we are, in fairness, quite deep into a meta. Like, it's insane now that I think about it. It's been a long time since we've had a patch, guys. I feel like we've been waiting a century. Well, this matchup in particular I'm intrigued by. I wonder what Myriad is up to with Ibids. Is it just growth? Yeah, okay, just a standard growth. By the way, do you see how clean that was? Well, not clean. He had to rush it. He also has taken a lot of damage in the process from the spearman opening. Still, gets what he needs. I like that he didn't actually react with an outpost here. I think the problem with an outpost opening with Ibids is it makes you just very static about your intention. If you're building an outpost on the gold, you're obviously going castle. And then Japan's actually not a bad safe to all-in feudal these days. I wonder what the fault's going to be from B. We've got Kurostyles coming through. We go 2x speed just to catch up, because I think we were 3 minutes behind live when this started. And like this, Myriad even optimizing around the berries. Look at that, 10 and 12. My boy, he's looking at it in the very last second. That's great, because sometimes people pull to the other berries sooner, but it means you're actually suffering from more walk distance than you need to. Which is important because remember, because you're trying to be lean on your tech up, you won't have wheelbarrow, especially because you can't gather gold. as long as those spears are out and about. B is going to be shifting around the other side now, though. Might force a little bit of idle time off of the berries here. And B, what's the opening going to be? He's got 11 on wood. Can we see probably stables beginning here? Stables into Horseman makes a lot of sense. Horseman can deal with the Desert Raiders, and your opponent can't even rush Desert Raiders. And he did just get the free info. He knows about the stables. It's going to be a rebuild on the mining camp, so Myriad will move back out straight away. And he's going to... Okay, I love this. It's Horseman Archer? Yeah, so the crafty thing about this, Myriad, I think only the stables were seen, and B's probably expecting just 1 or 2 Desert Raiders to poke harass him. It might force him to build an outpost. And it is. There you go. He's building one at home now. The other cool thing about this, folks, is Archer plus Horseman is pretty solid for IU. And it's also masked very well. When you go for Archery and Stables, if you ever need Desert Raiders, either building is capable of doing that. So it gives you a lot of flexibility between what you need to get next. Oh, and by the way, I almost forgot to say, because we got so distracted earlier, when we were talking earlier about Stormgate, and I think Recon said he wishes every game stopped trying to be the new StarCraft, I kind of agree, but I think actually, if there's one big positive thing that I think could come from Stormgate's very likely death at this point, if we're being honest, right? Like, somebody like it's already dead. Like, it hasn't been declared fully dead, but it's pretty much there by the looks of it. If one good thing could come of it, it's that I hope they're able to restructure and then license the engine out to fledgling RTSs. My hope is that with StarCraft 2's decline and Stormgate's failure to fill the vacuum, what we get is a lot of fledgling development studios looking to make the next good RTS. And I actually think if you look at the Stormgate project as a whole, the one big positive they had going for them that everyone agreed on is the tech. The engine was really solid. So yeah, maybe if we see kind of like a resurge of a lot of different studios producing on the RTS front, they could still actually have a existence within the gaming scene as an engine provider, essentially. Because I could even in theory see that engine being applicable to things like MOBAs. So anyway, focus on the game. A lot of Horsemen, a lot of Archers. I really like Myriad's comp. B is just massing Yuumi only. A little bit tricky here. And he's letting the Horseman catch him, but for good reason. Myriad may have just tried to walk before he could run. Yeah, his army's not actually that big. It's a good hold by B. Able to scare him away. And Dawn of War 4, I don't think Dawn of War 4 is using that engine. I want to say it's using the same one as the other game they made. Oh, wow, Frey, you found a ladybug. Oh, Freya, that ladybug's sleeping. Put it outside and let it sleep. Yeah. Good girl. Off you go. She found a dead one. Yeah. Yeah, you go put it outside. Guys, so guys, we have yeah, it's sleeping. So we've got like fake grass now, right? And the problem is a lot of bugs die on it because obviously they get baited. They go into the grass looking for moisture. And then Freya always picks them up. She's like, I found a ladybug. It's like, oh no. Yeah, it's sleeping, darling. Let it sleep. Yes, Frey? Yeah, it's a yellow one. Go let it sleep. Go put it back. Go put it back, darling. Let it go. Yeah, I'll put it up there later. She's pointing over the fence because whenever she gives me one that's dead, I throw it over the fence. I'm like, it's gonna fly away now. Oh my god. I think it's something I haven't really given too much thought to is like, and I imagine a lot of parents this creeps up onto you is like, how do you approach death? It's like, so it's something that you don't really think about if you haven't got kids or you're not at the kid point or you don't interact with kids. It's like you're not a nursery teacher or whatever. But like, they don't know what death is. To us, it's like something we've come to accept, but we never really thought about how we processed and came to accept that as part of life. So that's going to be fun. You know how like most people think that the thing you're going to be scared about as a parent is like birds and the bees? I don't think it. I genuinely think the death talk is the more daunting one to try and do because the innocence of a child is almost being not killed, but it's being siphoned away at that point. It's like telling them Santa doesn't exist. Oh yeah, Santa's not real, but the Grim Reaper is. By the way, that was in society, at least modern society, one of the big value points of pets, actually. It's developed into people just essentially treating pets like they're kids, but if you think about it, 20, 30 years ago, really the big driving point of pets is it was a great way of educating children about death. You give them something to care for, it dies, and then they understand that life is precious. Because you wouldn't really trust your 5-year-old with the grandmother. Oh yeah, here you go, Timmy. Figure out which medicine won't kill her. By the way, she has got memory loss, so she might not know who you are. No, we give them a hamster. Man, these two have been locked in feudal for a long time, by the way. Who benefits more from a tech up? I think B has a problem if he techs, actually. It's a lot of horsemen from Myriad. This is pretty powerful for a dive. You don't think parents introduce death to children? I mean, they'd be pretty bad parents if they did. Sorry, it's just the way you wrote that. Dawn of War never had a huge competitive scene. That's because Dawn of War 2 was pretty bad for it. Dawn of War 3, we don't talk about, it was trash. The thing is, I really need to find a contact point with the development studio because I'd like to help them navigate the realm of competitive esports. I don't think you start by forcing it, but there is a way. There is a science to it. Relic just didn't understand it. Like, Company Heroes 2 was proof of that, because Company Heroes 2, for those who don't know, they tried to make it esports ready. Honestly, if a game releases and it has the words esports ready on it, just run. Don't be esports ready, just be fun. Age of Empires 4 became an esport because it wasn't meant to be. And Rohirrim is ready to ride. Myriad has been waiting for this moment. Marches on in, just a few samurai to try and body block him, but he's flooding into the Yumi now. Myriad, he's not following up with the archers. No, he's going to bog himself down on the samurai just to try and clear them. I don't think this is enough damage, though. No. The Yumi are going to be able to hold on. Myriad will not be able to break in. He's still got archers left over, but B just has so many Yumi. No, I think Myriad... Maybe the other play would have been kind of trying to find the veterancy on Horseman yourself, but the problem was he was never ready to age. He saw the floating gate and felt a necessity to react. But now it puts him fully on the back foot, full retreat back to home. Culture Wing advancement also forced just to make sure he's going to reach Castle Age before B reaches his base. Yumi. And by the way, we went pretty deep with this talk about, like, learning about death. Like, what I will say is, like, kids' understanding of death is really warped and confusing. I, as a kid, because the last time when I saw one of my grandparents, she was mad at me, I thought I not killed her, but was somehow responsible. Kids carry crap in really weird ways. Death is just such a confusing, once again, we accept it as part of life, but, like, before you understand death, it is polarizing what it can do to you mentally. All right, so dive in. Could this be the death of Myriad? He has snuck out for the Golden East side, so nicely played there. Double outpost coming in. B's just anchoring in the center. There is raid attempts with the limited horsemen left over. And what is up, Robert Dunn? Thank you very much. Appreciate you. You know, your name made me think Rubber Ducky for some reason. Appreciate the prime stop. Right, guys, get those primes in. So we're going to see if it's prime time for B. Yesterday, he had to come from behind game after game against Myriad, but today it looks like B could start this series off with a big victory. Veterancy for the Yumi now in. Mounted Samurai start to get queued up. The dive on through chases the army, but Myriad able to start a step away from it. Does have Lancers coming slowly. Horseman raised, not able to find a single lick of it. No villager deaths. Some idle TC factor to consider here for B, though. Myriad should only be 3 workers ahead. Now Horsemen, they do arrive. Yumi, they overstayed their welcome, so good turnaround there. Great patience out of Myriad. First of the Mount Samurai have started to arrive. Remember, these are normie horsemen against vet Yumi, so actually decent at kind of trading out against their counter unit. Camelot's debuff is going to start coming through. There's no Uma Bannerman, by the way. Remember, he's still got the Yumi Bannerman. Until this dies, he cannot buff to offset the Camelonese, meaning this is a very hard fight. To make matters worse, Myriad already has vet archers, so if you're thinking about Onimusha that would already get debuffed by the Camelonese, they're also going to get killed by the archers. Oh wait, I didn't see that. Dawn of War's bring back Last Stand. That's really good. I think like my take was that was the best thing about Dawn of War 2. The campaign was good as well, but I think the multiplayer systems actually were subpar, personally. I think Dawn of War 2, okay, like a little bit of side script while we're waiting for them to rebuild armies. Dawn of War 2's issue actually was like the beginning of what Dawn of War 3's issue was. Dawn of War 2 kind of wanted to be an RPG, a MOBA or an RPG. And then Dawn of War 4 amplified all the bad elements of that. Indeed. Has he amped himself up a bit too fast here? I mean, the Mad Samurai do look good, though. Like, I think the chief concern here for Myriad is going to be food, no? He's playing ultra wide onto the map. B's still condensed, and this, folks, is the value of the coRe storehouse. coRe is just a beautiful thing. When your opponent's running out of food, you're just laughing it up at home. And lapping it up too. Not just that, the relics. Man, B, it's going to be a 5-relic game. He snatched everything. God damn. 3 relics snatched like that by Japan. You don't see that all the time. So what do you do now? Because this is the thing. Ibids is a tempo-based civ. They don't scale well from behind, folks. Not unless you are uber late in the game, like Ultra Imperial, because then you at least have the upside of Desert Raiders benefit from multiple university techs, stuff like that. We're nowhere near that point. If he goes 2 TC, he's going to also be in trouble. I think he needs to raid, and this is a good start. Camel Lancers do find the workers moving out towards the northern food. We'll claim a few. We do not have a Yorishiro drop in a TC, by the way. No, B, he went for the archery, stables, and then that's it, right? We aren't that deep yet. So next up will likely be the TC. A lot of players like to Yorishiro drop either 2nd or 3rd into town center to start building a worker lead. It's just so organic as well. And I don't think... Yeah, B actually hasn't scouted the relic, so he doesn't know. Myriad does, but he's probably assuming it's already gone. And yes, if you Yorishiro drop the TC, it produces every 15 instead of every 20. So you get 4 workers a minute instead of 3. It's very powerful. Because if you think about it, for your opponent to then beat you on villager production, they have to then go and build another TC entirely, which costs 750 resources and takes a long time to build. And sure, like they'll be producing more villagers then, but the amount of time it takes is what opens up opportunities for Japan in the meantime. Villager raid again. This north side really is the sore spot for B right now. Myriad almost 10 workers up. Yeah, props to him. We said he needed this type of raid to get back in position, back in control. And he's got a hell of a lot of camel lancers. Crossbows with this as well. So his goal is to evaporate the front line of Japan first. Yeah, he's not really focused on efficient trade outs with the back. Which makes sense. Like, you know, if you're playing crossbow archers, these things are going to overkill. There is also a special recipe to Ibid's success against Yumi, by the way. He hasn't got it yet, and I'm a bit shocked. Guys, Sultan's Mamelukes is critically underrated when you're playing against Yumi mass. Sultan's Mamelukes is the one that gives you a damage and movement speed buff whenever you kill a unit, remember. Sounds pretty good when you're up against a mass of lower HP units. Yeah, I'm kind of shocked how often I don't see that taken advantage of. We just saw the other day how good it can look for things like Hippodrome. Obviously, that ended up being a loss, but the concept of, oh man, you're feeding me what I need. Myriad. Whole army now stepping up. He's once again pressing towards that food. Man, the food surge that's come out of Myriad in the last 2 minutes is kind of crazy. Maintaining 1,400. He's starting to fall behind in that department. Sprint on placements are going to be problematic for him here, especially with the fortification tab. A ram being built to make this quicker. Might be more worth to just burn this tower first. B. He's trying to blob more mounted samurai. He's taking the lead in cavalry count, but remember, he's diving now into crossbowmen. A few camels steer off to try and body block it. Needs to bring more across faster, though. B wedges himself in there. And the crossbows, yeah, the grouping makes it obvious. He target fires them down. The camel lancers, can they actually hold on here? The mounted samurai look like they're thinning the herd. And the Yumi just doing such a great job of dispatching the crossbows. Myriad attempts to deny the food and pays the ultimate price. Loses the full mass. I can't believe this. The camel lancers, he didn't have all of them here, so the numbers were just skewed against him. A phenomenal fight out of B. Fantastic micro and decision making there. You know, the crossbows definitely a threat to the mounted samurai, but the Yumi just attacks so much quicker. And you can't run away from them either. Myriad, he had this huge food burst, but now look at his food income. It's plummeted into despair. He only has 6 active workers, soon to be 14, but the farms are pricey and slow to set up. The berries are running out soon. And of course, you can't play the boar. Meanwhile, B, he's got berries, boar, deer. Still this deer over here. He's got so much left to work with in a game where he already has more farms than Myriad. I think this is what makes people love Japan so much. Like the coRe storehouse, I think, I remember always saying it when it first came out. It's like, if you're learning a new civ, like the newest civ that's easiest to learn is Japan because they look complicated with the abandonment stuff, etc. But their food transition is one of the easiest in the games because they get up to 12 farms for free. For noobs, that is phenomenal. But even for high-ranking players, that is a huge difference. Myriad. We'll look to just swat away B's assault, but guys, the mounted samurai count is going ham. Which is crazy considering he hasn't even touched the boar yet. B. Just sending in one samurai to get a whiff of it. Like, how big is this army? Do I need to be fearful? Is it time? We can see it is. He doesn't have confirmation until that moment. And now, it's just going to be a double tap, a double confirm. He starts to march in. Camel line looks thin. Mounted samurai, move on to the villages. Myriad hasn't realized yet. Starts to react now. But it's already turning into heavy losses. Did he go for that TC drop? He did, so he's scaling a worker lead now. It's only 1 TC from Myriad. And it already was a big lead with the 5 relics. Feels like writing is now on the wall. Because the other problem here is, like, there's no gold gathering for Myriad. He never secured the 8K or moved to it. The 4K can't be touched now to finish. I think B's just one big push away from a GG. Damn, what a game. These two are going to deliver, I can tell. Like, this is game 1, and... I mean, you had that sketchy overdive from Myriad. Sure, you can say it put him in the back foot, but this relentless aggression, it looked like he was going to find that timing to dive onto the boar, and his timing was right to intercept the villages, but B, just reminding us why he's so on point when it comes to micro. Myriad, at this point, is just stuck waiting for the inevitable, hoping that maybe his micro can carry him through. If anyone's ever watched Myriad and seen his APM, he definitely has the clicks about him. There's going to be a case of meaningful APM and whether he's able to deliver on that. Yeah, this man's a guy after my own heart. Loves his Dota 2 as well and loves to click the crap out of the screen. Flash coming in. Debuff is going to be there. The Uma Bannerman offsets it, remember. Like, this is the thing. As long as it's an Uma Bannerman, there really isn't a real debuff. It gets counted completely because of the extra melee damage and the percentile increase. And this is a wipe. Game number 1 will be going to be Myriad. What started off as looking like him in control never really came to that pivotal point. And B, flexing those skillful muscles to come on through with a victory. Duck! I didn't press the record button. GG. I didn't press the freaking... How did I not press the record button on that? Alright, guys, we're going to cast it again now. Damn it. That's very annoying. Alright, game 1. A win for B. Why did MSN FF? We don't know exactly. Real life emergency of some kind. Up next, we're going to be going to Holy Island. Ugh, this map. KT versus French? Baby Civ versus Daddy Civ? Twitch recording will be good enough? It really won't. There's a problem when you set a standard, you got to keep it, you know? What's the national animal of France? The rooster. Really? Really, guys? Roosters? That's what you have? Jesus. All right. It's time to find out if baby rooster can beat daddy rooster. What the hell am I on about? France. I can't believe this. This is an unusual pick. French on Holy Island up against their variant Civ offspring, the Knights Templar. Welcome back to the channel, folks. This best of 5 between B in the green is French and Myriad in the red is Knights Templar. You are hearing that correctly. He's legitimately choosing French on a map with water. Now, not as crazy of an idea these days, ever since they added in the population increase from building a dock, but it's still pretty wild considering that Knights Templar had, for the longest time, been regarded as the most busted, broken, ridiculous, OP Civ on water. So what's B cooking? Last time KP talked about micro top 3 in AoE4, everyone acted crazy when he said B is up there. It's not that B isn't up there, but there's no way I'd... Like, if you're talking the most skillful micros in AoE4, I'm definitely putting Marine Lord Vortix Lucifron in the history of AoE4. I don't think... Like, I think... I'd be shocked if anyone took issue with that as a highlight. Then after that, you have, like, the Beasties, the Bees, Demu. Louis MT impresses me a lot as well, actually. But Louis MT, dude, like, Louis MT, whenever you watch that guy micro... I don't know about you. I watch him like, damn, this guy should have been a Dota player. That guy body blocks more than anyone else I've ever seen in AoE4. So what is the answer here from B? It's just a standard dock opening to mirror. Now, reminder, because you don't need a house, you are essentially paying 100 with this dock, right? Because you'll need a house eventually, so you're saving 50 wood. But Knights Templar, the gathering rate is just crazy in the early game because of the lack of need for lumber camps and also the food they generate alongside it. It's pretty kushki. Throwaway Civ? I don't think so. B does this type of situation a lot. Like, he's very off-meta on Holy Island. In fact, you guys might recall in an S-tier tournament, him pulling out a Byzantine pick and going for a Hippodrome all-in, before eventually being forced to build a Kira Siphon, which just felt like he instantly lost the game. Kira Siphons tend to do that, by the way. They are very bad. This has still not been rectified, somehow. So I wonder what he's going to do here. Like, dare I say Chamber of Commerce? I'd be surprised. I feel like you definitely build School of Cavalry because French Knights are too valuable. Like, even just 1 or 2 French Knights going across the map is wildly effective. So yeah, would be shocked if we got anything but that. For Knights Templar, I don't think you go Chevalier here, right? Kingdom of France, at that point, you're just building bad Knights against good Knights. Principality of Antioch could be nice for a switch in castle into the Angevin Empire, mass spears. Hospitalier is also very possible here. Hospitaliers are very nice because if you just get that tech up, then French Knights can't 2-hit kill your villagers. So you instantly dodge a bullet there. Because most players will end up losing at least 1 villager to that 1-2 tap from the Knight in the early game. Even at the highest level, it happens a lot. Another nice thing that you're going to have here by picking Knights Templar Myriad can just chop a little bit deeper in this tree line and then wall here. If he just walls from here to here, he can then just set his guys up, hollowing out the tree line. This is such an underrated play for Knights Templar because they only need a tiny chip in and then no more space, right? They don't need to place lumber camps. Once they're in, they're just happy to be there forever. How many fishing are we up to? B, he's got 5. Myriad already up to 6, though, which doesn't surprise me. You just see how much better Knights Templar are at playing this early game. And this is with the fact that French are going to slowly build more villages. It just doesn't matter. Because the wood gathering is that good. Yeah, you saw the little small inefficiencies there, like turning around and walking back. You don't have that issue when you play with KT. And he does go for the Kingdom of France. So, a little bit surprised. I mean, in fairness, this means that you can raid the Raider. But it does mean your workers are more vulnerable. But it might be what we highlighted, where he'll just go into the tree line and wall. So then you don't have to care about French Knights, right? All right, moment of truth. What was the predictions like? My little Gambaholics. 64% for B. So you guys just wholeheartedly believe in the French pick. You're like, B knows what he's doing. He'll steer the ship right. I mean, Myriad was maybe a bit over-aggressive in game 1, but I don't think there was, like, an obnoxious slip-up that's like, oh, yeah, I mean, clearly it's just a skillful outclass sort of thing. I definitely wouldn't write Myriad off. Outpost coming up as well, so yeah, he's going to turn it into a raid on raid. So Myriad is not shying away from the micro-focus. Time for him a little bit better. We'll be able to get the first queued up. It's going to be a Hulk plus the Archer ship, actually. Now, fun thing about French, by the way, not only do they get the efficiency of docks because they're houses as well, they also pay less for their Springwood ships. Yeah, it's often easily forgotten, but they get a 35 resource discount on Warcogs. Warcogs are wholeheartedly the same as a Hulk. They have the same stats across the board. It's just you're paying less. So French does have this subtle value on water maps. And remember, at the same time, this is still a civ that has access to knights. It's kind of crazy when you combo that together, that they have one of the best raiding units for Feudal Age, while paying less for the backbone of a navy fight. Myriad on the march. B is ignoring water for now. First, Warcog just got queued up. He prioritized the knight instead. So, we'll be sallying forth with the aggro. But Myriad, he's already reacting with spears. Very early, actually. Yeah, still surprised he didn't just go for the quick wall. But the problem here is, like, gold. I mean, in fairness, he does have an outpost up there, so he shouldn't have maybe felt that threatened. Because you could even just think about walling here and then walling here. Boats in, though. And, oh, the villager gets sniped. Archer ship, also successful. And this is getting messy. Demo ship connect there. What? Opening play for Myriad on point. However, Galley is now down. Springald will be healed. And he will be forced back. And there you go. That's what we're talking about. In fact, wait. Why? Actually, I never actually processed this before. Why do Warcogs have more ranged armor than Hulks? And is that an oversight? What? I mean, I just thought they were cheaper, and that's the perk. Guys, they have more ranged armor. It's only 1, but, I mean, 1 damage difference in Springald fights. However, with Archer ships, that's another 5 damage loss for them. That's pretty crazy. What the hell? Demo. B. Trying to use that micro, but good snipe there. Myriad wouldn't allow for it. He's just trying to keep pressure momentum up. Knights are going to have to retreat defensively here. Yeah, because I think he's worried about his resources getting exposed soon. Gold is on the north side, and B with the double archery? What? What are we seeing here? I would not have expected double archery. He hasn't even started producing out of it yet. He's so focused on the water side. Myriad, he is doing a remarkable job of keeping B distracted. Look at his macro. B's not spending right now. Demo connect. B's losing track. This is incredible. Myriad is playing so well here. And you know what the best part is? People were just talking like, yeah, micro. I mean, B's so good at micro. Excuse me, hello, have you met Murad? Sure, you can talk about Knights Templar, broken on water, blah, blah, blah. But B is struggling to keep track of everything. Full stop. Nah, it's just unraveling quick. This looks close to done. Murad up to 5 sprinkled chips. A lot of them heavily injured, mind you. But the first knight just never hit. Like, Murad, he had that very clean timing to get spears out. Demo ship connect on the back side, but it's a full HP sprinkled. So Murad can just back away. Kiss the boo-boos better. He's also got pilgrims coming through. These guys are ridiculous. Hi-ho, silver away. Or shall I say hi-ho, gold. Archer switch now coming through for B, but... I mean, couldn't Murad just now add in horsemen? B is ahead on economy. Spearman. Bit of a weird fight actually to end up being given. The villagers just get the shivs out. Yeah, B's desperate. He needs the gold for a push, right? Either knights or all the explosive ships. Either one. Murad, there we go. Double stables reaction is coming through. So now, because he was gold starving, are we going to see him try for it? He is. He's going Chevalier. Yeah, like horsemen wouldn't be bad to just shut down the archers, but the idea here is that your opponent can't really get the knights out quick enough after the delays. And now because you've got pilgrims coming through, it's just additional income. Demo is hopefully not going to waste itself there. Archer ship's peeling off, though. Good micro from Miro. Just chases with 1. Drop a fort on the sacred site for more gold gen. Down the line, sure, but that's very far down the line. It's also good at just defending water. I'd argue you're better dropping a fortress here eventually. It just secures the closest sacred site. It also just secures the midpoint between your bases. And remember, fortresses are very hard to build. The first one's always the challenge for Knights Templar. Think of their first fortress like a farm transition. Horseman, I love this. He did begin with a few ponies before Chevalier. Great value already against the archers, and now the push comes in! The demo detonation connects! Double springle down, the counterplay from B. Nowhere near as impactful. He tries for the backstab sandwich, but it just needed another 2 seconds. 2 seconds that it most definitely will not have. Demo connector is going to come on through. And GG is gonna be called. Myriad's Knights Templar cannot be stopped. And he will be able to push B's micro skills to the limit and break him. And the series goes deep. KT on C so disheartening. I mean, it's funny because, like, was it recently some people like, I don't think KT's like that good, even on water. I mean, in fairness, though, he picked French, right? Like, he didn't pick this ridiculously powerful, omnipotent pick. He picked an 8 one. Like, French is like the second tier when you're thinking about water. The low second tier, right? They do have some perks, especially on a map like Holy Island where you still got land so you can commit into your opponent. But yeah, next up, looks like we are going to be going into Borderland. Malians versus Shushi. So 2 seals that could actually roll it into Pro Scouts. I forgot. I put this in so it'd be colder. I should really drink it. It's already 7 p.m. I probably shouldn't be drinking it. But you're not my mum. Y'all ready for this? By the way, perfect time to get those subs smashed in. I'm pretty sure when we're on this menu, it does the loud laugh. Where are we at? Where are we at? Subs. Dude, I'm believing now that you guys can do it, that we can hit 500. 452 subs in the last 30 days. Could we do 500 before end of September? That'd be pretty sick. I'm pretty sure that would unlock new slots. And then I'd be forced to go get an editor to create animated flags for Knights Templar and Lancaster. I don't know what I'm meant to do when the new 4 civs come out. Also, like, I don't know. I feel like you guys just don't spam the flags enough. Like, clearly you don't love them. Maybe I should just get rid of them. Take them out back, shoot them. All right. Baby, this series is delivering. Back and forth we go between B and Myriad. Game number 3, and they are neck and neck in this best of 5. You heard that correctly. Myriad really has been leveling it up. Yeah, I don't think that B's just been kind of shriveling away from the challenge. I think Myriad's just becoming stronger and stronger as time has been going on. You know, we did talk about this at the start of the series. Usually the type of player that maybe gets slept on a little bit. It's not that people don't think he's capable. It's just you never see him rated to make playoffs in people's minds. But reminder, if Myriad wins this series, he will indeed make it through to playoffs. He will face off against, I believe it would be, if I'm not mistaken, Louis MT. That is a scary opponent. Also, from a drafting perspective, pretty scary. Historically, Myriad's a very big fan of Ottoman's English as like the kind of, haha, didn't see this coming type extra picks. And Louis loves both of those civs. So they would be hotly contested. But we're on Borderland for game number 3. Let me actually update the UI because I didn't add that in. Look at this spawn, actually. Sushi don't have any safe food other than the starting berries. That's very concerning if you don't go Pro Scouts. I'd expect Pro Scouts here, though. Like, Borderland has 34 deer on it, which is, what, about an extra 25% over a standard map spawn, like Dry Arabia. So you're pretty much encouraged to go for it. Also, Pro Scouts is inherently hard to deny because of how widely spread out the deer are. It's difficult for your opponent to get in all positions at once. And both of these civs are very good at playing Pro Scouts. That's a B. Second gold vein being behind the base is quite nice. Even has his back berries just in case he needs it. Third gold is pretty far out there. Same with the 8k vein. Yeah, Mirez is more organic for that. Like, if we get into the mid-late game, this is a great position for a castle drop. Secures so much resource, even secures a sacred site. So I think we'll be happy with that. And relic spread is also pretty even. So what's the plans here? I'd expect Pro Scouts from both players. Marlians might want to try to play a bit more blocker because Shushi can run away with a game really fast with these fast castle builds. They come in aggressively fast, in fact. And benefit so much from it because, similar to the focus of fast here, when they go from Mountain Academy, even their production rates get insanely fast. But the one type of fast they never do is the one that involves not eating. This civ just always has so much food. Yeah, look at the sheep count. Sitting cozy at 16 sheep. B did get 15. But then the meditation garden going to be coming in. So about 25 gold, 36 food, and then probably about 25 wood. Average. Nothing crazy. I just find it funny how we've moved past the days where you run out into the middle of the map for a meditation garden. Part of it is due to people can harass it and shut it down because remember, when there's units in range, it gets less resource. But the other reason really is just the idle time is quite often not worth it. If you're going to pull villagers out into the middle of the map to get a meditation garden, you better have a big and at the end of that sentence that involves them doing something on the screen. Because otherwise it feels pretty bad. That's why the only real map that we see where people go very deep away from their starting location is Kawasan. Because on Kawasan, people walk out in the center of the map, they build a meditation garden, and then they build docks. So they have an and on the end. Now you could say that walking out to the middle of the map, dropping a meditation garden, and then walking back has an and in there. It's and I walk home. But that sounds very bad. That doesn't sound like a high value proposition, you know? If you walk into the Shark Tank with that, Kevin O'Leary is just going to probably say you're dead to him. So what's the opening from B? Because I suspected Pro Scouts, and we do have the mill down coming in, which looks like Pro Scouts. Especially with 12 on wood. So that'd be enough for one production building, and then Pro Scouts in about 30, 35 seconds. Second pit mine also coming up. Even goes into the broad axe. Oh, it's not going to be Pro Scouts. No. Yeah, it did start to look a bit weird that B hadn't got any sort of production building coming down. So he's going to play, presumably, Pro Scout Denial? Or is he just going to focus all cow? Because all cow does sound a little bit greedy here. Remember, Shushi is arguably the best civ in the game alongside China at Pro Scouting. Full stop. Bruce is up there still, but I just think China and Shushi are kings. There's no civ I can think of that does it better than they do. If uncontested, right? That's the big asterisk. Like, yeah, there may be better civs if it's contested. For example, Malians in a contested Pro Scouts game feels really good because their scouts themselves are very good fighters. Considering that we've already got the first ranch, he is going to go stables now. Probably just Sofa, right? I'd be surprised if this was Warrior Scouts. Because Sofa then have the value of shutting down the Pro Scouts, but they can also hit the base. Warrior Scouts maybe a little bit less so. I guess it comes down to how quickly he wants these ranches online. Okay, it is going to be Warrior Scouts. I think this is why I enjoy watching B so much. You know, you've heard me say what like the logical order is that we normally see. And then each time it's like, no. It's archery range coming through. I'm not convinced this is Pro Scout play. I think this is just attack point. We saw something similar out of Recon, if you remember. Recon was a big believer in this mass Warrior Scout archer build. He would eventually steer off into Pro Scouts once you have like 10 plus. It just feels natural. I don't know if we'll see the same here. B just going for the full 1-1-1. Only problem this for B is going archers, so... Yep, Myriad has the right call. Technically... Okay, he's going Surfer now. That's better. I was going to say, because technically, if you go Warrior Scout, Archer, Spear, every single unit you build gets countered by Chuganu. So Sofa are going to be the answer to the Chug. This is cool, though. I love how just so often nowadays we're not just getting Pro Scout mirrored. There are still, I think, some lower caliber players that are still playing that meta. It's a little bit outdated, in my opinion, now. We've been seeing a grand deal of success out of the high level players of just countering Pro Scouts by not doing it. Right? Saying, hey, that's too greedy, and I'm going to make sure you can't do it. Fantastic to see. Just a little bit of poke. He's getting intercepted by the spears. Looking for the Chug kills. That's the high value one for him. Because archers can clear the way afterwards. Horseman reaction out of Myriad. Only 2 so far. Good targeting. Donzo's a little bit late to arrive. We'll be forced to retreat. Myriad's army is bigger, but it's actually a lie. Remember, a third of his forces are scouts. The best Canal game? Dude, we've had like so many cool Canal games recently. We had the best Canal game ever. We had the weirdest Canal game ever. I feel like I might have to bring that back in a midweek muster. I don't know. I think Canal deserves to be returned to an S tier tournament. I hope it gets returned with the arrival of the expansion. Canal is underrated. I get the frustration around it, but I think we talked about it when we removed it at the time. Is like, it's a highly technical map. Like, if you don't know what you're doing in the opening, then it looks really bad. Once you get past that, map is wild. I think Boldland will be the same over time, especially with Pro Scouts being tuned down since it last appeared in major tournaments. So far, horrible trade there. Denies the scout, but at what cost? Loses 2 sofas plus a warrior scout? That's going to be, what, 450 resource loss. Myriad continues to build a lead. Chuganu numbers are looking spooky. I love how healthy his comp is, by the way. Like, everything is within balance. It's not an overcommitment in one direction that gets him counterplayed. Canal was removed because it's so buggy? In what way was it still buggy? I thought that got fixed. Because wasn't there an EGC canal to fix that? On approach Myriad. Double military power. Also has the tech advantage. Kind of rough that B does not have Steeled Arrow yet. Especially the horseman number starting to swell up. He's only got 2 ranches to his name. Reminder that that is going to be beaten by Pro Scouts. Such an effective tool. You can see it in the food income right now. Pro Scouts with 20% more drop-off is insane. An extra 400 food a minute. And the clock does not favor B here. He's just being out-ecoed. And he hasn't lost any units. A bit weird on the flanks. So so far are intercepting some of the scouts now. Myriad has decided to dive towards the enemy base. Just trying to force that fight. It's pretty smart, actually. Normally, you don't want to do this against Malians because javelins. But this is not a jab build, so B isn't that good defensively compared to Chug. Yeah, it's kind of your worst nightmare. It's the type of game that you're going to look back and go, man, if it's just been standard jabs, he never would have got away with this. It just feels so difficult to approach. Spear's going to reveal themselves now. Chug should make quick work of the Donzos. A rotation around the back. Horsemen force the retreat. And the Donzos, they get trapped. Hangs around too long. All spearmen now dead. A fantastic trade out there for Myriad. A trickle of Sofa are coming. Maybe a few too many spearmen lost here. Potentially. Archer count, a bit scary. Yeah, okay. I think B clutched up with that Sofa as a rival. Horsemen now go down. It looked like such a good trade for Myriad, but those two more Sofa coming in, and now the backstab as well. B, where did these come from? The deer harassers get back in the fight at the perfect time. Myriad. It was looking so good up to a point there. But now the retreat gets ugly. Chug is the slowest unit in this fight. You can't get away. And it looks like he's going to get cleared. Myriad is prepping for castle. But a rough fight. And one that will open the door for B to keep pressure up and also start to scale more cow. Yeah, whoa. Actually, he ungarrisoned the cow to eat them. You don't see that very often. But maybe that's why he was able to afford these Sofa. If that's why, that was a sick eject. Yeah, because the passive food is too slow. The active gathering can be crazy here. That's genius. Holy crap. Now the Sofa arrive in the base. Myriad gets caught in the gold. He doesn't have enough for age up. Yeah, overgathered on the food. Taxation could get him across the finish line, maybe. But ain't gonna feel fast. Archers now diving for the taxman kill. Villagers starting to get ordered up, and you can't help but feel that this is now locked and loaded and ready to shoot for B. 9 Sofa, as many Sofa as there are Zugzugs. And there ain't enough work in this world to get him out of this bind. GG comes in. The clutch cow eject to get B back in control of this game. And now in control of this series. Wow. Dude, it's like, it's the type of game where like it's not uploadable, but I almost want to have like a short made of that. You know what I mean? You have to talk to my editor about that when he gets back from holiday. I would love to make that one to like a short. Upload it. The problem is it's too short. Like people, the thing is when a game's that short, once you start seeing it go, actually I guess like, no, it didn't go in one way, right? But I don't know. I think people just don't like short games that much. And like that's the metrics support that, by the way, that people do not like short games. Also, my ad revenue doesn't like short games. You want to know why, guys? 15 minutes is the magical number. If a video is shorter than 15 minutes, you can't put mid-rolls. And I need money. People love short vids? Do they love short vids? You sure about that? Maybe, we'll see. The cow eject was game-changing. I mean, like, with a towel like that, it's maybe alluring. And it doesn't tell you exactly who won. I'll think about it. Alright. I do need to talk to my editor when we get home, when he gets home, actually. Because I think we were missing, like, videos for 1 or 2 days. Because he's on holiday, I didn't know. I was like, oh. I think we just got to get better at, like, having a backlog ready of games to go. So that it's not just like video to video, because he does a great job on the thumbnails. I like. I think I was talking to my partner about this. Like, so far, what I've been doing, I've been uploading the Google Drive. He downloads them and uploads them anyway. I'm like, I don't think we do any editing currently on the video, so it's not really needed. So I might just, like, talk to him, like, okay, if we're going to edit, then it definitely makes sense to send them across. Otherwise, I can just save him some time because he hasn't got my upload speed. Like, when I send him across, like, videos, he's like, it must be nice to think you accidentally sent me, like, 50 gigs when you only sent me 5. Because your speed's that quick. I was like, oh, yeah. Lul. Alright, guys. It's Lippany time. Let's put upcoming Lippany. Off we go. His journey began with this as his signature civ, and currently it feels like the signature civ of the other player. Ottomans take the field in a green on green, with B in the green as the Ottomans. But Myriad, man, this guy has leveled up over time with this civ, and there's just something a bit broken about Delhi, not to mention the fact that Delhi on Lippany in this tournament so far have led underdogs to victories against the superiors. Could it happen again? Let's find out here in the Epohers Cup. The Epohers World Cup, this $3,000 tournament. We are here in an elimination series. Winner of this will go through 2 playoffs where they'll face off against Louis MT. Could it be that B is just going to cruise on through after struggling the first time around against Myriad? Or are we about to see a staged comeback? Myriad takes to the very straight away with the Delhi. B on the other side is going to go for that military school opening. Yeah, so just gets that organic, slow-producing spears going. Makes sense. Your opponent's going to have Ghazi. Down the line, it's definitely a useful tool. And now, because you've asked me to show Vil's res, I'm just going to wait an extra 30 seconds. I'm just going to stare at the gold. So what's the plan here for Myriad? I think you have to be a little bit careful about big melee blobs in Feudal. I actually think the Ottomans are slightly favored in this matchup with equal levels of execution. It's arguable that Delhi are, like, for lower ranked players, easier to run away with victory here. But if you're talking absolute top skill players, I actually favor Ottomans slightly. And the reason is the meta and Sipahi. Sipahi can mirror Ghazi very well and easily beat them, especially when they have the meta to support. And then finally, you've got healing as much as the Delhi do with the Imam point. So yeah, the thing about Ottomans, they just kind of do a lot of what Delhi can do in Feudal Age, but in some ways better. Key, though, is shutting down sacred sites. Don't let your opponent get his hands on those. Because that's how Delhi typically snowball leads. I think in the past, we've seen Ottoman players struggle in this matchup because they play a little bit slow because they're reluctant. And they're reluctant because Sipahi, although they aren't fragile, really, they're quite tanky. They feel fragile because they're a very expensive, like, cavalry in it. B. Now I'm just going to start moving out. So it looks like he's going to be shifting early just to kind of scout the map extra here. I like that. You know, the Spearman, there's no point sending him just across the gold or the berries. Early Spearman pokes into Delhi are pretty weird just because, of course, they will have access to the Scholar to heal. And by the time he'd arrive on the gold anyway, your opponent's at least going to have secured what he needs for a second Scholar. If this was a Rax timing, you could actually ruin the Delhi's opening Dome of Faith because they wouldn't be able to afford Scholars. But with Military School, the production is way too slow. And Minaret Madrasa coming in. Just pretty much the expected here. How do you guys predict? Let's have a look. Let's take a gander. 76% for B. I mean, I am a big fan of the Ottomans. But I've been let down so often by them in the past. In more recent times, I think they've had a better hit rate against Delhi, though. I think one of the best examples we've had in the last year was Wham versus Beastie, which was a game that Beastie won on Delhi. Really because Wham made just one error and it lost him 5 workers. Before that point, like, go look for the game. I think it's up on our YouTube. Before that point, the game was slightly Wham favored, and it was trending in his direction. Because the other thing is also, if you keep scaling Sipahi and you lock Delhi into Feudal Age, you benefit. You have Vizier points. You get better and better. Your passive production over time adds more units and more units. Delhi don't really have an edge in feudal unless they can control sacred sites. You see what I said about the scholar. But the thing is, this wasn't any forced production. This was just passive production to annoy. So right now, Myriad is actually slowing down his tech timings by doing this. Look at that. 3 minutes away on Sanctity. Second scholar only now being queued up. Will be coming out soon, though. I don't know why the Dome of Faith doesn't have a progress bar, by the way. It's drunk. We don't talk about it. Second spear now arriving. And Myriad, he's resisting the temptation to go archers. He knows that it'll be a Sipahi follow-up, but double spear makes this a lot more problematic. Yeah, and the scholar is no longer able to successfully heal, right? Like, gradually, your village's health bar is getting lower. It's so subtle, though. First Ghazi arriving. These are only Dark Age Spearmen. And some... Wait, was that intentional pathing or weird pathing? It kind of looked weird. B... I would have thought he'd want to keep the two spearmen together. Because the scholar shouldn't be able to heal the Ghazi quick enough. I'll have a stab at it. B is going to end up getting out micro. So good kill there. So far, these are only 3 units. And normally this would be a good trade, actually, for B. But remember, Myriad can heal off all the damage. Yeah, you can even just start moving out towards a sacred site and then camp there to heal them off to make it more efficient. But the problem is, because of that ejection... We're still a minute and a half out on the Sanctity. Find this B. Adding in extra military schools now. Just goes for the 1 pull. Racks to follow up. Blacksmith drop coming. And that's when this starts to kind of ramp up when it comes to that passive efficiency. Well, not Myriad's gonna put in next, because yeah, you're expecting Sipahi. It is gonna be Sipahi, but it's also gonna be spears, interestingly enough. So I don't like this comp for Delhi. They usually get stuck in this comp, and this is where things start to favor Ottomans. Here's why. You've got light cav. Bro, I've got better light cav. In fact, my light cav is so good that I can stick my spear in front of my light cav and both of them can attack. Can you do that? No. The problem when you play Ghazi Spear is they argue with each other and where they stand in a fight. Great Imam timing there. Just gets the heal aura out. Ghazi Raiders just not able to get any kills. The Spearmen have been upgraded, so B now just hard investing into them. Myriad hasn't moved out for any sacred sites either. Is he on his way now? No, we've got all skulls at home. So there's no eco-escalation for him. He does, however, have a villager lead slightly. Yeah, this is tricky, guys. So imagine you go for a full melee mosh pit, and we already highlighted that your opponent actually has a bigger spear. You know how they say, like, size doesn't... It does hit. Size most definitely matters here. These guys will hit from further away, so they don't get exposed to spearmen and a spear and light cav on spear on light cav fight. Do need to be slowing down slightly here. Maybe a little bit rushed. Imam's now arriving. But folks, the spear and Sipahi interactions, step 1. Step 2 is his mum turned up to the fight as well, and she brought a med kit. She's got little band-aids in there for him. Kiss the boo was better. And then, step 3 is his mum also brought that big padded Michelin Man jacket that means that you can't actually punch him and him feel it. Melee armor is a huge value play here for B. If he looks like he's going to lose a fight, melee armor saves him. If he looks like he's winning a fight, attack speed wins it bigger. This is hard. Now Clash coming in. The Imams aren't being jumped onto. No, he just tries to swarm the spears because B got baited across to deal with the Scholar. Imams going to have to back up a little bit. B also, weirdly enough, switched archers. I'm not sure that was necessary. I like these tanking with the meta. Meta's not going to take too much damage other than the spearmen who are now dead. And this healing, this focused healing, is doing so much work. Spearman finally goes down. Sipahi died for the trade. But the Imams are not being killed. Myriad, he's able to just separate the Sipahi. We'll get the 1 kill there. New one's arriving, however. as long as they've got the melee armor, they're going to feel unkillable. Not just that, Myriad doesn't have melee armor at all. He does not have undermesh, and B just got the steel arrow upgrade. Oh my, Myriad looking stuck here. Luckily for him, B is now wasting a lot of time on scholar kills instead of finishing off the Ghazi. Dive for the Imam, B. Maybe a little bit exposed here. Only one spearman. He keeps running further away. He's trying to hide in the choke point, but the Imam goes down. There is hope. There is hope with that one move for Myriad. Killing one Imam is huge. And usually difficult to do for melee units. So this guy no longer heals himself. He didn't have a partner to heal him, rather. So he becomes a bit of a danger, a liability here. And Myriad does have archers to contest. But B right now, his army is definitely more scary, guys. Military count-wise, Myriad, almost a third of his army is scholars. But B, I mean, I'm a bit shocked he's going this hard into archers. Then again, Myriad completely forgot about blacksmiths. He's now only adding it in. Yeah, this is pretty delayed. I think that's why B thinks he can get away with archers. He probably checked the units in the fight and went, wait, why does he not have any armor still? Has no damage either. He should have attacked the Imams. It's tricky because if there's any spears there and you dive to attack the Imams, they can just kite and thread themselves through the archers and the spears, and then you just die to spears, right? It's very difficult unless you can find the Imams exposed far away. There was a point much earlier in the fight where when they initially clashed, the Imams were just standing there. I thought Miro would try to dive it there. But it's deceptive because although you think it's an easy kill, you have to remember the melee armor makes it take a lot longer. Myriad, now we're talking about, yeah, pretty much exactly a 2-villager lead for Myriad. B is once again out of that TC. No textiles either. He does have military schools, which pads the difference, though. Early farms also. Wasn't really expecting that. Myriad, a few more sheep to work with. Has snuck out to the berries in the corner as well. Myriad checking on Papa B to make sure he's still playing the age. Spearman. A bit ambitious. Yeah, sending 3 spears into Mass Ghazi is bold. Why farms? Because you're up against Ghazi. You're up against Ghazi, you're worried about flank raids. And you don't get benefits from going berries compared to Delhi that can justify building outposts on berries because the gathering rate is that good. They'll make up the difference. B, hello. Oh, he's going for the block. Myriad gets baited in. Melee armor is there, so he will just run away. I wonder if B actually could have waited like 2 more seconds because Myriad had stood still there. Army is marching across. Now, the Imam, if I'm not mistaken, yeah, he was held back pretty far. He's on his way now. Would be important because he's still got a bunch of like injured Sapai here, right? Actually, health bars aren't too bad. You know, some people look at this and go, oh my god, B, he's throwing the game. Why is he sending the Imam out at this stage? Because if he loses the fight, it's over anyway. Right, like you would have failed to scale and contain your opponent. You need that Imam. That heal's going to be critical because you know that Myriad will have healing too. Because you're pushing into his base, if Myriad is paying attention, he'll pull scholars out for a heal. So you kind of have to have that as your ace up your sleeve, not just the meta aura. Did he pull him back? Or am I blind? Where is the Imam? Spy the raid. I feel blind right now. The Imam is missing. Wait, what? B, that is a bit ambitious. We're like 3 minutes away from that. Okay. I don't think he realizes he'd done that. Was that instinctual? I don't know why you'd ever put him there. Ranged armor activated though. Sees how many archers Mira's playing with. Frontline is a little bit limited for B right now. Ghazi, they're able to jump on in. Ranged armor also not being kept in range. No, the fight's pulling too far away. It's an absolute disaster. B, he's missing the Imam, who's now on the way. The meta aura wasn't there. It comes in too late. And now he's overextended. Myriad will get the wipe. Damn. It's happening again. We're going to get a game 5. Last time, it was the reverse sweep. Last time it was B who came from behind to win the series. We may be about to see it happen the other way around. Shoe on the other foot. Because this was bloody impressive. B, a little bit messy. You know, we were praising his micro early today, but losing track of the imam, the meta in those fights, both of those details just cost him so dearly on an assault. Now with an army this big, B's got to be feeling it. Myriad's going to push him. He also now has map control to go for Sacred Sites, something that's been difficult up until now. Before this, Myriad at best could hope to get one Sacred Site, and that was about it. You see what I mean about the execution. You know, B, that previous fight where he lost the Imam, I feel like he was so close to just getting what he needed out of it. If that Imam had survived, I think we'd be looking at a very different game right now. It's so difficult to achieve sometimes. Two Sacred Sites now being locked in. Myriad is getting ready to move across the next berries. Maybe B could hit him, raid him. The problem is, Myriad's getting ready to age. He's also spreading wide, just looking for the moment where B has to move out for resources. Instead, he's just been adding in more farms over time, but that's expensive. Myriad. He's going to get eyeballs in this, the double outpost play. Archer's in with the trade out. He has got the numbers. And dive in. Nicely played. Ghazi able to find a kill or two. All 3 Sacred Sites locked in. Just the food to be secured. And oh, nice hit. B. He hits the bat berries for 5. That is a huge strike. A point where Myriad needed more food coming in as well. He just shifted across the additional berries. That could also get scouted. The Myriad not going to hang around. Starts to push forward. Understands he needs to give more punishment. Arrow slits over fortifications is crazy from B. Even if he gets the upgrade, is he going to have time? Workers go for the repair, but the archer count is good enough to snipe them down one by one. House of Learning also on the way. And Myriad, this should be enough to lock it in. B's just trickling into his death here. He's got nothing left. It's a handful of Sipahi, and that's that. And those Sipahi are heading for a death wish here. This is not an army they can beat. GG. Delhi Ottomans. Such a hard one, even for some of the best Ottoman players to navigate. Just looking for that perfect game. If you can achieve it, you can achieve a win. But easier said than ever done. Damn. And in we go deeper for this series. Right side win. Delhi beating Otto. One more game. And these boys are going to be taking us to Cliffside for a Rus versus HRE skirmish. HRE have been looking pretty good on this map against Rus, no? I think the map is like too short for Rus to feel comfortable. Mira could have this, guys. Holy crap. Let's choose prediction outcome. So win for Myriad. I'll put new predictions up with 5 minutes. Go, go, go. Bet 15K on Delhi? Damn. Payout, baby. He's making it rain. Right? Yo. Helte made all the money. He made all the bird feed. He can gift everyone subs. I think that's how that works. Oh, sorry, not Helte. It was Arta. Misread the chat. Yeah, Arta got everyone covered. I mean, he basically got paid by Camion by the looks of it. Goddamn B fanboys. He doesn't win every game, you know. Come on. Do you think HRE recently went down unless Mindwork aggression? No, I think you can still Arcan, but I think if you Arcan, you normally have to Pro Scouts, which would have a really good spawn. Minework is just, it's not that the Arcan sucks as much as Minework is just better. And people start to really appreciate it. I look at HRE Minework a little bit like Hippodrome versus Grand Winery on a small scale. Like the Hippodrome is being truly slept on, whereas like Minework is being partially slept on. It's not a catch-all. You have to have a decisive timing in mind to attack. But also I think there was this tunnel vision logic. And we hyped up as well, where like all pike sounds broken, like Horseman, Spearman, damage buff. But like you don't just have to Spearman, Horseman. There are other ways, right? Archers are good for it as well. H3 should deny Pro Scouts? On this map, yeah. With marching drills. Depends on the spawn a little bit. Sorry, just checking some chats. Arcana Glass is worth it. I like the look of them. I think style's important. If you don't feel like you're going to like how you look in them, then no. But like the blue light filtering, like I've tested it on like the tiredness thing by using my eye contacts, and I think there's something to it. But also it's because they curve their glasses more than standard manufacturers. They're pretty cool. I'd say hold off on buying though. We're working on getting our code fixed because our code for some reason got deactivated. So I need to talk to my gunner contact, and then you'll be able to get 15% off, I think it is. So I'll let you guys know when that happens. I'll probably ping it out on the Discord as well. All right. Here we go. It's happening again. 5-game series between B and Myriad. Seriously, do not sleep on this guy anymore. He's closing the gap. B definitely looks better at the start of new innovative areas of Age of Empires 4. But never underrate the power of a grinder to catch up. And it is going to be an HRE pick on Cliffside into Roost. I love this pick for this map. I think HRE is incredibly powerful. These Dark Age rushes on Cliffside are phenomenal because of how short the map is. And the way this spawn has happened, I think there might be a world in which he can torch that. Yeah, B. This one less so, but I think this one might be subtly torchable by spears. Honestly, even if it's not, remember that HRE gets so much extra income early on. Dropping a few spears isn't bad because you're expecting a Roost player to go Pro Scouts anyway, so it lets you block them. Looks like he's scattered around the base already. Myriad... Oh, but he came in too soon, right? I don't think he saw the hunting cabin straight away. So what's the play then? Did he think that this one was burnable? No, okay. I guess he's just going to come back around now. Yeah, so this is like... This seems quite expensive, and agreed. It's a little bit of a gamble, but the logic now is that you can tech up at a similar pace because of your buff gathering rate. Like, the good news is he didn't overcommit. He didn't go 3-4 spears. Would it have been better if he just teched to Defeat? Absolutely. And someone time out Farman for that. Uh-oh. Only I get to make jokes that cringy. Is Myriad officially the best caster player now? I guess only Crackly is somewhat close. Yeah, he's the best one. Crackly does, like, reasonably well, but, like, Crackly doesn't really compete anymore, right? You don't often see him in qualifiers or anything. He's just taking up the Kushki life as a caster. And also, I'm pretty sure Myriad is higher ranked this season. Oh, no, actually. No, there you go, yeah. 30th in the world. So it's definitely Myriad favored right now. Okay, so tech up's coming in. B is going to trigger it first, actually. Where is the slowdown here? Oh, Myriad. I think he pulled the gold workers, but the buff ran out early when they arrived. Because I feel like he should have had enough gold by now. It's really tricky sometimes with the inspiration buff to know how long's left. Because this game doesn't feature like a little wind down. It should really have a duration thing on these. Yeah, it shouldn't be hard to do either. Like rendering it front side, considering that this is being tracked on the back end anyway. It's going to be Arkin on the tree line. Honestly, I think we're seeing Pro Scout denial into Pro Scouts. This Arkin doesn't really have much value if you just farms. Because the problem with just adding in farms is it's going to allow Horse Archers to spam out easily. We normally can't actually time out mods, sadly. Because if we time out a mod, they actually lose their perms, and I can't be asked to keep giving them perms again. Then again, when was the last time Farman done anything mod-like? I think, Farman's like, he's not one of those power trippers, you know what I mean? He's not like sitting in front of a keyboard / banning people and then making like really sleazy, jerky, offy noises, you know? He isn't like writing on a CV, I mod for KP for like 100 hours a month just so that I can taste the tears of other Twitch chatters. But that also means he's completely disposable. Yeah. Yeah, it actually does, doesn't it? Anyway, Scouts coming through. You can see by the macro, by the way, it's definitely Pro Scouts for Myriad. I thought he'd just start with a bit more aggro play, though. Because the problem is your opponent's already counterplaying Spearmen. Like, doing Pro Scouts like this feels a bit weird. Because, like, your opponent's already going to answer with Archers. But you're going to be delayed getting Horsemen out because you need Pro Scouts, right? How much sheep does he have? Only 7. So he really has no time to wait. I don't know about this. Pro Scouts is now queued up by B. He definitely delayed his own timing by going archer range first. Sheep game looks pretty good for him though, right? 16 sheep to just 7 for HRE. And Myriad now with the stables drop, but this is funnily enough going to give him an edge on Pro Scout timing. He's ahead by about 15 seconds. The tricky part is you're behind by 3 scouts, which takes 23 seconds each. And remember, people saying this is GG. It's actually not. Myriad can still feasibly get 50% of the deer. If he does, he's in a pretty good position because although he'll eat for it quick, it also means he'll burst his production or his tech. Long term, you're pretty roughed out because obviously, B will get into a high trade house that generates gold and food. But in terms of gathering bursts, each one of these villages on deer is going to be about 30. I don't even know I'm doing rough numbers. 35% is right there. 35% more efficient than bees. Actually, less so. It'd be more like 25%, right? Eventually, anyway. He's not at bounty 2 yet. Actually, no. Now that I think about it, the gap's even smaller, crazily enough. Because it's not just your opponent has 10% increased gathering. They get gold when they gather as well. So it's more like you're 20% more efficient on deer. Which is still a big deal. Now adding in additional archers. Myriad is mirroring, though. And in fairness, H3 archers can actually address you quite well. It's a smart way for Myriad to be playing this. Because he's got all this wood anyway. Normally, people just think about adding in farms so that after they eat the deer, they're still good to go. But I actually like Archer Mass a lot. This early on, B wouldn't have considered a wooden fortress, so he doesn't have any sort of eco upside. Villagers, though, that feels like a bit of a blunder. Worker kill. Horseman Archer is now going to be able to chase, so it will be a little bit of payback. Catches him before the outpost goes up, so nicely played by B. How much deer is left on this side of the map? All but 1. And the back one's already been taken, so actually Myriad's timing isn't going to be too bad at this rate. Awesome, just going to chase forward. A little bit ambitious now with spears arriving. It's just carving a path for the archers. Yeah, if he's quick about this, he might be able to intercept. He even yoinks the deer. Myriad doesn't go for his own stack first. No. He takes away. We'll have to drop quick, though. Yeah, it would just be a duck and run. But more scouts on the way, so B will want to pay attention fast here. Keeps on chasing. That feels like a bit of an error, though. And now the extra scout. This is getting so messy. But the problem for B is he greeted. Look, he's going for attack. So those 7 scouts mean nothing now. You're going to start losing them. Tries to run away. Maybe able to get out of range before he dies, but it's difficult now for them to grab anything. Remember, Myriad with that burst of extra food income via the Arkin buff, he may be delayed teching up, but the difference shouldn't be that big. He's trying to make it so. A lot of villagers pulled there. Does shrink it down to just 12. High trade house on the way. Get your numbers in, folks. It doesn't actually look that impressive. Scout's still limbing around. 1080p looks crap. Does it really look that bad? This is my problem. Like, I don't know. Twitch just needs to give us more settings, man. All the more reason why we zoom in. Pumbaa? Wait, what? I mean, it will reach the archers, funnily enough, but Myriad hasn't really reacted to it yet. No, he just chooses to optimize for the scout kill. An ambitious attack. Okay. I mean, he killed it, but I don't know if that's really worth it, instead of just running away. I mean, B should be saying thank you. Down the line, he can go gather that, right? Oh, you're shocked. You're such a nice guy. Just sits there curling his hair. B now yoinking from the west side. But Myriad, this is the beautiful thing about marching drills. HRE are just so fast. Able to shift across and block out the return. He's scared, though. Understandably so. He is an age behind now. Wow, so he just pulls back and guards the east side. Does he think he's being mind-gamed here? Because he's not. B is very simply just taking the west side deer. Instead, I guess Myriad thinks it's a dive point. He's going to look to move in. But he needs an age up. Stop. I don't know if I rate horsemen to break in here. The archer mass is cool, but your opponent now has knights coming. So unless Myriad wants to add in spears as well, I'm not sure he can stay feudal much longer. I mean, we have seen these all-in feudal commitments more regularly against Fast Castle, and they've been growing in their success rate. But I think they work better against Roos when Roos open Horse Archer. Knights is a different affair. And Myriad realizes it. He starts to back off. He's got Spearman queued up. I think the window of opportunity is closed, though. Once 4 knights are in the field, how do you contain that easily? I mean, he does at least do 2 damage per strike, but Undermesh isn't that hard of an objective for B at this stage. Especially now that he's adding in archers. Warrior monks as well. The other problem with Myriad just playing all-in feudal against this is it just backfires when the relics start coming home. 99 gold, by the way, on the high trade house. Nice little bit of gold trickle, which is enabling this knight spam. Veterancy now on the way for them. Myriad is almost tech up time. And he did make the ball worthwhile. Golf clappers, man. I did not expect him to pull out for this. But in fairness, B's so starved on army count. How do you stretch to block the ball play while staring this down? I get an opportunity now considering Myriad has backed all the way up. But B might not think to look at it. No, it doesn't seem very obvious. You know the deer's been taken already. He knows the deer's been taken because he knew that Myriad went pro scouts and he didn't get contested on this deer. So it's just kind of basic logic that there shouldn't be anything there at this stage. Except apparently one deer that's... Oh, he catches the last one coming home. Every little counts. Age up ready is going to be the Regnants. But folks, is by the time you tech up, going to be at least 2 warrior monks in the field. Time is most definitely not on Myriad's side. Nor is map positioning, actually. He's going to step up with the archers. And actually finds the perfect fight. It's just the spearmen on their own with one knight. The rest of the army pulled too far forward. And right now, B is distracted, microing knights. Doesn't pull them back far enough, though. The horsemen doing a great job up against Castle Age knights here. What? I mean, I know they have numbers, but come on. He's going to bring reinforcements through. Myriad. There is a sandwich waiting to happen here. Unfortunately, he was not in position. So great fight there. B will be able to wipe out the horseman. The intercept on the relic could be big here. This would be the third relic. It's a wide chase. Yeah, so he splits up. He tries to guard both, but this is where the knights can take advantage. If you're splitting yourself between multiple relics, you're actually not ape strong, right? Good grab on the east side. Prelate able to get one. Two spearmen just sent into the forest. There is still a realistic world in which Myriad can get 3 relics here. His position isn't bad, but it's going to come at a price elsewhere. B, a magnificent read, goes into the base. Because Myriad is so fixated on getting those relics, he's not guarding home. And Wallalol is going to be a whiff. He gets smushed from both sides. Archers will leave the base for the south side. Knights continue those keen rotations. Game getting uncomfortable. An 8-worker lead now for B. Not just that. He just saw the boar. Yep, there was one deer left over here. Actually, I think that was the one that he pulled back from near the base. And now he has another target. Myriad, this sick play onto the boar that was looking valuable, may now cost him the game. Because he's going to end up 15 workers behind at this rate. Archer's just poking the backside, drawing attention. Actually hesitates to commit the 9 knights. A little bit surprised by that. So Myriad does dodge the bullet. Yeah, why? I mean, I know Myriad has a big archer army here, right? But you've got a lot of knights. Yeah, here we go. Goes back in now. I was about to say, burn that mother ducker to a crisp. Has he waited too long now? Myriad coming in from behind. Outpost is on fire. Army at the choke point. Good cover fire. Myriad able to sneak away. A few knights are creeping off on the flank, but he's going to do a ring of roses and camp the area. But we've seen what happens when Myriad does this. Every time he moves upfield, B sneaks in the back. Another group of raiders show up in the base. And intercepts the relic. Uh-oh. Where's the warrior monk? It doesn't seem like he has one nearby right now. No, I think they're back at home. Knight's just trying to mirror the moves, but it does just feel like Myriad, despite the marching drills, is just getting torn left and right. And it doesn't even need to be the immediately apparent damage. It's just B slowing down Myriad's economy, forcing and dictating where they fight. Makes a world of difference, and it shows you the value of mass cav versus infantry, even HRE marching drills infantry. You see it in the army value as well. This army quality is through the roof for B. Knights go into the base again. Army in position to guard the relic, but who guards the woodworkers? No one ever cares about the lumberjacks. They only give a damn when they save a little girl from a wolf. Any other time, left to the wolves. Gets another? And gets a... Come. How? On those health bars, one's at least going to go down and pay a price for it. Myriad, he's been losing so many workers in his base. What happens when you have to do this? Go wider. The hunting... Wait, has B got short-term memory loss? What just happened? No, it's because he didn't think he'd come back. I mean, remember, he burned it down. So Myriad's Ring of Roses tricked B. Horse Archer Knights are now on the way, however. And the dive in the base is also distracting Myriad. Villagers will be able to garrison. He'll just have to pull away temporarily. Doesn't lose one worker for it. But now Myriad's army is truly out of position. This time, it will not work. We thought the lumberjacks were hated. But apparently the pig eaters are the worst of all. Left to the Roos. -5, and now we're talking about a 17 eco lead for B. He won the relic game 3-2. Regnitz doesn't matter when you consider the high trade house is worth 111 gold, plus the 35 from the deer per minute. B is just raw ahead. Food, wood, gold, everything. This is his game to lose. Myriad playing even wider now into his own ball. I mean, this is the thing. You've done a great job of extracting some resources from your opponent's side by taking his ball, but the problems I see here is, I mean, A, the obvious eco deficit, but the other problem is, like, you needed to go farm sooner because you ate the food quicker. And despite the fact you ate the food quicker, despite the fact that you got more, or should have been able to get more units out by having a better food buff gathering rate, we find ourselves in a sticky predicament where B has double the military value. And Myriad just frankly looks stuck. Static emplacements would be his best bet. Has he got stone gathering? Oh god, these stones are horrible. I would have said this one would have made the most sense, but he needs the food, right? So he can't push those people off of berries. Looks like he's going to be allowed to grab for the moment, but there's going to be a grab on the tree line. There's barely anyone left here. B moves in. Looks onto the farms, villages. What are they doing? Why are they walking? Oh, no. The misclick. B with almost double the worker count now. And this looks to be the killing blow. Knights charge in. There's barely any spears to meet him. He'll just run this one out of town. Horse archers contesting the base again. And B, for the second time in this tournament, will take Myriad out 3-2. An impressive effort by Myriad. You know, maybe not the cleanest game here or there, but the series overall, I think the one that might be kicking him in the teeth was game 1. This game 5 was just B playing it pitch perfectly. Oopsie, wrong scene. G to the G. So that is going to be B going through to playoffs, where I believe he'll face off against Louis MT, if I'm not mistaken. Elsewhere, bracket updates. How are we looking and how are we cooking? Let me have a ganders. Hydrate? Okay. Whew. You guys like my bottle? I'm part of the Coast Guard. One of my things I got from my German trip. Oh, I didn't show you guys before, did I? You see what else I got? I got a bunch of badges. So, Coast Guard. These are like the proper badges you put on, like, you know, your arms or whatever. So, Coast Guard. Air Force Gaming. Space Force Gaming. This is the one for the event, like, done the vlog on. If you guys haven't seen it, it's cool. You should watch it. Allied Forces Esports Invitational. And I love this little bonus one I wasn't expecting to get. That's a France Air Force badge. One of the players gave it to me. A little bit more tattered and battered than the others, but it's because, you know it's good quality. Well, you know it's real. As in, like, it's been carried around by a soldier, not just handed out at the event. And then, I didn't know if you guys knew about this. There's, like, Americans love their coins. They're obsessed with them. So I've got one of these. They actually minted coins for the event. So this is for a Rocket League tournament. So there's a thing about Americans and their coins. So if you want to have one of these, if you're ever around American military people, because the way it works is if you're at like an event or whatever, or you're like a pub or whatever you're at, and they pull one of these out and they go, and they slam it down on the table. Everyone at the table then has to slam down a coin. If everyone at the table slams down a coin, it's a round of drinks on the person who slammed the coin. But if there is someone who didn't have a coin, they have to buy everyone at the table a round of drinks. And so we went out for dinner at Chili's, and we're like, the guy, he slammed a coin down on the table. He's like, all right, let's see who's buying dinner. And everyone's like, oh, for God's sake, not this crap. And I was like, what's that? He's like, it's a coin. If you don't have one, you have to like pay for dinner. I was like, yo, that's cool. Can I have a look at it? And he's like, sure. He goes and hands it to me. I go, wow. I just stare him in the eyes. And that's when it sinks in. He's like, I'm paying for dinner. I was like, yes, you are. So if you ever get ambushed at a military table with that move, and you don't have a coin, because I didn't have one because I hadn't been given one yet, that's your counterplay. Get their coin. It counts. Yo, what's up, Phillisburg? Thank you very much for the Prime sub, mate. Welcome back to the Swarm. Appreciate you, buddy. All right. So, let's check in on the state of the scores. So, is Valdemar Sass still going on? It might be. Let's have a look. I think it is. They're only in game 3. 1-1. Their first game on Cliffside? Oh, dude, I wish I'd seen that one. Almost an hour long. Should we get the Valdemar Sass draft? You guys love your grudge match, right? We'll probably make this the last one. By the way, apparently, coRe had an insane series. He had a 5-game series against Starflark. Damn, there was a lot of cool series today. We just won't be able to cover them, right? Because, like, tomorrow we're going to be back into KPMM. We've got a lot of KPMM games to do. But I can't seem to find the draft. If someone has the draft for Sass versus Valdemar, please do drop it to me. Oopsie. But it should be 1-1 right now. So we've already had Cliffside, Baldland, and now we're going to be hopping into game number 3, which is going to be Dry Arabia. Well, I watched first game. It was beautiful. I don't know if we got time. Because, guys, I've got to be up really, really early tomorrow because I've got to get some new glasses. Disaster class of no comparison. Do they just both keep blundering? What? Do I like how Baltoon just always comes in with the shade, you know? Yeah, like my only worry is that we've got potentially 3 games left, and these two are capable of still delivering 2 to 3 hours of content there, and that'll take me through to like 10, and I've got to do some emails tonight for my like influence stuff behind the scenes, which is like another hour of my time, right? So then I'm at like 11 p.m. and I got to wake up probably at like 7 a.m. It's like I want to be kind of mindful of that. 1 sec, I need to close the door. We're gonna get ready for the game. We actually, like, this is live, by the way, so we can do predictions. I don't think Fatblop's here, so I'll set it up. They literally just had a countdown. We just got into game. So let me pay out. It was B, wasn't it? Yeah. And let's go for game 3. I'll give you guys 2 minutes. Also, Baltoon with a shade, but he isn't signing up to these himself. What the hell? Like, at least join me on the microphone if you're just going to be like this. We don't get to watch you, you know? All right, guys. It's a rematch of the grudge match. That's right. Welcome back to the channel, folks, for Valdemar versus Sass. This just seems to be the topical one of the month right now with these two coaches who now have to become competitors We are hopping into game number 3 of this rematch. Last time these two met, Valdemar was able to take it 3-1. We could be on track for a repeat, but Sass, he trusts in his Ottomans. Ottomans that backfired for him previously in his matchup against Valdemar, because the last time these two clashed, it was an Ottoman versus HRE. No, sorry, it was on the other foot, wasn't it, now that I'm thinking about it? Ottomans was picked by Valdemar. So a very big difference. I can't remember who it was. Was it? It was Recon that Sass struggled with Ottomans, but that was a crazy style that I'm not expecting here. So Valdemar with Rus. Double hunting cavalry set up. There is going to be a spearman play, but it's a delayed spearman play. Yeah, it's just going to be the military score, which is in Swift. And the bets are up. You've literally got 40 seconds to put your predictions in. Yeah, we've been seeing a lot of this military school up in the moment. Marine Lord, I think, does it quite a lot. I think Sass has done it every single game. It does make sense over doing racks against the Rus, just because it's very difficult to guarantee the value. There is value here, though. Look what Valdemar done. Yeah, he built his hunting cabins on the edge of range, so these can be burnt without the TC hitting. He has, however, dropped sheep off, so he's going to be hanging around for the repair. Yeah, he sees this one as a liability. He's gathering up both. Dude, that's... I don't know if that was intentional, but that is insanely subtle. Could you guys tell there was a villager there? Can you guys maybe not see it? If I wasn't on Valdemar's POV, you just wouldn't know there's villagers here. The only time you see them is when they get up to drop off. It's like a game of whack-a-mole, like, oh, over here. Where'd he go? Wait, what was that? I swear I heard someone say someone around here. I bet there's someone hiding in the tree line somewhere if I just look close enough. Oh, over here. Wait, where? Honestly, sometimes the spawns are subtly OP just because of the directions you place in. So Sass has scouted. I mean, that's pretty smart, though. I got to give him a lot of props for the two villager drop on the hunting cabin. Just to try and protect in case this was a Rax rush. Like, most players, instead of just doing what Valdemar does, most players just build the hunting cabins tighter, but it means that they overlap trees and you get less gold. Whereas you can see that Valdemar, mate, it's like when we watch Marine Lord place these things, it is perfect. There's like overlap for maybe maximum one tree. A minaret madrasa now on the way. So Valdemar, what's the opening going to be? Will he go archery? Because the thing about this play from Ottomans is they want you to go archery, right? If you open archery range, they open Sipahi, and they've got you counter-blocked. While Sipahi are also good at blocking out play into Pro Scouts, right? Very good at running them down. $16 sheep. Only 7? Alright, guys, this is pretty bad for Sass. He has at least got the point. He can go for the sheep. But that means you can't have the imams for an early push. Might leave you a little bit weaker. Deer is close to the north side, but you know Pro Scouts is hard to stop happening. Just a random shiv out. Let's try and deal with the torches. Alright, how did you guys gamble in the end? Let's see what the way out was. 76% for Valdemar. So a lot of people believe in the Dane. And the Rax? Okay, no, I was about to say, like, Rax here, you could, but it's just going to take a lot longer to clear the spears, right? And also, I think Ottomans are just as happy to be able to open archers as Sipahi. Sipahi is obviously a higher value, but archers still works very well. Just because they scale nicely with the attack speed buff. You know, the attack speed buff on the meta is best used with archers anyway. Melee units can utilize it, sure, they get that buff, but it's not often as good. And the reason is because melee units tend to move around a lot, meaning they're not necessarily maximizing the DPS off of attack speed. Fold them up. Should just be targeting Pro Scouts. A lot of wood being gathered, actually. I know he's adding a few archers in, but this is a crazy amount of wood. Is there ever a world in which he doesn't Pro Scout? Unlikely. We've already got the ticket sale. 275 gold locks it in. It might just be that he's prepping racks plus Wooden Fortress with this type of macro. Yeah, Wooden Fortress coming down. It definitely makes sense when you've got 16 workers on wood. That means with the Wooden Fortress, you're getting an extra 3.2 villages of gathering. And Pro Scouts is now queued. Sass. That's in the archer range, so it's going to be the 1-1-1. Good to always have the racks as a backup plan here, just in case Valdemar contemplates knights. Has become a little bit more frequent with Roos, I want to say, in the last few weeks. A return to the feudal play with heavy knights. Spear's already guarding against the Pro Scouts. It looks like he's spreading himself wide to both sides. Like the little wide shove there, just getting them further away from the enemy base. So I guess Sass's win con, is he going to try to just win the game with feudal? I really like this approach with Ottomans right now. I know earlier today Sass had an insane Imperial game, but I just don't think you necessarily need to aim for that in a lot of matchups right now. And the Imam does suggest that Sass wants a quick game. You know, we did talk about it playstyle-wise. Sass is the type of guy who goes in for quick finishes. It's just when it doesn't work out and you end up falling back for the late game, it looks like you are just playing for late game. You know what I mean? Where it's like, the plan was to win the game in 20, but because we dove a bit too aggressively, we now have to aim for 40. Sass presumably has been practicing a lot of Ottomans recently, considering their rise in popularity. They're not really a ban-worthy civ right now, at least not in a rush, but they are a desirable civ. So putting some extra practice time into them to find these new kind of timings and understand the delicacy of the Imam pull is absolutely worth a pro's time. Battle of the Coaches episode 2. No, this is Battle of the Coaches episode 3. We had them in KPMM in a best of 3. We had them here in the Epohers World Cup in a best of 5. And now we've once again, the Epohers World Cup, the second time, got them in a best of 5. Spears. Oh, just going to chase with Sipahi, but the Imams are chasing for just giving that heal. Spearman a bit hesitant to hang around, actually. I mean, Valdemar should be a fairly easy defense, you'd think, but the Imams just muddy the matter. Great micro gets the Sipahi away. Bit of an overextension there. We'll end up losing the scalp, but quick queue up for a new one by Sass. However, you have failed to contain the deer. That is 6 deer that have made it home for Valdemar. Buffed gathering rate coming in, even further now with survival techniques. The end of the trilogy. I feel like there's one that just keeps going. I just don't even know if there's really that much drama. It's just like the drama has been heard by someone who's not one of the 2 players involved. At least I haven't seen like either make anything about it. Like make any statement. Archer count pretty high for Valdemar. Healing only matters if they're not already dead. Sipahi are going to dive in, but the spearmen are there. Good grab. Just needs to finish them off. Finishing touch is important here. The archers gets the double kill. That's huge for Valdemar. Make it a triple. The Sipahi are expensive. The spearman's still alive. Makes him so he can't engage. Sipahi now diving towards the Wooden Fortress. This is getting a little bit ambitious. We'll back away now. Valdemar, actually good trades for a man who's macroing for castle. Kept the Sipahi count down. Think about the difference maker here. You know, otherwise Sass would be close to 10 Sipahi now, which would have given him a good timing to enter the base to stop this. Now it's difficult. High trade house on the way. And yes, it is Voldy Sassy again, because they're using the GSL format. This is why I'm a bigger fan of like the flip, I don't know what would be called, the flip GSL, where you stick them in different groups sort of thing. So I guess like it's kind of cool sometimes to have the rematch where it's like, okay, let's see what changed, what they learned. The problem is when the rematch is on the same weekend, it's like, okay, there isn't that much you can learn in that short of a time. Theoretically, anyway. Get your numbers in for the high trade house, folks. Valdemar is chopped pretty deep, actually, because of the archer bulk. It's us. Can he dive? He's still got both imams. He's got the meta, but the problem is the imams will just die to TC fire. Like, if you dive this area, you should be getting targeted on your imams. If they even go with you. He's going to be marching to the base. Sealed shelter used. Ranged armor toggled. Spearman gets sniped straight away. Archers start stepping back, and Valdemar, that was greedy. He chose Monastery over troops. Men-at-arms are being queued up, but the village is now in trouble. Archers to target fire them. Meta out of range, so the ranged armor wasn't fully there. But the villagers are in trouble here. Sass needs these kills as well. It looks like he was idling his own TC. Great micro garrison there. Valdemar shifts through to the other side. Wooden Fortress targeting down the archers, but there's nowhere to go. Remaining Sipahi go in. Shivs come out. Valdemar's had enough of this crap. He could go for another garrison shift. It is going to be exactly that. So Valdemar now down by 5 workers, but an entire age ahead. And Sass is all in. He goes for the Akinji. Men-at-arms coming out, but Valdemar lacks the food to get more, I'm afraid. Good news for him. There's just not many light cav units left for the dive. Army is going to get mopped up. The Akinji need to be very careful also. Sass, he has got the food gathering out on the flank, so I imagine now he goes for castle, happy with the damage done. Yeah, Kinji, I don't think they quite got huge value. I mean, they were decent for getting rid of the one men-at-arms that was defending there. Valdemar, dented but not dead. And Kinji, of course, reminder, they are the unit that does the double attack. About the same range as the Horse Archer, but they shoot twice. They hit for 66% of what Horse Archer does. However, we're talking about it in Feudal Age. And what? He's actively producing a Kinji. Yeah, this isn't just the point. Remember, you get 3 upon selecting the point. He's added in another 2. Okay, this is getting pretty cool. Valdemar with the Seek Shelter again. Men-at-arms try and buffer this away. Warrior Monk, that's big. Their health buff through the extra armor goes a long way against these Akinji strikes. Warrior Monk is going to get sniped down. The Horse Archer is able to scare away. But the Akinji do survive. Yeah, it's the Sipahi that are more in danger. In fact, he's going to lose both of them. In fairness, though, Sipahi cost an equal amount to the Akinji. They're both 160 resource investment. And guys, this is not a tech up like we were expecting. Sass is still investing. I mean, but Valdemar has food now, right? I mean, he hasn't been able to get all the deer back from his side of the map. But this is the beautiful thing about High Trade House, or rather the disgusting thing, this 102 gold trade house. It's providing them the food to stay alive here. Horse Archers are going to sneak out. A crafty move, considering Sass is playing wide on the map. Did have the foresight to set up an outpost on the south side. Not for the north, though. And the yoiking is real. He actually snatched a few from the other side. But Sass is going to see it. So we'll better just chase him away. And yes, Akinji are 7 base in Feudal. And then they go to 9 in Castle. It's important. Because at 7, it means 3 of them are incapable of one-hit killing a worker. Right? Because you can get up to 8 damage times so 16. That would bring you to 48. If you get Castle, you can with 3 of them kill a villager. Well, lol, just to scare off. Men-at-arms numbers are looking pretty good for Valdemar. The Kinji now diving the TC. I mean, you'd think he'd target fire them down. Yeah, switches over now. Warrior Monk is being ambitious, does not get the stab out, so no buff for the men-at-arms. But Valdemar does have more Horse Archers coming. Horse Archers not feeling too bad, even against the Sipahi at this stage, considering that they are still Feudal Age units. Maybe not for long. Sass is getting ready for an age up. He is yet to lose a single worker in this game. It's going a long way to keeping him in contest here. Horse Archers are going to intercept a good strike onto the Akinji. Gets himself 2 kills. Might be able to make it a 3rd if there's some weird navigation's there, but Sass, he just clicks back towards base now. The problem is, you've been so slow on the age up, it does allow Valdemar to now target relics ahead of you, right? Not so much, actually. I'd say that Sass done a really good job of intentionally taking out the warrior monks and forcing them to fight. Nice turnaround here with the Sipahi. Men-at-Arms now arriving. Ugly fight to commit to, actually. He also has melee armor switched on. Ranged armor, rather, instead of melee. So we'll just walk away. Interception on the reinforcements, though. Valdemar. Well, the problem here is Sass is still not aging up yet. And Valdemar is halfway across the map. He's starting to approach the base. I'm growing increasingly concerned that Sass may have overplayed his hand. The Deerers ran out in the north. The south side doesn't really have much left to it. Maybe about 1,000-ish. Less. And at home, Sass has no sheep. And the healing aura is the squat. Doesn't really feel like it's going to be that valuable with the way this fight's going to play out. Looks like the wolf also claimed a life, so finally Sass loses a worker. But he's about to lose a lot more. Horse archers, they find the gold! Sass gathers enough for an age up, but he's yet to start it. And this is pure nightmare fuel now. Where do you age? Ranged armor still on, no melee armor. The men-at-arms getting the perfect fight. It took a while to get here, but the men-at-arms are going to carry Valdemar through. The Akinji boys just not able to hold a candle against the horse archers of the Rus. And the Sipahi will fall victim to. Tech up now on the way. Valdemar has to know it, though. There was no reinforcements coming throughout all of that. Men-at-Arms starting to reach around. He's hunting for it. Does he see it? He's being dragged north. He sees the workers up here. Chases on, but that means Men-at-Arms might cut through the tree line and reveal. Valdemar getting easy kills. There's no textiles. He's wrapping around now. The Mehmet is not complete. And Valdemar, it's a feast! Sipahi just gets ignored. Who gives a damn about that? These workers, these kills are forever. Tech up, abandoned! And GG called. Valdemar, one game away from repeating this matchup for the second time in the same tournament. Damn. That was impressive. I mean, honestly, Sass, he looked like he had a really good hold on it, but Valdemar able to thread the needle. I think those garrison ungarrisons came in so clutch, it saved him from losing probably another 4 or 5 workers at least. And now puts Valdemar one game away from making playoffs in the Epohers World Cup, while Sass will have lost to the same opponent twice in 2 days. Ouchie. Let's see where the boys are taking us next. I don't think the draft is anywhere. Let me have a look. Ah, we've got the draft. That is fantastic. The opposed admins have been pretty on point getting things uploaded, actually. So props to them on that. So what we'll do, map draft, civ draft. Switch these points around. There you go. So we just had left side win. I think it's right side, left side. We just had Dry Arabia with Otto versus Rus. And then game 1. I think game 1 was Cliffside, we said. And that was the HRE versus Lancaster. That was a win for Sass. And then Baldland. Which was Ibids versus Shushi. And a win for Valdemar. Yeah, so basically, Sass opened this series with a win, and now he can't get one at this rate. Is what's happening. Well, let's see where he's going to go next. Whoopsie. Did I just invite him to group by accident? I think I did. That was a misclick. Oops. Is Kinjian Castle better than Rus Horse Archers? Mathematically, sort of. So, Akinji in Castle Age, base damage is 9 times 2. So you hit for 18. A Horse Archer hits for 12. And Akinji costs 160 resources, while the Horse Archer is 120. So, like, mathematically, they're kind of mirrored. The problem with Akinji, however, is because it's lower base damage and multi-strike, against armored units, you're worse. So actually, Horse Archers are better. That's my take on it anyway. And also, Horse Archers can scale to be... So, like, Akinji, the upside is they do get more health. They get more health than Horse Archers, but Horse Archers eventually get Boy's Fortitude to mirror that out. So, like, the way to think about Akinji is they're more situational than Horse Archers. Horse Archers are just robust generic. They work decently against most things. Whereas Akinji is like, if you run into ranged armor units, you're like, oh, crap. With Boy's Fortitude, they're worse cost-wise? What do you mean? Well, because Boy's Fortitude is so expensive? But that's a gradual scale point. It's like, Akinji get more health than Horse Archers. While having against the same... having against no ranged armor units the same damage. But once again, it's like, especially if you're hitting castle, are you up against no ranged armor units? Technically, no. Gully, how long was it between each game for you and Sass, by the way? Was there a lot of delays? Because I was kind of surprised this series was still going on. Ayu didn't win versus Sushi, right? Ayu did win against Sushi on Boardland. Oh, sorry. No, you're right. Sushi beat Ayu. I put them the wrong way around, didn't I? Sorry. Yeah, my brain. You're right. Good catch. Thank you. You just had long games. Okay. Oh, I need to check something, actually. Okay, we're good. So, I don't know if anyone else got this with a Windows Defender, but, like, I got pinged about a Trojan virus the other day, and it was the fan controls. There's a lot of fan control softwares that, because the access they had, they started to ping Microsoft's Windows Defender that they were a virus. So I just want to check, because I quarantined it, just to be safe, because it's like, it is technically like a flaw. But like some people are saying when they quarantined it, some of their fans turned off. Ours still work perfectly. Why are Byzantines always banned? Incredible, robust, all-round civ. They have multiple builds, they all feel strong. It's not quite China levels, but really I don't feel like Byzantines is that far off either, actually. Windows does a lot of false lags. Yeah, but this one was like loads of people were getting pinged it, and it was like super big flash, emergency, danger type vibes it was giving off, which was quite funny. Because it's basically because the fan control software technically does have quite deep security permissions to operate fans. It has to, right? By the way, it's going to be French versus Japanese, which is meant to be a hell pit for Japan because French have crossbows, blah, blah, blah. Gorge going to be the map. I think Japan does have some better answers these days than they used to, but I don't think you like the game going late, really. I feel like the later it goes, the better it gets for French. Catalombo's in the same composition. I mean, even just Lombo Horseman is as well, really. Like I made a statement the other day. I was like, do you not think if English didn't have such bad economy, they'd actually play Lombo Horseman instead of Lombo Spear? 100% they would. It's so much better. Because like the idea there, and it's interesting, and like what proves it is also like the interesting part. Like Byzantines kind of have to play it that way because they can mass horsemen, they can't mass lombos, so they have to treat lombos as an enabler to horsemen. But like I think the thing that would maybe bait English players, like I can build a lot of lombos, but still I think if you could justify building more horsemen, you would. Like high level players, horsemen are becoming increasingly invaluable because you can just dodge bad fights and commit and punish more easily. Longbow horses English, it's good if you get away with it early and don't get your first longbow killed. But that's the problem. Like, your economy sucks so much when you play English horseman longbow, which is what makes it difficult to get off the ground. But imagine, just imagine this. Imagine English and every 2 minutes they get like a 5% eco buff. Actually, no, I'll make this even simpler so it doesn't sound as crazy. Up to like, 25%. Let's make it less crazy. Let's say you drop, because you drop one system, you get 10% buff, right? In AoE4. So let's say you drop, like, let's say instead of that, let's just say as English, you just had a 10% increase eco buff, like a Golden Age default, from the start of the game. Do you not think English players would build Horseman Longbow? Do you not think that would be really, really strong? Like, ridiculously strong. Right? Like, English's weakness is their economy just sucks really badly. They have no eco upside. Especially considering that, like, gone are the days that you just get a free farm transition. Like, farm transitions are hard now. Even for English, like, you kind of do it, you're like, should I be doing something else with this resource sort of feeling, right? Longbow's only good if they get the +1 deny because of front gold or bad wood spawn for the opponent. Sort of, but like longbows in general are quite nice, even into horseman counterplay because they have higher base damage, so less of their damage gets offset. Yeah, Byzantine, I mean, like, X-Ray hit it on the head, right? Like, you've got a buffed economy, you've got buffed production rates, you've got an oh crap button to protect you against a raid, you've got buffed research. Biz is like a less crazy version of China because it doesn't ramp as quickly, is the easiest way to describe it. Like, China is more nuts because China just, like, pops off like that from the get-go. Whereas Biz has to, like, build into it a bit. It slows them down slightly. They're still good, but they're not as freaking bonkers. Sorry, just checking some stuff. Oh, did we do predictions? I did not. Let's get that sorted now. No, for some reason, dude, I was like, what the hell? I just unmuted myself somehow. Oops. All right, here we go. Three times in the last week, these two have met in tournament games. 3 times Valdemar could emerge victorious if he seals this game here. We head into Gorge for French versus Japanese. Game number 4 between the Turk and the Dane. And Valdemar is close to sealing the deal. Welcome back to the channel, folks. Valdemar is on 1 at the moment. And you know what? No offense to Sass, I'd be surprised if he does win this series. Valdemar yesterday almost beat Marine Lord. Coming into this today, it had to be feeling like squeaky bum time for Sassy. He was able to dispatch Gully 3-0, but even that took quite the toll in terms of time. I think that was a 3-0 that was 2.5 hours long. And Valdemar. Yeah, I've got a little bit of lag here. We're just going to pause for a second. Why is this still a thing in AoE? Okay, there we go. I believe we are safe now. So, French versus Japanese is kind of interesting, actually. It used to be that there was a time where French just sucked because Japan stopped them getting buff damage deflective armor. And then French discovered that Japan sucks when you have to go to crossbowmen because arbitrary are the best and Onimusha are expensive. In more recent times, I actually think Japan has a bit more leverage off of these Dark Age rush spear plays. Because against French, they're going to keep value. But also, doing it on the opening hurts French a lot. It stops their pro scout timing. It stops them opening knights. It's really, really frustrating to deal with. And Valdemar, he did go for the greed. He went for wheelbarrow. Most players want to get at least wheelbarrow, if not pro scouts as well. Because remember, for French, it's super cheap. You only pay 98 gold after all. Good read, by the way. He pulled 6 villages across to the gold. And the way he's playing this is perfect. He is delaying the pullback until he has got wheelbarrow complete. And because Sass isn't chasing the injured villager because he's worried about getting surrounded, he gets away with it. So pulls away now. Maybe a little bit earlier than we'd have liked, actually. Unfortunately for him, Sass did have the second spear arriving just in time. The gold has been acquired. He's got 213. In fairness to him, it's like you kind of gathered gold a bit too quick for wheelbarrow to come in. But if you put 5 there, you probably would have been losing a villager. So, opening play, probably going to be focused towards archery then. School of Cavalry is just going to be inevitable. And deer spawns looking pretty nice for Valdemar to actually ignore Pro Scouts. I'd be a big fan of that here. I think Pro Scouts just seems like a given of French because it's just so cheap. You know, while other civs are paying 450 resources, you now as French and John, you only pay 300 resources. That's a pretty damn good deal. That's more than half what you need for an extra night. But with this type of spawn, it might just be more justifiable to play deer and put the savings into additional pressure. Meanwhile, spawn for Sass. Berry split east and west with the deer. That's actually quite nice. It just gives him variance. There is a lot of pro in the corner, though. Like, this is a fairly wallable area with the stone outcropping. You can kind of connect in and actually secure a lot of food in the corner. You'd be getting, what, 4,200 food back here? Sheep haul. A bloody good one. Hello. Wow. I mean, Sass went for the A scout. Valdemar went for probably some sort of Danish alphabetical letter. But as a result, it has given Valdemar 19 sheep to the 10 of Sass. And reminder, Sass went straight on to berries. Yeah, he left the sheep alone. He just lost the scouting game. There is still the corner of the north side. Valdemar covered most of it, but he missed the exact corner, so he didn't get the sheep there. And he's also wasting a lot of time in territory where Sass has now already been. So there might be an opportunity for Sass to kind of even up. But even if you even up here, the fact that you're kind of even Stevens on sheep, but your opponent has already been eating sheep for 4 minutes is crazy. Good news, at least, is when you play Japan, yes, you may be down on sheep, but you're never down on food, truly. Has got the Cure Storehouse coming in. How did you guys predict? And what is up, Wolfman? Thank you very much. Resume Wolfman. Appreciate the Prime sub. Remember, guys, get those Prime subs in. It's the start of the month. They do not auto-renew. You have to do it manually. If you've not got Amazon Prime, your aunt, your uncle, your mum or your dad or your grandma probably has it. So why not go ahead and just ask them for the login? You can probably guess their password. Grandma doesn't have a strong password. Then you lock it to your account, and then you've got a Prime sub so you don't have to watch all these ads. And you get some incredible modes. It's a great idea. And what is up, Magnavoz? Big shout out to Magnavoz. Thank you very much, mate. I hope you had a good stream. Welcome, one and all. This is the Epohers World Cup. It's a $3,000 2-weekend long tournament featuring some of the best players in AoE 4, including Marine Lord himself. In fact, Marine Lord almost lost to this guy here, believe it or not. Yeah, Valdemar. I mean, it really is his month. Like, the last month has been pretty meteoric for him, right? He's got to be feeling great about qualifying for the Rockies tournament in America. Then he comes into this tournament ahead of the EGC tournament. Almost beats Marine Lord in the group stage. 3-2. And now he'll still be able to make playoffs if he just wins this game here. Twitch doesn't show ads anyway? I mean, whatever. Link the Prime sub. Give me my money. Dude, I need to make more money. Guys, you don't realize how expensive Gucci's are. You know how I know? I have 0 pairs of Gucci's. Alright, outpost coming up. Yeah, and my children? Oh my god, my children, they need Nikes. Do you know how expensive Nikes are? Especially when you buy children Nikes. What's the point? They grow out of them in a year. Because style. So why the outpost here? Valdemar just wants to focus on aggro. really, doesn't he? Like, the whole idea is if you do this, you can't be dove early, and your knights can just try and dive with impunity. Valdemar already sneaking out. Am I going to go to the Rockies tournament? No, because I don't have enough money to afford it. I can't afford Gucci's, and you want me to buy a ticket to America? Goodness gracious. Yeah, it's just too expensive. I don't make boatloads of cash. So it's like very hard for me to justify burning probably like, what, $1,500 to go. In fairness, I don't think I've ever looked at Gucci's. What do I wear? I started to like Ralph Lauren. Ralph Lauren's not too bad. Nike's is obvious for the footwear, you know. French Connections. Pretty cool. I'm a very big fan of Claudio Leghelli, actually. Sadly, they don't activate with gamers. I'd be all over that. Like, I think in gaming, I would be the literal perfect person for Claudio Leghelli's. Okay, so we have got the deer starting to be secured now. It was Pro Scouts. Sass is going mass horseman to try and contest this. And it is mass melee bulk, by the way. And what is up, Scatterloca? Thank you very much for the Nikes. We're getting there. Appreciate you, buddy. You know, I feel old when I'm going to say this, but you guys remember how cheap Nikes used to be when you were a kid? Oh my god. I want to buy them pre-owned. Well, not pre-owned, but like, you know, like a place like Vinted, but you know you're going to get those fake ones. Like, never been worn. It's like, yeah, because you just like, just made them at home. You're still a kid? Alright, you're surrounded by adults though. I don't know how to break this to you, but we're kind of a boomer scene. Average age group of Age of Empires 4 is like 32. So Archer's contesting the spears. I don't know, man. I think the horsemen are just kind of all over the place right now. But not in a good way, necessarily. He's not fighting targets, right? And the knights are so hard to grab. So he's tickling them down. But remember, chivalry will be a thing for Valdemar. Yeah, and he's scaling really nicely. 6 knights so far. Archer count isn't crazy, however. Might want to fix that. But the spearman count isn't out of control even. What is up? There is my legendary boy, Marv. What the hell? This guy never stops. Bang your arch, mate. Shout out to Marv, by the way. He deserves that special shout. 221 subs gifted this channel so far. He is single-handedly trying to get me the Gucci's. Thank you, mate. Okay, so what's WinCon here? It kind of feels like Sass is putting himself in an all-in collision course. Whereas Valdemar doesn't have the same weakness. The thing about scaling knights is you can always just play towards castle. Right, you can play long feudal and be advantage or play castle. Because let's say they start trading out and they start sneaking away. Well, the good thing there is these guys will heal. Any damage done to Sass's troops is permanent. He doesn't have a fix for that. And thank you, Dracchio, for the sub. Welcome to Swarm, bud. So hype for the DLC. Feels like ages at the moment. I want it now. I think the reason it feels like ages, and I really hope the developers take this on board and fix it, is there's been way too long of a gap since the last patch. And I know why. It's very obvious why. With the release of the PS5 version AoE 4, the issue you're probably going to run into here, and I hope they find a negotiation point with PlayStation, is it's going to add a lot more weight on the approval process. I think they even need to get a special agreement in place with PS5 and PlayStation, or they just need to not have crossplay. Valdemar, chivalry coming through. Not just that, but Sass exposed in the base. A charge by, gets in the way. Clubs 3 down, make it 4. Not quite able to find that 5th. The pathing does get it in the end. Nicely done. Valdemar now with almost a 10-worker lead. Caught Sass, getting ready to age up. And with that change in economy, Valdemar is now capable of mirroring a castle play. These horsemen just doing nothing on the other side of the map. Valdemar's already prepping spears as a response to their inevitable dive. But damn, was that swift. Valdemar has just been leveling up. You know, there was some interesting talk about his choice to go full-time and whether it was like a bad idea. but kind of looks like it's paying off. And in fairness to people that criticize Valdemar on that, he had the right idea. I even sat down and discussed this with him. I was like, if you are making enough money to get by, delaying like your higher education, some people are going to tell you, no, hell no, don't do it. But like, if you are going to regret not pursuing AoE 4 years later when you had the shot, that's worse than delaying your education, really. Living life with regrets is the worst. There's a term, rumination. Rumination is one of the biggest killers of ambition. I've had it. I still have it to this day, and I try and avoid it. Guildhall now coming through for Valdemar. Yeah, never get stuck in the what-ifs, folks. The what-ifs are the killers. Learn from the what-ifs. Just don't let them define you. And also, by the way, like I was having this discussion with someone recently about university. Like I went to university straight out of like of higher education or further education. Higher, I can't remember the terms we use. I probably didn't get as much out of it if I'd instead waited until I was like 23, 24. Uni can often be a scam because people jump into it with no idea of what they want to do. It's different if you know what you want to do for sure, but I definitely felt that amongst a lot of my peers growing up is university just cuz. And what it turned into is they just wanted to get drunk. There's a lot of people that also panic they need to have it all figured out by the time they're 30, and it's complete BS. I think I had the benefit of having a bit more of a like strategic mind of this. I was like, okay, like if I don't like, I had a backup plan of like trying to figure out funding to go back to uni and then training as a lawyer if my other career didn't work out. Didn't need that in the end because hey ho, look at us go. Because instead we went from software dev to yelly man on microphone who does push-ups for subs. But will I ever be as swole as Valdemar's fingers? Knight's now diving around the base, not able to find any kills this time. A reminder, it's been a castle mirror play, and now we get to the oh crap point for Japan. Arbalatriae are coming in straight away up against Onimusha. This is what kills Japan so often. Their crossbows suck, as many do, in comparison to these ones. No, we don't talk about push-ups. Somebody stole your sheep? Just build cow. I could probably fight the case for you in Reddit court, but I do have a retainer fee of $5,000. Actually, the other one is before I became a software dev, I mean, it's what I trained for in uni. I almost ended up in the army, actually. If I wasn't in a relationship, I actually would have signed up as an officer in the army. Damn. With my quippy attitude and my sarcastic remarks, I would have been screwed. Okay, so Sass, what are we looking at here? Because he's trying to scale Onimusha. Valdemar did stop on the crossbows, by the way. Spear, archer. Dude, stop with the push-ups. If I see more push-ups, I swear to God, I want to see more subs, not more push-ups. If I see more push-ups, I am going to turn the stream off straight away. You will not see anything. I'll even play a YouTube video that will get it DMCA'd on Twitch so that you can't even watch the VOD. You're messing with fire. As it's Sass, that was a horrible fight. Does at least get the turnaround for a kill in the night, but more Onimusha going down now. These turnarounds really aren't benefiting him, and the reformation's just hurting him more and more. Crossbow's now overextended. Archers are chasing. Knights will look to intercept. That's going to force the commitment for a second. Remember, Valdemar can heal after this fight, so the Onimusha need to be getting those finishing touches, but the health bars If Valdemar just pulls these back right now, it's devastating. Yep. 1, 2, 3. Off they go. 5 in retreat. No, you get back in there. Don't you you shot yourself in the toe. You can still fight in this war. Get your ass back in line. I swear, guys, I'm in so much pain. Like Cristiano Ronaldo at the 2008 World Cup. You're full of crap. That was a dive. Second town center now coming in for Japan. I've been holding on to that one for years. A lot of pent-up frustration. And oh, Sass! No! Did you redeem push-ups for Sass as well? What was that? He wasn't looking. Quick to try and retreat, but still that's going to be minus. What was that? A horseman, Mount Samurai, 2 and a Musha. Expensive losses. And the lead just keeps on building. History seems to just keep on repeating. Valdemar, his opponent just went 2 TC, and he has triple the military. There is one term for this. And it might as well be B or Anatan in the game, because we are full device send. Marches into the base, burn onto the forge that has the Yoshiro drop. Knights start to poke past. Valdemar not going to overextend yet. Remember, he's still building a bigger worker lead, courtesy of the French inherent TC production speeds. And Guildhall is also stockpiling him towards victory. That's the other stressor for Sass. He is on the clock, even with 2 town center. Arguably more so, because now he can do less pressure play because of this choice. He's going to be a sneak away. Looked like he was trying to move out towards the deer. Knights are going to move in the base. Sass, this is where it started to go wrong last time. This time it's only going to be minus, what, 1 villager? Last time it was minus 5. Who was Ronaldo diving against? It was, I think, quarterfinals. Portugal versus England. And was it Wayne Rooney got red carded and sent off? After Ronaldo dove. Sass. It's going to be a raid attempt on the backside, but it's just not going to work. Nah, he gets a few chip raids here or there. Just feels like you need a lot more, though. We've got about, what, 3 minutes until the guild hall's ready? Yeah, 1,400 food now. Too excited for a game over 5 minutes. It's never over until it's over! You know this. This is why you subscribe to the channel, because at any moment the game could change and you don't want an ad about Gillette and how close you could come to cutting your ballsack to play on screen when that critical turnaround happens. You never know when Ronaldo's gonna dive and get a penalty. Still not. Valdemar, now up to 20 Arbitrae. This is where it would take a true miracle. Sass just looks destined to play second fiddle to Valdemar. Marches in towards where the food's being gathered. Fortifications were queued up last. It's greed. He goes for Springles. Burns coming through. It's not going to work. Double outpost to fall. And with any hopes of Sass being able to take this fight, GG comes through. Valdemar will make it through to the top 8 of the Epohers World Cup. Could he do it again? Could he go all the way, discover Marine Lord, but this time overcome him? If he's going to do it, he has to take out some of the other boogeymen that exist in Age of Empires 4. But no doubt about it, Valdemar in 2025 stocks are on the rise. So anything could be possible. G to the G to Mr. Voldy. It's going to be a 3-1 victory for him. Closes it out on Gorge. Man, I'm glad we caught the Gully Sass game for the insane late game. I feel like we just like avoided all the other long games. We missed game 1, which was apparently just absurdly like messy on both sides. It was H3 versus Lancaster, like almost an hour long. And then we had, I think coRe had a pretty crazy series as well. Probably a good thing, though. We finish at 9. It gives me enough time to, like, round out some things I need to do. How many push-ups? 2, 4, 6, 8. Is that 9? I don't know, 10. It's about 30 push-ups to do. Oh, dude. Valdemar played one scrim with me, beat Sass, and almost took out Marine Lord afterwards, just saying. I'll set recon. Let me just... It's very important that I do this. Let me just... Let me just, Okay, this is getting mean. Recon dodged the bullet this time, by the way. He didn't sign up. He didn't realize, did you, Recon? Bless you. This week's KPM is Giga Stacked. Dude, I'm looking forward to tomorrow. We've got so many cool games here, right? So we got Vortix versus, I think it's going to end up being Scarlet there. Kilyadi versus MSN. By the way, spoiler alert, they played a best of 5 for some reason. Do I just upgrade it to BO5s in like round of 16? I feel like we're going that way. Luciferon versus sort of I'm excited for. B versus coRe or give you anxiety. I mean, this one we might check in on as well for the round of 32. Wham versus Mahodo should be likely. Numidan versus Valdemar likely. Dude, Louis versus Mio or Jif possible. Dumu probable against Myriad. This is a stacked week, man. I hope we keep getting this and more, man. Like, we're getting there. The KPMM's getting tempting. And the cool thing is we keep more hype series. We keep growing viewership. The number keeps going up. And what does that mean? That means, hopefully, as we get a little bit deeper, we'll be able to go in and get some big sponsors. My goal is to try and, like, secure an extra 5 or 10K prize pooling halfway through this tournament series. I'd love to be able to get this up from $500 a week to $1,000. And what is up, Sherman King? I see you, buddy. Thank you very much for the 10 gifted. You absolute legend. Enjoy those gifted subs, folks. Remember to come back and renew it yourself next week or pay it forward to someone else. Have to cast another series? I unfortunately can't. I just spoil all the outcomes anyway. So there's nothing fresh that I haven't talked about to cast. Oops. Also, I have to do some tasks. I mean, in fairness, like, you can't complain with this, right? We're literally going to be streaming 6 days in a row. Also, we done, like, was it 6 hours or so yesterday? 5 hours a day. We're doing, like, between 5 and 7 hours on average each weekday. It's crazy. And yes, EWC does continue next week. We'll figure out what's going to be happening there. I need to talk to the TOs and what they're planning to do because they're going to have overlap with the EGC qualifiers. I haven't heard anything about the EGC qualifiers so far, so I don't know if they're planning to shift. I don't think they can because I think the main tournament starts the next weekend. But we'll figure that out. And no, everything is concluded today for this day of the Epohers World Cup. So we know the outcomes now. We know who made it through. So Epohers World Cup. We have got Marine Lord, Valdemar, Louis MT, coRe, Luciferon, Vortix, Anatan, and B. Was EWC this tournament? No, not eSport. But you see what they've done. I mean, in fairness, I think Corvin has done the same thing around King of the Rockies. He done like the Knights of the Raven or something. It's very clearly like an overlap marketing play. But as these guys went very big. I mean, everyone, in fairness, AoE4 fans kept asking for EWC. They got EWC. I don't see the problem. All right, let's do some push-ups. This is our EWC. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Glasses are coming off. God damn it. 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16. Oh, God. Mate, I don't even know if I'm going to get all the way. I think I just squashed them off. I don't know what I was doing down there. Oh. 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22. Oh, I need a sec. Dude, you don't realize how dumb my arms are. Alright, respond to chat quickly. My girl push-ups? Bro. You laugh now? Hear me out though. You laugh now? But when your mum leaves your dad, because I've got the physique of a chiseled Hercules a year from now, who's gonna be laughing? And the best part is, I won't even date her. Oh! Spartans! What is your profession? Really bad push-ups! Oh! 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. That was 20 before, 10 there. I think I'm done. That's too much. These are not real dude, it's all I can do. You're not a real person. I'm sorry I said it. Thank you, Recon. Recon's a good guy. You guys like the butt cam? I'm too defeated to even change camera. I might have to stop you guys redeeming it tomorrow. Because the problem here is I'm getting literally no recovery time. We had to do a crap ton of push-ups yesterday. Less crap ton today, but like it's stacking. Because on Friday, we done almost 3 hours of climbing. So we done 3 hours of climbing. We got no recuperation. And also, by the way, climbing gets worse day after day. Like it has, like I don't know if we got any like climbers in chat. They'll know what I'm talking about. Like it's not at its worst the very next day. It has like a continuous cycle. And bro, why are there more push-ups? You do them. This is an ASMR stream now, I just realized. It's also really hot. You're 10 against my 1? Alright, down the floor. Do your 100 push-ups. That should be 90, wouldn't it? Actually, you're gonna have to do 60. Off you go. Go on. While I seduce his mother, you can seduce his aunt. Oh. Honestly, I think some of you just foot freaks and you just like the sock cam. It's okay, there's no shame in it. It's actually one of the most popular fetishes in the world. So like, there's no shame. Oh, I don't think I can do this. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. I fucking hate life. I also can't believe I'm getting shit for this. When you redeem, and I'm gonna throw Dumu on the bus. When you redeem a weightlift thing on Dumu's stream, and he brings out the most tiny ass dumbbell you've ever seen, and then goes, and no, I'm gonna stop making that noise now. Actually, Jesus, I forgot which platform I stream on. Anyway, I think this is an OnlyFans stream. That's an embarrassing performance. What do you people want? My back ain't what it was. Have a kid and have to carry a kid around all the time. I'm carrying 340 babies right now. I'm sorry, Chad. Don't know if it's tennis player or like porn. Dude, I think you just have way too high expectations of push-ups. Have you seen the state of the average physique in our community of Age of Empires 4 gamers? Now, I'm not saying I'm peak. But like realistically, We haven't got a good peak. Who's the most buff person AoE4 has? It legit might be Ramen. Ramen's in pretty damn good shape. I could tell, like, he does a lot of labor. Myriad's not in that good. No, Myriad's like more trim. I wouldn't expect to pull Myriad's shirt up and see a six-pack. It's just the way he stares into a camera, you think he's got a six-pack because he's seducing you with his eyes. Marine Lord has got peak gamer physique. That guy has got, like, full noodle arm. Like, who is there? Who's almost... Kiriadi looks like he should be in good shape. I doubt it. I think that's just, like, all of the lumps and humps as you get old that are stacked up. In general, physical health is necessary for good gaming. There is an element about it with esports. So, like, it's been proven that esport athletes, they like... exude just as much adrenaline levels as like Olympic athletes. Hence why big orgs recommend that their guys go to the gym. But like my goal is, yeah, actually Mister's a fair shout. And now that it's back in A4, we can call that one. Mister's like actually, so the thing with Mister, excuse me, is he's real physique. Because like, and this is the other goal of me in climbing, by the way, is like, my goal is to try and do climbing 3 to 4 times a month. I'm going to do vlogs on that, by the way. I'm hoping to have that set up after I get back from holiday. And the value of that as a consistent workout is like in about a year's time, I could very easily be the most healthy person, like fit person in AoE4. Because climbing is legit incredible workout. It's like full body and it's a lot of core as well. You get giga stacked. If anyone's ever like watched a climber hit the gym compared to like bodybuilders, it's like... Dude, it's like daddy came to school, baby. It's crazy. But yeah, bouldering's a lot of fun, man. Alright, guys. It is fun. Pathless? Oh, Pathless does climbing too? Dude, that's awesome. Hell yeah. Crackly, he fixed his physics a lot. It doesn't mean he's in like good shape, though. He's lost a lot of weight, but like we're talking like... If everyone had to go run a, like, do, you know, marathon, lift weights, all this kind of stuff, like, sequentially, who's going to, like, do the best on average? Losing weight should not, like, it does not, it does not immediately equal fit, remember. It's a step in the right direction. The weird part is quite often after you, like, lose weight, you bulk as well. So, like, there's a guy called, like, if you guys know Dota 2, Blitz is like this. Like, he was quite a chubby monkey, right? But then he slimmed down, but then he bulked up. So he went through the slim process and then went through like the, you know, bulk up to get muscle. And he like still this day, he's freaking loaded. Ugh. Marathon running, all that, I'll cook you guys. Well, too bad you can't freaking cook your opponents in game. Maybe you spent less time running on the track, more time playing the game, Gully. You would have beaten Marine Lord. Huh? Come on. The Danes came closer. You sound like I'm a pro? Are you not aspiring to be? Oh. At least he didn't pull the MSN. He's just like, I can't believe he was like, I've just got to duck out. All right, guys. But I think we're going to get ready to end stream now. So we need to find someone to raid. But it has been a pleasure. Thank you, everyone who tuned in, everyone who subbed. We're up to 476 subs. We're getting close to that 500 goal for the month. Ching. So keep on pumping, keep on spamming. Do we go for a small streamer today, do you think? Little baby streamer? Is there any baby streamers? Any honey boo-boos? Or do we go for the obvious option? Oof. What's that? I will raid Philly if he has a microphone. YouTube, Kick, I'm going to end the streams now. I'll be back tomorrow. Be sure to tune in. Make sure you join the Discord as well so you can be up to date. Make sure you got notification turned on. I'll see you all tomorrow.